Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Shattered by a Villain's Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. His quirk is so powerful. Indeed, Tamura Shigaraki. Hell, maybe this kid could rival All Might himself. The man named Shigaraki huffed. Why does this boy interest you so much? Just look at him. What do you wish to do with the boy? The black mist named Kurojiri questioned. I want to see that smile wiped off his face. I want to see him using his quirk for us, not the heroes. His quirk on our side? Just imagine it. Shigaraki laughed maniacally. I can look into it, Tamura Shigaraki. And with that, the black mist disappeared. I want to see you crumble, Izuku Midoriya, Shigaraki snarled as he stared at a television screen displaying the UA Sports Festival. Izuku felt the warmth of the sun and smiled in its presence. He stood outside of UA High School and made his way inside. He changed his shoes and greeted his close friends, Ochako Uraraka and Tenya Ida. They all walked to class together, discussing their recent assignments. Uraraka and Ida admired Izuku. Uraraka loved his strength and courage. She always worried about him putting himself in danger to help others, but she couldn't deny her admiration for that quality. His bright smile and comforting nature made him easy to talk to. Even though he was timid and shy at first, they had become close friends. Ida recalled his encounter with Stain and felt thankful for Izuku. He helped him through that situation and provided emotional support. Both Uraraka and Ida were grateful to have such a supportive friend who would always have their backs. They entered the classroom titled 1A, and Izuku smiled at some of his friends. They greeted him and smiled back. Everyone in the class seemed to like Izuku, which was very different from his middle school years. The only one who didn't seem to appreciate him was the class hothead, Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo's fiery nature had no exception for anyone, especially Izuku. Even so, Izuku greeted him with a warm smile. Good morning, Kaken. Izuku's nerdy trademark smile always seemed to irritate Bakugo. Shut up, Deku, he grumbled. Sorry, Izuku smiled weakly. Just don't talk to me, he growled. Bakugo, please watch your language. Ida shouted from across the room. Oh, shut up, for eyes. Bakugo yelled back. Ida glared at him for a moment before sitting back down at his desk. Izuku made his way to the back of the classroom, where a certain boy with half red and half white hair was sitting. Hi, Todoroki, how's it going? Izuku asked the ice and fire user, Shoto Todoroki. Fine, Todoroki replied in his usual monotone voice. Todoroki cared about his green-haired friend. Izuku had shown him a new path, helping him move past his burning hatred. When Todoroki first came to UA, he hadn't planned on making any friends, believing they would only get in the way. That was until he met Izuku. He would always be grateful for his rival. Izuku returned to his seat just in time for their homeroom teacher, Shoyuda Aizawa, the pro hero known as Eraserhead, to walk in. No one ever dared to disobey the teacher. After all, he was quite intimidating. Sit down, all of you, he ordered, his eyes glowing red. I'm sure you're all ready for training today. Don't disappoint me. Aizawa then started his lesson. Class was normal, and the day ended after they finished their fitness training. Once Izuku changed out of his PE clothes and grabbed his backpack, he pulled out his notebook. The notebook had the words, Hero Analysis for My Future, written on the cover. It was badly burned and torn, but Izuku didn't mind it much. He had been waiting all day to write in it. Early that morning, he had seen a new hero on the news and had been eager to analyze it. He held his notebook in one hand and slipped his yellow backpack on before heading to Uraraka's desk. They made eye contact and exchanged smiles, a light blush dusting their cheeks. As he approached, she jumped out of her desk and started waving her arms around. Class was tiring today, don't you think? She exclaimed, her arms still waving about. Izuku instinctively flinched back before quickly realizing she wasn't going to hit him. He laughed slightly before responding, Why? Uraraka chuckled and Izuku relaxed. Ida finished putting his things away and turned toward his friends. We can walk back to the dorms now. The group of friends made their short walk to the dorms while engaging in small conversation. Hey, Deku, why do you have your notebook out? Uraraka asked. I was also wondering, Ida added. Oh right, Izuku looked at the notebook clutched in his hand. I saw on the news this morning the debut of a new hero, and I've been wanting to write about it. He blushed. Izuku loved talking about heroes. The group of friends chuckled and chatted a little more before arriving at the dorms. Izuku waved goodbye to them before heading to his own room. As he entered his room, he dropped his backpack on his desk and began to change into more comfortable clothes. His room was covered in posters of All Might, and figurines littered his desk. He was a true fanboy, that was for certain. Izuku put on a regular t-shirt with the words, "T-shirt," written on it and a pair of shorts before settling down at his desk. He began to analyze. He watched videos of the new hero and jotted down information that stood out. He wrote down weaknesses and strengths and noted possible ways the quirk could be utilized. He even drew a picture of the hero and explained each part of the costume and its applications. Lastly, he jotted down a few questions he would like to ask the hero if he ever got to meet them. Izuku closed his notebook and dropped his pencil. He glanced over at his alarm clock. He had a few more hours before they had to be in bed. Izuku decided to hang out with his friends for a little while. Tamura Shigaraki, I found something. What do you mean you found something? Shigaraki said, unenthusiastically. I found a way to break the boy. Kurojairi lowered his voice. Shigaraki paused mid-sentence when he noticed a small child standing by Kurojairi's side. What's that? The boy looked to be around 6 years old. His eyes were wide and his whole body trembled. This boy has a very special quirk. Well then, what is it? It's only been documented 3 times. Each individual experienced painful memories of their past and terrible nightmares. The once cheerful children were transformed into ones filled with despair and devastation. That's all we know for sure. I'm convinced it does more than that, Kurojairi explained. A smile spread across Shigaraki's face. But didn't even know a quirk like that existed. He laughed. It's very special indeed. The official name for this quirk is called corruption. You know, Kurojairi, I think this will work just fine. No, I won't do it. The small child standing next to Kurojairi burst into tears. You will, child. You will, Shigaraki snarled. But when I use my Q quirk on people, they weren't themselves anymore. I didn't want to hurt anyone. The child cried out through tears. Kid, do you think we're just going to let you go? I thought maybe. The kid trailed off, his entire body shaking in fear. I just didn't want to hurt anyone. My mom told me never to use my quirk on anybody. Well, kid, if you don't help us. Shigaraki grabbed a glass sitting on a table, and the boy watched it crumple beneath his touch. Your mom is as good as gone, he said menacingly. The child's eyes widened, and he fell to his knees. Pee-pee please, the boy choked on his own tears. Just use your quirk for us. Just once, and then we will let you and your mom go. Got it? The boy nodded slowly, tears streaming down his face. Good. Hey guys. Izuku smiled as he entered the living space. Yo Midoriya. Kirishima called. Sup buddy. Kaminari chimed in. The 2 boys were focused on a video game. Where's Uraraka? He asked. Dunno man, probably in the kitchen. Kirishima responded. Okay, thanks. He waved goodbye and made his way to the kitchen. Uraraka was standing silently by the coffee maker. When she saw her curly-haired friend, her eyes lit up. Hi. How was taking notes? Pretty good. Their quirk is amazing. I bet they could use it for all sorts of stuff. I even think. Izuku rambled on in a mumbling mess. Deku, you're mumbling again. Uraraka reminded him. Oh, sorry. He blushed in embarrassment. It's not a big deal, she smiled. If you say so, he rubbed his head. But his attention was immediately drawn to his phone when it dinged. He looked at the notification. Hi, baby, please come home real quick. I need help with something. It was a message from his mother. Izuku sighed. It wasn't a big deal to go over there, but he wondered why she needed him so urgently. Sorry, Uraraka, I have to run out for a bit. I'll be back soon. It's fine, I'll see you later. Hi, Mom. Izuku. His mom threw her arms around him. What an unexpected surprise. Surprise? What do you mean? He chuckled. Didn't you text me? He showed her the text message. I don't remember sending that at all. She said with a worried expression. Actually, I don't know where my phone is right now. Oh, that's kind of weird, he laughed. I should probably go soon before it gets too late. He said goodbye and made his way to the train station. He noted the dark sky and decided he should hurry if he wanted to make it back before curfew. As he walked, it felt unusually quiet. Izuku started to feel uneasy, which only made him walk faster. That was until he stopped abruptly, his eyes slowly turning to face the alley in front of him. His emerald eyes trained on the small silhouette in the darkness. There was a young child in the alleyway. The child's body trembled uncontrollably. Izuku immediately rushed over to him. Hey, are you okay? It's going to be all right. Please stop crying, he soothed, his hand on the child's back. Just tell me what happened. The child refused to make eye contact with the young hero in training. You're making me. The boy's entire body shook uncontrollably. Making you what? Izuku asked softly. I'm sorry. The boy choked out through his tears. He lifted his head to lock eyes with Izuku. The young boy's eyes glowed a blaring crimson red that could rival even Bakugo's. Izuku's body immediately froze. His mind struggled to process what was happening, his gaze entranced by the boy's eyes. He suddenly felt trapped in a dark room, with black covering all four walls and nothing else visible. That was until the red glow seeped in, crawling around the walls and circling Izuku. The crimson glow edged closer and closer. Izuku's body trembled in fear. The red glow engulfed him and seeped into his mind, holding his thoughts captive. It invaded his brain, grabbing every memory it could hold on to. The red didn't go away. It stayed. In reality, Izuku felt like he was suffocating. The dark room was just in his head. He fell to his knees and grabbed his throat. What is this? What is this? What is this? He mentally screamed, begging the feeling to stop. Please, please, please go away. His thoughts felt muddled. His brain was a foggy mess. But it didn't feel like someone had taken control of him. Not at all. It was like a part of him he didn't know existed surfaced and clouded his thoughts and judgment. I can't breathe. Someone. Anyone. Then it all stopped. In an instant it was over. Izuku breathed in heavily, thankful for the air. He started coughing and his eyes watered. The small child looked at Izuku with a horrified expression. He hated his quirk. He hated hurting innocent people. But this was for his mom. Izuku broke off into a coughing fit. But, did you do that? His voice came out in a squeak. I had to. The boy cried out. What is it? Izuku's weak voice pleaded. I can't tell you. I'm sorry. Please be okay. It's okay, Izuku smiled. The smile was weak. You could barely call it a smile. But he smiled. He wanted to reassure the child. He was a true hero. But why is he smiling at me? After what I did to him? He doesn't even know the horror of my quirk. Why would he be? This is wrong. This is so awfully wrong. What have I done? Mom, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. The young boy's jumbled thoughts made him weep, his tears staining his shirt. He couldn't bear to see the damage he had done to Izuku, so he ran out of the alley. Izuku felt helpless as he watched the younger boy flee. He couldn't even chase after him, his body was too weak. Am I so weak that I can't even save a little boy? Pathetic. Alone in the alleyway, Izuku slowly regained his strength. He sat quietly, the eeriness of the place making him feel vulnerable. Any sudden noise caused him to flinch in fear, but soon enough, he felt his strength returning. He picked himself off the ground and made his way out of the alley. Although he didn't feel quite right, he hobbled all the way to the train station and back to UA. It was late, past UA's curfew. How long had he been lying in that alleyway? What should he do? He could sneak in or maybe. Izuku reached into his pocket and dialed a phone number. Rang for it. Few seconds before a familiar voice picked up. Todoroki? His voice trembled with uncertainty. Why are you calling me this late, Midoriya? I need help, he whimpered. Oh. Todoroki noticed his shakiness. I'll come to your dorm. I'm not there. Where are you? I'm outside. I need you to help me sneak in. Oh, he paused. Okay. Izuku waited outside for a while until Todoroki appeared, giving him a weak smile while sighing in response. Can you tell me what this is about, Midoriya? Inside, I'll explain once we get there. The two boys crept silently back into the UA dorms, careful not to wake anyone or set off any alarms. Once they reached Izuku's dorm room, they both breathed a heavy sigh of relief, hoping no one had seen them sneaking around. So, why were you out so late? Todoroki asked. Well, I got a text from my mom and... Izuku trailed off as thoughts clouded his mind. I went back home to help her. I'm weak. I couldn't defend myself against a little boy, a child. I couldn't even save myself, let alone save the child. I'm weak. Izuku's mouth felt dry. I'm weak. His words got caught in his throat. I'm weak. Todoroki's face clouded with concern. What is it? Todoroki will think I'm weak too, just like the bullies in middle school thought. Izuku forced the tears rising in his eyes back and answered as casually as he could, I just got held up back at home. He laughed weakly. I'm fine, please don't worry. You didn't sound fine on the phone, Todoroki countered. Oh I'm just tired. That's all, please don't worry. He's lying to me, Todoroki thought, narrowing his eyes at the shorter boy. He knows I'm lying. Please don't ask about anything more, Todoroki. Midoriya, I can't help you if you don't talk to me. I'm sorry, Todoroki. Midoriya? The unspoken conversation hung in the air as the two boys stared at each other. Todoroki sighed heavily before speaking. Fine. Guess I'll go then. Thank you, Todoroki, Izuku sighed, relief washing over him. Good night, Todoroki said before exiting the room. Good night was as far off as Izuku's evening could be described. Worthless. Idiot. Waste of life. You'll never amount to anything. You think you can be a hero? Bakugo snarled. And maybe if I try my hardest. You can't even accept reality. Are you messed up in the head? Listen to my words, you can't be a hero. Please, Kaken. Please what? Izuku stayed silent. That's what I thought. Bakugo growled before storming out of the classroom. Why do they hate me for having a dream? The scene blurred and shifted to a playground. They were around 5 or 6 years old. Izuku couldn't remember exactly. His childhood friend Bakugo stood before him. Stop following me around, he yelled in anger. I'm sorry. Young Izuku trailed off. Bakugo's face twisted in anger as he pushed the green-haired boy to the ground. When will you get it? He snarled. I'm sorry, Kaken. That's all you say. Sorry, Kaken. Oh, sorry, Kaken. So annoying. The spiky-haired boy mocked. Izuku looked at the ground. I'm sorry, Kaken. Bakugo glanced at his friends beside him. If words don't work, then I guess I just have to show you what will happen if you keep following me. Bakugo's friends smirked, knowing exactly what he meant. They meant to hurt him. One of the boys held Izuku's head in place while the others restrained his arms. Bakugo loomed over him, sparks crackling at his palms. Know your place. The worst part was that Izuku didn't struggle, he just accepted it. A familiar sight appeared before him, his middle school. Bakugo wasn't his only tormentor. No one liked the quirkless. Some felt pity for Izuku, while others hated the bullying, but no one ever intervened. Most students avoided him, walking as far away as possible, as if he had some kind of disease. Others would shove him in the halls. None of the teachers ever cared. Who cared about the quirkless anyway? Bakugo was not his only tormentor. Anyone was capable of bullying. Izuku walked the halls, shoulders sagging and gaze low. He preferred it when no one interacted with him. He could heal from bruises, but not from words. This particular memory was an unlucky day. He walked the halls as usual when a thug with slick black hair crossed paths with him, followed closely by a friend. They were upperclassmen, maybe they would leave him alone. The friend whispered something into the thug's ear. They both chuckled and changed direction toward Izuku. Hey kid. Izuku walked faster. Hey kid. The thug caught up to him and grabbed his shoulder. Aren't you that quirkless kid? He smirked. Izuku looked away. You are, aren't you? He laughed. Please. Let me go, Izuku pleaded, his voice barely a whisper. Without warning, the kid shoved Izuku against the wall. Think you can talk to me? He growled. Shut up. Don't speak. Just listen, okay? Izuku's eyes widened with fear, his entire body trembling. Okay, the thug yelled. Izuku quickly nodded in agreement. You quirkless just annoy me, you know? You think you can breathe the same air as me? Walk the same earth as me? You are beneath us. Less than flies, less than dirt. You'd be better off gone. Why you're saying I should die? Izuku whispered. The thug chuckled. Now you're getting it. He ruffled Izuku's fluffy green hair. Just something to think about. A sudden ringing noise filled the hallway. The class bell had rung. Oh no, was that the bell? Diamond, let's hurry. It was fun, but I gotta get to class, the boy said with a smile before shoving Izuku to the ground. Izuku stayed on the floor, tears silently streaming down his face. It was too much. People wishing he was gone, people hating him just because he didn't have what they had, a quirk. I've never done anything to them. I never bothered them, I've only lived. Maybe they're right. I would be better off gone like they say. But Izuku's eyes shot open in panic. Oh God, it was just a dream, just a dream, just a dream. But it wasn't just a dream. It had happened, it was a memory. Izuku pulled his legs tight to his chest and buried his face in them. His heart raced, and sweat dripped down his face and back. He squeezed his legs and cried. Why is this happening? I'm okay now, though the violent shaking of his body said otherwise. It was only a nightmare. Nothing more. Izuku shakily lifted himself from his bed, his face still flushed with sweat. He slowly changed from his night clothes into his casual clothes. His stomach grumbled in hunger. Nothing sounded good to him. At the moment, maybe a little cereal would calm him down. He cracked open his door and looked around for anyone else. It was fairly early, so he hoped no one would be up. The coast was clear, so he quietly exited his room and crept down the halls. Once he entered the kitchen, he flinched as another person stood there. It was Tokoyami. Of course, he would be up this early. He glanced at Izuku before returning his gaze to the fridge. He pulled out an apple and walked past Izuku back to his dorm room. Izuku didn't know why his heart raced like crazy. It was unlike him. He thought he was used to being around classmates. Once his heart rate returned to normal, he grabbed his favorite cereal. He sat down at the table and calmly ate his food. He liked the calm. Being bothered by nothing. No interactions. No one to talk to. Being alone. He finished his cereal and saw others emerging from their rooms, so he quickly sped back to his own room. Don't let them see you like this. After some time, Izuku changed into his school uniform and made his way to class. He arrived at his usual time. He hadn't walked with Ida and Uraraka. He told them to go ahead. Usually, everyone was already there, and Izuku attempted to smile as usual. He had to smile. He had to let them know he was okay. That he was always okay. The nightmare still fresh in his mind, he plastered a smile on his face and entered the room. Well, it wasn't completely fake. He was happy that things weren't like the past. He was glad he had friends to talk to and people to have fun with. But today was different. He was on edge and felt dejected, like he lacked confidence. He was confused. He didn't know why this was happening. But he was strong. He could do this. I am strong. No, I'm not. Izuku slowly made his way to his desk, keeping his eyes low, hoping to avoid eye contact. He picked up his gaze to smile at only his close friends. When it came to Bakugo, Izuku felt Kaken. His voice was quiet, barely audible over the chatter of his classmates. Bakugo looked at Izuku with anger, a little shocked at the sight. Izuku refused to make eye contact. His head hung low and his smile was weak. What's wrong with him? Bakugo didn't realize it, but he had come to enjoy that nerdy smile. Class was normal. Nothing changed, nothing was new. Uraraka and Ida noticed the sadness coming from their friend. They figured he was just tired and didn't want to bother him. As class ended, they gathered together as they always did. Izuku felt more normal as the day progressed. He met with his friends, and they proceeded to walk out of the classroom. As they walked, they neared a corner. Izuku felt his eyes widen and his heart begin to race. It wasn't unusual for bullies to jump him from around corners. Well, not unusual in middle school. He stopped walking and tried to calm his breathing. Uraraka and Ida looked at him in surprise. "Something wrong, Midoriya?" Ida asked with concern. Is there anyone around that corner?" he asked quietly. Uraraka and Ida exchanged confused glances. "Guess I can check if that's what you want." Uraraka trailed off. She walked over to the corner and peered around it. "Nope, no one," she concluded. "What's wrong, Deku? Are you okay?" He swallowed hard. "I'm okay." He smiled. "If you say so." Izuku stared at his bed. How could one nightmare cause me so much trouble? He was afraid to sleep, but he was convinced it was a one-time thing. Nightmares never happen 2 nights in a row, right? At least not for me, he declared with as much confidence as he could muster. A UA hero won't be scared. You won't ever be a hero. Izuku lay in his bed as negative thoughts swirled in his mind. Why am I thinking like this? I've been so blessed by others. I should be grateful. So why am I feeling this way? He pondered his thoughts for a little longer before slowly drifting off to sleep. "I'm sorry, Izuku, I'm so sorry," she cried. It was his mom. "Why did you give up on me? You were the only hope I had, the only family I could count on. And you decided that no matter what I did, I could never be who I wanted to be. It might have seemed like the motherly thing to do, to comfort your child, but you only made it worse. Why would you do that to me?" "Mom, where's Dad?" a young Izuku asked one early morning. His mother stayed silent, continuing to wash the dishes. "Mom." She wasn't ignoring him, she was lost in thought, trying to find the right words for her young son. "He's just working," she said, her expression pained. "When will he be back?" he questioned innocently. Her voice cracked. "I don't know, sweetie." "Oh, okay. What? Is it just a coincidence that my father never comes home after learning about his quirkless son? I didn't choose to be this way. So why do they hate me? I want to be a hero," he declared confidently. "I want to be just like All Might. Quirkless scum like you could never be a hero. I want to be a hero more than anything. You're that quirkless boy, aren't you? Are you sure you don't have any other career choices?" I was thinking. I could be a hero. Guess someone didn't get the memo that heroes need quirks. I want to save people. You think you can do anything? I thought, I dunno, it's stupid maybe. I could be a hero. Oh, there are many respectable jobs out there. Sure, you will be a great hero, Kaken. And maybe, I don't know, I can be one too. Deku, I swear, if you say that one more time. Even if I don't have a quirk, can I become a hero? Maybe this time, someone will. I cannot simply say, you can become a hero even without powers. No. How could you say that? You're All Might, you're supposed to inspire people. Why would you say that? Did you give your quirk to me out of pity? You knew someone like me could never make it. It's the truth, isn't it? But even so, is it wrong to dream? I am not a worthy successor. What did you see in me, All Might? If you really want to be a hero that badly, there's a quick way to do it. Believe that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life, and jump off the... Stop it! Izuku sprang up from his bed in a wild panic. Why is this happening to me? He cried out loudly before quickly covering his mouth in fear. Did anyone hear me? He waited. No one knocked. He sighed in relief. There is no point in anyone seeing me like this. I'm the Deku who always smiles, the Deku who always does his best, he said through tears, trying to reassure himself. He didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I don't want to go to school today. I would just stay here. But Mr. Aizawa would probably have a stern talk with me if I missed. He slowly climbed out of bed and made his way to the closet. His entire body was shaking and he held his head down. You would have to be blind not to notice something was wrong. Tears started falling from his eyes. I feel like I'm back in middle school. He laughed slightly. Izuku decided he would rather get to school before everyone else. He quickly changed clothes and hurried out of the dorms before anyone else could wake up. He sat in his seat and laid his head down. I don't get these feelings. I just hope we don't do anything during class today. He heard a few students walk in, and Izuku kept his head down. He didn't want to say hi. He didn't want to smile for them. It was so hard to put on a smile that he didn't mean, yet so easy. So easy to lie to them. A tap on his shoulder interrupted his thoughts. He shot up in fear. Who is it? Do they want to hurt me? Why is your head down, silly? It was Uraraka. Oh, I didn't get much sleep last night. Were you tired yesterday too? Oh, why yeah. Super tired. Well, make sure you sleep well tonight, okay? I doubt it. I will. Uraraka looked at her friend in concern. He was stuttering more than he usually does. Is it really due to sleep? I'll keep my eye on him. Uraraka smiled before returning to her desk. Izuku wiped the sweat from his forehead before making eye contact with Todoroki. It feels so wrong to lie to him. He told me about his life, and I just refused to tell him about mine? I'm sorry. Hi, Todoroki. Izuku looked away. He couldn't bear to look him in the eyes. You doing okay, Midoriya? Fine. Izuku bit his lip. Okay. Todoroki gave one last look at Izuku before going to his own desk. Izuku relaxed and was prepared to put his head back down. That was until Bakugo walked in. Crap. I don't want to talk to him. But I have to be me. I'm still me. Izuku diverted his eyes and gripped his knees. He kept his head and gaze low. Hi, Kaken. His voice wasn't quiet, but it wasn't loud. It was soft, yet shattered. It was begging for help, yet wanting to be alone. Bakugo stopped right in his tracks. What the heck? He's usually cheery and loud. Of course, yesterday he was a stuttering mess and wouldn't look at me. But today, he just sounds defeated. What's wrong with you? He growled. Nothing. He put his head back down. Just please leave me alone. You'll only hurt me, right? Tis case, stupid nerd. He spat before taking his seat right in front of him. Sit down and shut up. Mr. Aizawa walked in. We're doing a unique kind of training today. Yes, we are. Another teacher walked in. It was the R-rated hero, Midnight. You will be participating in a battle against a quirk that could incapacitate you immediately. Like my quirk. Midnight shouted. One sniff of my quirk and you're done. So what will you do? Change into your hero costumes and meet outside. Yes, sir, the class said in unison. Did it have to be today? Izuku silently whimpered. Now that you're all dressed, I will split you into teams of 4. Team 1, Shoji, Jairu, Sato, and Siro. Team 2, Uraraka, Azui, Kirishima, and Midoriya. Team 3, Todoroki. Izuku tuned out the rest of the names. He tried his best to come up with a strategy against Midnight, but his brain was full of fog, and he could barely think. I have nothing. I'm useless. That's all of you. Team 1, set up. The rest of you stand far away so you're not affected by Midnight's quirk. Yes, sir. Battle 1 ready, go. Izuku sat and waited for his turn. He wanted to watch but felt a bit distant. His teammates gathered around, trying to devise a strategy. Izuku remained quiet. You got any ideas, Midoriya? No. But you always have something. Uraraka exclaimed. No, not this time. Something on your mind? Kirishima asked. No. I guess we can go with my plan then, Azui chimed in. Izuku didn't know how the first team's match went because he wasn't focused. He just wanted to finish and return to the dorms. I'll just get this over with. Then I can relax. Match 2 begin. They all hid behind a rock and waited. Izuku, of course, didn't catch any of Azui's plan. I'll just run around. I'll distract her, I guess. He dashed out from behind their cover using full cowling. Midoriya. Deku, what are you doing? Guess we go now. Azui commanded. Kirishima, rush in. Got it, he hollered. Uraraka, make yourself float. Done. Get ready, Uraraka. I'm going to fling you over Ms. Midnight's head for a surprise attack. Got it. Go. Azui. We have a problem. She's not focusing on me. She won't let up on Midoriya. I guess we can still surprise her. Okay. Midnight slowly pursued Izuku as he sprinted around, careful not to inhale the scent surrounding her. You think you can stop me? Midnight laughed. No, I don't. Midnight used her whip to knock some rocks toward him while he was running, causing him to trip and land hard on the ground. I don't care anymore. He stayed on the ground with his head down. Not even going to fight back? Well, enjoy my quirk. Her quirk makes you sleep, right? Dreams. Nightmares. The aroma enveloped Izuku. It was too late. He had already breathed it in. And oh, he screamed. Midnight and Izuku's other teammates stopped in shock. I don't want to sleep, please, he cried. Deku, what's wrong? Uraraka rushed over, concern etched on her face. Izuku grabbed onto her tightly. I don't want to sleep, he sobbed. Why? Kirishima's worried voice cut in. I don't want to sleep. Deku. It was too late. Chapter 1. Let me out. He was back in the dark abyss of his nightmares, his memories. If you really want to be a hero that badly, there's a quick way to do it. Just believe you'll be born with a quirk in your next life and jump off the roof of the building. Izuku turned to him, anger boiling inside. He was tired of hearing that phrase. Something wrong? Bakugo growled in response. No. Nothing's wrong. It's not like I haven't heard that a million times before. Izuku walked out of the school. The bullying wasn't too bad that day, just the usual jostling in the halls and being ignored all day. Stop, he heard someone yell. Turning around, he saw a group of boys surrounding a smaller boy. His body moved before he could process the situation. He jumped in front of the victim, arms outstretched in protection. The bullies looked at him in surprise. Izuku glanced back at the kid. Are you okay? Why, thank you. Stay back. Izuku warned the bullies. Fine if this is what you want, kid. Let's fight. One of the bullies grinned, revealing his quirk. The others followed suit, readying themselves for confrontation. A teacher watched silently through a window. Normally, he would have stepped in to help, but this was Midoriya. He didn't care to intervene. So, kid, what's your quirk? Another bully laughed. Izuku stayed silent. Come on, tell us, another chimed in. Just tell us, don't tell me you're quirkless. He looked away, and the bullies exchanged glances, coming to the obvious conclusion. You are quirkless. Izuku closed his eyes in shame. Oh boy, this is going to be fun. The bullies rushed him, pushing him to the ground. The previous victim Izuku had saved ran away, thinking, people would hate me if they found out I helped a quirkless boy. Izuku curled into a ball on the ground as the bullies kicked him repeatedly. We don't even need to use our quirks, you're so weak on your own, one of the boys shouted. He remained on the ground, praying for someone to come to his aid. Other students walked past, some stopping to watch. Someone should help that boy. The quirkless kid deserves it. This is too much. I wish I could help, but then I would face the backlash. Izuku sat on the ground, whimpering. The bully's assault eventually softened. You know, one of the bullies grabbed Izuku's hair and lifted his head. If this is all too much, there's only one way out, just end it all, and it will all be over, he cheered. The bullies snickered before finally walking away. Izuku lay still on the ground. I won't give up. I won't ever give up. At least, I hope I don't. Izuku walked into his classroom and headed for his desk. Bakugo wasn't looking his way, so he hurried over before he could be seen. Everything is fine. He suddenly stopped. There was a little folded piece of paper on his desk. What's that? Maybe it's a letter from a girl or something. That would be amazing. Maybe someone likes me. He blushed at the thought of a girl writing him a note. His shaking hands reached for it, and he slowly unfolded it. His eyes brightened with excitement, something that rarely happened anymore. With the paper unfolded, he finally mustered the courage to read the words. End it. His happiness evaporated quickly. Stay calm. He tried to calm himself and act as normal as possible, like it was all a joke. Is anyone even watching me? Very funny, he attempted to laugh, but his voice came out as a pained squeak. No one had even heard him. Izuku slowly retreated from the classroom and headed to the bathroom. Breathe. You'll go back, and everything will be fine. He made his way back to the classroom. Peeking his head in, he saw some kids looking at him. Some were smiling or laughing, while others looked worried and wouldn't meet his gaze. Why are they doing that? Did I do something wrong? He walked to his desk in confusion and fear. Once he got there, he finally understood why they were laughing. He looked at his desk in horror. Die. Loser. Worthless. Pathetic. End it. Idiot. Crybaby. All those words, scrawled on his desk. Hope you like the present. One boy smiled, while others tried to contain their laughter. Izuku ran out of the classroom before anyone could say anything more. He dashed to the roof. No, he wasn't going to end it. He wasn't ready to let go. But he wasn't going to bottle up his emotions. He started to cry. With the pain of feeling like no one cared about him, that if he disappeared, no one would notice, he cried. I could disappear, and billions wouldn't even know. I could disappear, and the earth would keep spinning. I could disappear and life would go on. I could disappear, and I'm all alone. It didn't happen often, but when people told Izuku to end it, it hurt the most. And Izuku remembered every time. Chapter 2. Deku. He didn't respond. He fell asleep, Midnight spoke. Why was he so scared? Uraraka held on to him. I don't know, but... Man, I've never seen someone look like that, Kirishima said worriedly. Like what? Azui asked. So helpless. I don't know, Kirishima looked away. Why don't you take him back to UA? Midnight concluded. Sure. Uraraka tried to lift him up, but he was too heavy. Kirishima walked over and quietly picked Izuku up. The group walked back to where the others were. Immediately, everyone who wasn't fighting noticed the somber looks on Kirishima, Azui, and Uraraka. What happened? Kaminari called out. Kirishima and Uraraka looked away. Nothing really. Midoriya just fell asleep, Azui finally answered. Then why do you all look so scared? The group stayed silent until Kirishima finally spoke. It was Midoriya. He just looked so desperate. And he wasn't being himself. What exactly was he doing? Ida asked with concern. That he was crying out, I don't want to sleep. The whole class fell silent, letting the words sink in as they tried to process them. Who cares? Bakugo finally broke the silence. We do. Uraraka, who had been quiet until now, finally lashed out. And why do you care so much? He yelled. Because, she sniffled, I didn't notice anything, and what just happened proves he's not okay. That nerd is probably fine, he growled. You might want to rethink that, Kaminari interrupted, pointing at Izuku. The whole class fell silent and looked at him. Izuku's hands started twitching, and his expression changed to one of fear. Uraraka watched in horror as his entire body began to shake. How do we help him? She cried out. We can't. My quirk lasts a few hours. Midnight said, feeling ashamed. Uraraka looked at the ground in anger at her own helplessness. Do you see Bakugo? Does he look fine now? She screamed. The class was taken aback by the usually calm girl yelling at Bakugo. Uraraka, please stop. This isn't helping the situation, Ida tried to say as calmly as possible. You can't be okay with this, Ida. Uraraka said desperately. I know you're worried about him, she cried. Please calm down. Sorry to interrupt, but Midoriya's skin is burning. Kirishima cut in. Uraraka quickly put the back of her hand on Izuku's forehead. She reeled back in worry and quickly looked for the only classmate who could help. Todoroki, please cool him down. Sure. He walked over and placed his right hand on Izuku's forehead. I wonder what he's dreaming about, Todoroki said calmly as he used his ice quirk to cool Izuku down. How about you three take him back to you at a rest, okay? Midnight suggested, pointing at Kirishima, Uraraka, and Todoroki. That sounds fine, Todoroki responded. Should we take him back to the dorms? Kirishima asked on their way back. Where else would we take him? I don't know. Maybe Recovery Girl can find out what's wrong with him. Please, let's do that, Uraraka replied. They brought him to Recovery Girl and explained the situation. She said they could stay and let him rest. Recovery Girl checked him over and concluded that nothing was wrong physically. Mentally, however, she had no idea, and by the looks of him sleeping, he wasn't okay. Her quirk could only heal physical injuries. I don't see anything wrong, she told the trio. There has to be something. Kirishima pleaded. Did you ever notice anything wrong with him before now? Recovery Girl asked. He seemed so down the past few days. But I brushed it off as him being tired. I'm a horrible friend. Uraraka felt tears forming. When did he start acting like this? 2 days ago, Todoroki replied. Did anything strange happen that day? Yes. The night before, he came into the school late and asked me to sneak him in. When I asked him what was wrong, he said he was fine. I know he was lying though, I could see it. Todoroki remained calm throughout. What? Uraraka cried. He didn't tell me about that? Something must have happened while he was out. Kirishima said enthusiastically. We'll just ask him when he wakes up. No. He won't speak to us, Todoroki said firmly. What do you mean? Kirishima asked desperately. He won't talk to us. Even though we're his friends. Uraraka couldn't stop her tears. Just let him rest, Recovery Girl said, slightly annoyed. Stop yelling. You're not helping anything. I'm sorry, Uraraka sobbed. Kirishima looked over at Izuku and noticed something. Is he crying? Kirishima whispered. In his sleep. Sure enough, as the group looked over at Izuku, a single tear could be seen from their hurting friend. And no one could do anything about it. The 3 students stayed until Izuku finally woke up. The school day had already ended, but the group wanted to be there for him. He woke up suddenly, and the trio was taken by surprise at his actions. He woke up and immediately started crying, clutching the blanket in his grasp and burying his face in it. He kept crying until he suddenly realized there were people in the room with him. His eyes widened in fear and panic, and he quickly pulled the blanket over his head, curling into a ball. Deku, it's okay. Please stop crying, Uraraka tried to soothe him. He didn't respond and stayed under his blanket. She tried to place her hand on his back, but he moved away. After moments of silence, he finally lifted his head above the blanket. "Wirah here?" He tried to sound calm. "Because you fell asleep," Todoroki said, relieved that Izuku was talking. "Can you tell us what's wrong?" Kirishima asked. Hello? Did you hear my question?" Kirishima asked softly. "And nothing is wrong," he blurted out. "Don't lie to us, Midoriya. We just want to help you," Todoroki said, looking annoyed. "But there is nothing to help. Honest. I'm perfectly okay." He tried to put on a convincing smile. And maybe that smile would have worked, but these 3 already knew he was lying. "Then why were you saying that, I don't want to sleep?" Kirishima pressed. "I said that." "Yeah, you did," Kirishima huffed in annoyance. Midoriya was just trying to play dumb. It wouldn't work, not on them. "Oh, really?" "Oh, it's just because I got a lot of sleep last night. And I didn't want to oversleep, you know." "You are a terrible liar," Todoroki said firmly. Kirishima and Uraraka looked at Todoroki in surprise. Their friend never really showed anger or any strong emotions at all. "I'm not. Don't try to lie to us." Kirishima and Uraraka exchanged shocked glances. Todoroki, their usually calm classmate, just swore. Izuku looked genuinely scared now. "I'm sorry," he thought he was about to cry again. "Just," Todoroki sighed, "tell us what's wrong. Please," he said desperately. "Please, we're your friends. You can talk to us." Uraraka pleaded. The trio held their breath. "Fine. Damn it, Deku." Uraraka stood up from her chair and towered over him. "Just tell us what's wrong. We are here for you. Why can't you see that?" Izuku tried to shrink away further in his bed. "See, can't you see that and nothings?" Suddenly, Uraraka smacked Izuku across the face. Afterward, she stood up straight and left the room, not even trying to hold back the tears that fell from her eyes. Todoroki and Kirishima looked at each other before following her. Kirishima glanced back at Izuku, who was still in shock. Get some help if you need it, okay buddy? He didn't wait for a response and left the room. After Izuku finally came back to his senses, he pulled the blanket over his head again. They hate me now. Maybe they always hated me, and they were only being nice because they felt sorry. I don't want help from anyone. Do I? Izuku only wanted to go back to his dorm. He slowly got up and hobbled back to his room. Of course, there were people all around once he got to the dorms. Crap. Don't look at me. Just leave me alone. Does anything even matter anymore? What's the point? Izuku didn't try to hide. He just walked in and made his way to his own room. Hey Midoriya, you doing okay? What's up buddy, feeling better? Hey Midoriya. Izuku kept walking. He didn't respond to anyone. How much longer can I go on like this? The last thing Izuku wanted to do was go to class. Not after everything that had happened. My friends hate me. I feel terrible. And I don't even know what to do anymore. I still want to be a hero, but that seems impossible. Izuku walked into the classroom, and others looked at him. They all knew about the strange way he had been acting. Uraraka just looked at him with pain in her eyes. She regretted slapping him, but she felt she had to do it. Todoroki narrowed his eyes at Izuku. He too was still angry. Why wouldn't Izuku see that they were there for him? Izuku looked at Bakugo. There was so much pain in Izuku's eyes. He just wanted it to be gone. For it all to end. Bakugo was not friends with Izuku anymore, but even an idiot could see his despair. Izuku took his seat and laid his head down. No way. Shitty Deku didn't say hi to me. It's not like I even like it. Hell, I wish he didn't say hi to me. But what's wrong with my childhood friend? And Bakugo was not one to stay quiet. What the heck? He slammed his fist on Izuku's. The whole class looked over. Come on Deku, just tell us what's wrong with you, he yelled. No one tried to stop Bakugo. They all wanted to know what was wrong with Izuku, and maybe, just maybe, Bakugo could make him talk. Nothing's wrong. His voice was flat. You actually think I'm going to believe that? He grabbed Izuku's shirt and held him up. You really want to know? He asked sweetly. Yes, he said uncertainly. Because of you Kaken. Don't you remember the living nightmare you put me through? He said with a childlike excitement. What's wrong with you? Bakugo lowered his voice a bit. Something was very wrong here. Don't you remember? You told me to end it all. Just like everyone else in middle school. Everyone's sweat dropped. Did Bakugo really say that? Who cares about that now? Bakugo was something he had never been before. He was embarrassed. Well, I thought I didn't, but that's what nightmares are for. What are you talking about? Todoroki cut in. Nothing matters anymore. He looked back at Bakugo, and honestly Kaken, I want to pay you back for all the suffering you caused me. What am I doing? What am I saying? This isn't me. Izuku suddenly snapped out of whatever was going through his head. His stone-cold face softened into one of fear, and he started breaking down into tears. I'm sorry Dash, he choked. The whole class could only watch in shock. No one knew what to do. Some felt sympathy, while others remembered the threats he had made just a moment ago. Most notably Bakugo. What are we supposed to feel sorry for you now? Izuku looked at him. Kaken's going to hit me. Izuku pulled his hands in front of his face to protect himself. Stop, he whimpered. What is wrong with you? Bakugo's voice started to crack. He didn't like seeing anyone like this. Not anymore. Jay, just don't hurt me, he pleaded. Bakugo loosened his grip on Izuku's shirt, and he fell to the ground. Uraraka ran over to Izuku and started rubbing his back. Izuku looked at her, and his eyes went wild. He frantically pulled away and started shaking. Uraraka could only stand there in shock. Why are you pulling away from me, Deku? She said on the verge of tears. You'll hit me, he said softly. Uraraka didn't know how to respond. She had so much regret. I'm not going to hit you, she cried. Izuku only averted his eyes. He doesn't believe I won't hit him. I don't deserve to say I'm his friend. Just please. Leave me alone, Izuku finally said. The class was dead silent. What was there to say? Just take him back to his dorm, Ida said sternly after moments of silence. Uraraka and Todoroki moved towards Izuku, but he pulled away. Someone else, Ida growled. Uraraka and Todoroki looked at him in surprise before slowly moving away in shame. We can do it, Yaoyorozu gestured towards herself and Azui. The two girls walked over to Izuku and slowly helped him off the ground. He didn't pull away but flinched slightly at their touch. Please inform Mr. Aizawa where we have gone, Yaoyorozu said at the door. Got it, Ida responded. Once the three students left, Uraraka and Todoroki turned to Ida in anger. Why didn't you let us do it? Uraraka hissed. You are obviously not helping. You are making the situation worse. Ida snapped. But, do you really think he will open up to us by yelling at him? He asked calmly. Uraraka paused. I don't know. Just please act rationally. Can I at least watch over him at the dorms today? I won't go in his room. I'll just check on him every once in a while, she pleaded. That I suppose. Just don't resort to yelling at him if he won't talk to you. Thank you, she sighed in relief. The three students walked in silence. There was nothing anyone could say to help the situation. Once they made it to his room, Izuku sat down on his bed while Yaoyorozu and Azui waited at the door. Izuku looked at them and smiled as best he could. Thank you. Yes, it's no problem, Midoriya, Yaoyorozu said sweetly. She and Azui exchanged glances before continuing to talk. Are you doing all right? No, he laughed slightly. Oh. Yaoyorozu and Azui didn't expect that kind of answer. Is it something you want to talk about? Not really, he looked away. Not even with us? Not with anyone. What about your friends? What friends? You know, Uraraka, Ida, Todoroki, even us were your friends. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. I'm worthless, just like Kaken always said. I can see you don't like talking about the past. I hope that one day you can open up to us. We will always be here for you. Yaoyorozu tried to stay calm, but she could feel the sadness in her voice. We should probably go now. Azui looked at Yaoyorozu. Just, goodbye, Midoriya. I'm sure you'll feel better soon, she smiled before closing the door behind her. Probably not, Izuku whispered. You are getting the boy today? Yes, Kurogiri I am. How are you going to get him, Tamura Shigaraki? It won't be hard, he responded. How do you plan to do it? I'll send a pawn to create a distraction at the front gate, and while the teachers are dealing with that, you'll warp me in and I'll grab him. What if he resists? He won't. How do you know? I read about that corruption quirk, he won't. What if I can't warp in there? How can UA stop a warp gate? The alarms might go off, but we will be gone by then. Very well. When will we do it? 10 minutes, Shigaraki smiled. Uraraka walked to Izuku's dorm. She couldn't bring herself to open the door, so she just stood outside. She desperately wanted to knock, hoping he would greet her with a smile. But she knew that wouldn't happen. The strong, bright Deku would be scared of her. She sat on the floor with her back resting against the door. Every so often she whispered to him, hoping he would hear. I'm sorry, Deku. He never responded. Maybe it was because he didn't hear her, or maybe it was because he didn't want to. Uraraka pressed her ear against the door and tried to listen. But as time passed, she never heard anything, no shuffling of papers or footsteps. Sometimes, if she listened closely, she could hear his steady breathing. The guilt ate away at her insides. She clawed at her hair and clenched her fists in anger. She let her tears fall freely but tried not to make any sound. Forgive me, Deku, she sobbed quietly. After a while, her tears finally dried up, and Uraraka just stayed there. She listened through the door and was reassured by the sound of his breathing. Uraraka contemplated knocking on his door, and if he didn't answer, she would go in. She thought about leaving him be, or running into his room, hugging him tightly so he couldn't escape, and they could both cry together. Because it was okay to cry. She mustered up enough courage to knock on his door. Slowly, she brought her clenched fist up to the door and knocked. There was silence at first. Uraraka held her breath. Deku, it's me, she whispered. Silence again, until she heard the tiny sound of feet tapping on the ground. Uraraka felt hope that he was going to talk to her. A smile crept onto her face. Once the door creaked open, her smile faded just as quickly. Her vision grew blurry as her eyes filled with tears. Izuku had been crying. His eyes were wet and puffy. The whole time he had been crying, and Uraraka had done nothing. He had been crying just as silently as she had. He looked up at her, and Uraraka couldn't miss the flash of fear in his emerald eyes. "Deku, see, can I come in?" He flinched at the name, Deku, before slowly nodding his head and stepping aside from the doorway. Uraraka smiled gratefully before examining his room. The lights were off, and the curtains were closed. The eerie, dark feeling made her uneasy. She looked back at Izuku for reassurance, but there was none. He only looked away in shame. The room was slightly messy. His bed was unmade, and his desk was cluttered. His backpack was on the floor with a few contents spilled out. Her attention was drawn to the desk. It was messy, but too messy. She looked at the mess with concern. What she saw horrified her. She picked up the scraps of paper that littered his desk. "Did you do this?" she whispered. He couldn't bear to meet her eyes. He gave a small nod. "Why would you?" she exclaimed. The scraps scattered around were photographs of Izuku with his friends, except he had ripped himself out of every picture. A photo of him, Ida, and Todoroki at the hospital. He had torn himself out. A photo of Izuku and All Might. He had ripped himself out. A photo of him and Uraraka. He had torn himself out. A class photo. He had taken a marker and scribbled himself out. And just a single picture of himself, he had torn it to shreds. "Why would you do this?" she asked, her voice trembling. Izuku hesitated before speaking quietly. "Because everyone hates me." "Then why?" She held up a few pieces of the ripped picture of himself. "Did you do this?" she whispered. "Because I hate myself." Uraraka dropped the torn pictures and looked away. Izuku turned away too. What he didn't expect was the sudden hug that Uraraka gave him. "I'm sorry that you're dealing with this alone," she whispered through her own tears. He didn't respond. His body was stiff, and he didn't hug her back. But you don't have to be alone anymore. I'll always be here for you," she tried to cheer him up. Really?" There was a tiny flash of hope in his eyes. It wasn't much, but it was all Uraraka could have asked for. "Yes. You can always talk to me," she cried in happiness. He was finally listening. "How sweet," a raspy voice mocked. Uraraka looked behind her in fear. "Oh no. Oh dear God, no." Tamura Shigaraki stood behind her. What are you doing here?" she choked, her heart racing. "I came to get your sweet boyfriend." "He's not what am I saying?" "Don't worry about that right now." She tried to calm her flushed face. "How cute," Shigaraki mocked. "Stay back," she warned. "Deku, get back." "Uraraka, please don't fight for me," he whispered. "What are you saying?" "Of course I'm going to fight for you," she wailed. "Don't get hurt because of me," he cried. "Just stop it. I'm going to help you. Come on now, Izuku Midoriya. Let's go." Uraraka tried to think of the best course of action. "If I can just stall them long enough, the alarms are surely going off, and the pros can come rescue us. Yes, I can do this." She stopped dead in her tracks when she saw Izuku walk over to Shigaraki. A purple warp gate appeared behind them. "Deku? Wait please," she screamed. "I'm only protecting you," he said quietly. "Stop. Please don't go." She reached out her hand as the villain retreated with Izuku into the warp gate. Izuku reached out too before the gate closed, leaving Uraraka crying alone in his dorm room. Chapter end. It's cold and dark. Where am I? Does it even matter anymore? He held his head down. Izuku was in a chair. He wasn't tied down, there was no need for him to be. "Hello there, Izuku Midoriya, how are you doing?" His voice was dry and shaky, but he responded, What do you want with me?" "That's a very nice question," Shigaraki said sweetly. "I'm sure you have questions, lots of them. However, I have a question for you first." Izuku raised his head to look up at him. His eyes were wild and scared, but he tried to stay as calm as possible. "Do you still want to be a hero?" Izuku stopped and swallowed hard. Do I really? Izuku cleared his throat. Why's I do. But, he trailed off. What is it? You don't have to be afraid of us. We're not here to hurt you, Kurogyari assured. I. Go on, we won't judge you. I don't think I can be a hero, he said weakly. Shigaraki tried to hide his smile and put on a face of concern. And why is that? Izuku looked at him, wondering if he should speak or not. He finally decided that it was pointless to hide anything. I'm worthless, he breathed. And that's all I'll ever be. I see. Shigaraki tried to sound as concerned as possible. I'm hopeless. Well, I have a suggestion. Your path as a hero is over, don't you agree? But you are worth something, Midoriya. To the League. Izuku's eyes widened. What are you saying? I want you to be a villain, he cheered. I don't. Come on now, Midoriya, you can't be a hero anymore. You're worthless to them, your friends hate you. What could you possibly offer to this world? It's wrong. Shigaraki sighed. Kurogyari, I think I can make him understand a little. How do you plan to do that, Tamura Shigaraki? Maybe if I just rough him up a little, he'll understand. Needless to say, when Present Mike and Midnight went to check the alarms in the dorms, they did not expect to find a crying Uraraka and no villains. Midnight tried her best to comfort the young girl, but she wouldn't stop crying and screaming. Midnight had to resort to putting her to sleep. Midnight picked up the sleeping Uraraka and brought her to her own room to rest. Once she was settled down, the two pro-heroes went back to Izuku's room to investigate. What do you think happened here, Mike? Midnight asked. I don't know, and you put to sleep the only person who does, he howled. My quirk doesn't last as long on females anyway, she'll wake up soon. Present Mike tilted his head and walked over to Izuku's desk. Yo, check this out. What is all of this? Midnight sounded upset once she saw. A villain's doing maybe? What would a villain gain from destroying pictures of Midoriya with his friends? Midnight pondered for a moment. Midoriya is in class, right? How should I know? Present Mike yelled. I'm just wondering why Uraraka was at the dorms in the first place, and in Midoriya's room at that. Go ask her then. Mike, how about you do a quick survey of the dorms to make sure nothing's here while I check on her? Sounds good, I'll be back. Present Mike whipped around and started walking the other way. Once Midnight made it to Uraraka's room, she sat down and patiently waited for her to wake up. She only had to wait a few minutes until she saw the young girl's eyes slowly open. Uraraka's eyes clouded with confusion before she remembered what had happened. Deku, she screamed. Calm down, Uraraka. I'm here to help, but I need you to tell me what happened. Uraraka gulped in an attempt to calm her wild nerves. They took da. She couldn't finish the sentence as she choked on her tears. Midnight went over to her and started rubbing her back. It's okay. Did someone take Midoriya? Uraraka closed her eyes tightly and nodded. Did you see who took him? Midnight asked quietly. Uraraka's mouth felt dry, and she tried her best to hold back more tears. Shigaraki. Midnight was stunned. She called Present Mike back and explained the situation. They tried their best to bring the traumatized Uraraka to the police so she could explain in detail what happened. They only told Class 1A that Midoriya was kidnapped. UA wanted to keep this kidnapping from the public. 2 kidnappings in one school year was enough to damage UA's reputation. Once Class 1A returned to the dorms, they had been informed. And once they found out, all chaos broke loose. I'm sorry to inform you that Midoriya is missing. At first, the class was silent. Then everyone started yelling at once. Where did he go? What do you mean missing? Was he kidnapped? Did he run away? He looked so sad the last few days. Quiet all of you, Aizawa grumbled. The only thing we know is that the League took him. What? The whole class screamed in unison. Aizawa glared at them. Stop freaking out, will you? We're going to find him. How are you going to do it then? Ida tried to ask calmly. We believe that Midoriya still has his phone on him. From there, it's just a matter of tracking his phone location, Aizawa explained. Yeah, but if Deku had his phone, wouldn't he just call us? Bakugo growled. That's true, but from what I've been told, Midoriya wasn't in a good state when he was taken. I don't think he was thinking clearly, Aizawa replied. What do you mean by, he wasn't in a good state? Yaoyorozu asked. As his classmates, you should have noticed something was off. I sensed something bothering him, but I waited too long to act. What does that have to do with him being taken by villains? Kaminari chimed in. Like I said, Aizawa sounded slightly annoyed. I don't think he was thinking properly. From the information we've gathered from Uraraka, he didn't fight back at all, which is not like Midoriya. This is ridiculous. Bakugo yelled. If he hadn't been so weak, maybe he wouldn't have been taken. Can't you act mature just once? Ida was furious. Whatever emotions he had been trying to contain were spilling out. This is partly your fault. If you hadn't started yelling at him, Midoriya would have been in class with us where we could have protected him. Don't pin this on me, Fries. You're his friends, and you let him suffer like that. Bakugo laughed bitterly. You, Ida began, threateningly walking toward Bakugo. But before he could get close, Bakugo threw a punch. You have no right to say that, a voice hissed. Who the heck? Bakugo started to scream. Just be quiet for once. It was Todoroki, who stepped in and confronted Bakugo. Bakugo rubbed the spot where he had been hit. You're going to pay for that, icy hot, he glared. We all know about you. What are you talking about? Midoriya. You bullied him, didn't you? I'm going to take you down icy hot. It was pretty easy to figure out. He flinches around you the most, and you two were childhood friends. I didn't do anything to that loser. And the name? Come on, Bado. Why don't you tell us how it felt to beat up someone who didn't fight back? The class fell silent. Bakugo was silent too. He looked at the ground and started shaking before glaring at Todoroki with intense hatred. I'm going to get you for this, he snarled, trying to lunge at him. Before he could, Kirishima grabbed Bakugo's arms and held him back with his quirk. Let go of me, you idiot. Bakugo, calm down before the whole class turns against you. Why should I care? Just leave, man. Just go. Bakugo glared at Kirishima before breaking free from his grip. He shot a cold glare at Todoroki before heading to his dorm room and slamming the door. Todoroki let out a sigh. Thank you, Kirishima. No problem. We need to focus on the real task, saving Midoriya. Yes, we do. So, Izuku Midoriya, I have some questions. Yes. How do you feel? I feel like I'm suffering. Why do you feel like you're suffering? Because of my friends. So what should you do? End my suffering. How? By hurting my friends. Oh, how easy it was to manipulate a mind that was already fragile. We're going to save Midoriya. Who's in? Kirishima announced to everyone gathered in the dorm living area, excluding Bakugo. He made sure there were no teachers around. The class remained uneasy, and no one answered except for Uraraka, who raised her hand immediately. Todoroki, what about you? Todoroki gave a slight nod and answered quietly, of course. Ida. Uraraka looked at him pleadingly. I must. Midoriya would do the same for me. He would do the same for any of us. This is just like when Bakugo was kidnapped. You should leave it to the professionals, Azui said. She has a point, guys, Kaminari chimed in. Plus, you don't even know where to look. Yaoyorozu trailed off. It's like Mr. Aizawa said, we can track his phone, Uraraka declared with determination. Speaking of Mr. Aizawa, he probably knows you want to go look for him. After what happened with Bakugo, I'm sure he suspects the same thing will happen again, Yaoyorozu said calmly. We just have to sneak out, that's all, Todoroki replied. Don't you see this is a bad idea? Tokoyami sounded annoyed. Mr. Aizawa will expel you, and maybe us because we were aware of your plans. Fine then, as far as you all know, we're not going after him, Todoroki interrupted. Kirishima, Uraraka, and Ida, we can talk in my room. Many of the students looked like they wanted to say something as the group of 4 walked away, but they remained silent. They just wanted their friend to be okay. In Todoroki's room, the group discussed their plan. I think we should try to leave as soon as possible, before any teachers can stop us, Todoroki said. I agree, Kirishima spoke. There is a very good chance we could all be expelled because of this, Ida said. We know Ida. But we have to do this. I have to do this. Uraraka tried to hold back her tears. You didn't see him like I did. Kirishima started rubbing her back to comfort her. That's why we're all doing this. Cheer up, okay? I got an app on my phone that can track his location, Todoroki said, holding up his phone to reveal a map. This spot. It's not very far from here. Maybe the police are already there. It won't hurt to look, Kirishima tried to sound enthusiastic. Right. So when should we leave? Right now, Uraraka cleared her throat. We should leave right now. The group looked uneasy, and Ida spoke. Uraraka, are you sure you're well enough to go? We know how traumatizing it must have been to see Midoriya being taken. I'm perfectly fine. Now let's go. Yes, let's go, Todoroki confirmed. The group walked downstairs. Most of their classmates had gone to do their own things, while some remained in the living room. Are you guys going out? Ashido asked uneasily. Yeah, Todoroki looked away. Oh. Ashido looked away too. Good luck, guys. Thanks, Ashido. Uraraka smiled warmly at her. And the group left. Okay, guys. Follow me, I guess, Todoroki called out. How far is it? It's seriously not far, which is concerning to me. Why is that? I don't know. Do you think villains would take him somewhere this close to UA? We have to check. Even if he's not there, this is our only lead. Very well. The walk to Midoriya's location only took about 25 minutes. We're close. Be ready, Todoroki announced. The group silently turned the corner, and nothing. Well, technically not nothing. Bakugo was there. Of course you losers would show up. It's because there's nothing here. What's going on? Uraraka started to panic. Bakugo held up a phone with a shattered screen. This is his phone. I found it here. Those villains must have realized he had it and tossed it down this alley. Does it still work? Kirishima asked hesitantly. Of course it does, you idiot. You tracked it here, didn't you, same as me? Why are you here? Uraraka tried to remain calm. You never cared about Deku before. I don't have to explain myself to you, round face, he growled. Well, what do we do now? Ida asked. We have no idea where Deku is, so what's the point of looking? Bakugo said unhelpfully. Oh, and icy hot, I still haven't forgotten that punch from earlier, he growled, taking a threatening step forward. Can we settle this after we find Midoriya? Whatever, he snapped. Kirishima froze. Guys, Kaminari just texted me. Why should we care? Bakugo glared at him. He said. Kirishima swallowed hard. Midoriya is at the dorms. What do you mean? Bakugo yelled. What I said, man. He's there. Are you sure that Sparky guy isn't messing with you? He growled. No, he wouldn't joke about something like this, Kirishima confirmed. We should head back then, Ida interrupted. No kidding, Bakugo glared at him. Bakugo, Ida, and Kirishima turned around when they heard the sound of sniffling. Uraraka couldn't finish her sentence as she broke down in tears, with Todoroki calmly rubbing her back. Uraraka. If we go now, we can see him, Todoroki whispered to her. Uraraka looked wide-eyed at him. Of course. We have to go right now. Uraraka yelled, then whipped around and started sprinting the other way. Uraraka, wait. Ida called after her. The group watched the young hero in training run out of the alleyway and turn left. Ha, a stupid girl is going the wrong way, Bakugo laughed. Please watch your language, Ida sighed. He adjusted his glasses, looked at his comrades, and ran after Uraraka. Wait for us, he called back as he used his engine quirk to speed up. The trio watched him go, and a few moments of silence ensued. Like hell, I'm waiting for them. Bakugo finally broke the silence and started walking out of the alley. Wait, dude. Kirishima grabbed his wrist. Just wait, okay? Ida will reach her fast. This won't take long. Whatever, he growled at him. After a few minutes of waiting, Uraraka and Ida finally appeared. What are you guys waiting for? Let's go. Uraraka roared at them. Kirishima, Todoroki, and Bakugo exchanged glances before running after them. It didn't take them long to get back to the dorms because they ran the whole way. Todoroki made it to the door first. He looked back at the group, took a deep breath, and slowly opened the door. Everyone was huddled in the living room, talking quietly. Each person looked distressed and confused. "Where is he?" Ida's voice rang out. Everyone stopped and stared at him. "In his room," Tokoyami responded hesitantly. Uraraka and Kirishima took the opportunity to bolt up the stairs. Ida and Todoroki stayed to speak with their classmates, while Bakugo distanced himself from the commotion and secluded himself in the kitchen. "Have you spoken with him?" Ida continued to ask questions. "Yes, but very little," Yaoyorozu spoke. "Can you explain?" Todoroki asked. "I suppose someone else would be better to explain." Yaoyorozu sounded flustered. "I didn't see everything that happened." "I can explain." Shiro stepped in, looking dejected. "Please do." "I might have gone to check Midoriya's room by myself. I was just so upset by what happened that I went by his room. When I went in, oh man, did you guys see the ripped pictures? They freaked me out." Ida and Todoroki looked at each other, confused. "No, we didn't." Shiro looked away. How do I explain this?" Ripped himself out of a bunch of photographs. A few of the students gasped. This was news to them. Ida and Todoroki went wide-eyed, processing the information. From the kitchen, Bakugo stiffened slightly. He was listening in on the conversation. "Yeah, pretty freaky." Shiro looked uncomfortable. "Can you tell us more?" Todoroki looked down. "Sure, so I left the room. But as soon as I left, I heard a bunch of commotion and I opened the door and he was just standing there. I couldn't even say anything, I was so stunned. He looked at me. I just felt so uneasy." Shiro paused and swallowed hard. "I was scared of my own classmate, and he hadn't even done anything." "What made you scared?" Ida asked cautiously. "When we locked eyes, I felt like there were spiders crawling under my skin. But he looked normal. Like the normal Midoriya. How strange. Anyway, I finally found enough courage to speak and asked if he was all right." Shiro gulped. He smiled and said, "Why wouldn't I be?" Ida and Todoroki looked uneasy, like the rest of the class. The whole situation didn't make sense. "I didn't really respond to him," Shiro continued, "so I just kinda grabbed his wrist and started pulling him to the common room. Everyone asked if he was all right and what happened, to which he responded, 'I'm fine,' and nothing happened. He finally said he was tired and wanted to go back to his room." Shiro finished. "That's a lot to take in," Ida said after moments of uncomfortable silence. "Yeah, no kidding," Shiro tried to sound lighthearted. "I wonder what's going on with Uraraka and Kirishima upstairs?" Todoroki wondered aloud. As soon as they heard the location of their missing friend, Uraraka and Kirishima spared no time as they ran up the stairs. Thousands of thoughts swirled in Uraraka's head at once. The situation made no sense. The kidnapped student just came back to the dorms unharmed? She wondered if the teachers knew already and were on their way over. Or maybe everyone was too frazzled and totally forgot to inform the police that the missing student was back. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Is he really just in his room? Kirishima was busy thinking the same thing. When they both arrived at his room, the duo exchanged a glance of uncertainty before Uraraka grabbed the door handle and turned it. He was sleeping. This was unexpected. Uraraka looked at Kirishima in confusion. "Should we wake him?" Kirishima whispered. Uraraka felt her cheeks get hot. She was in a sleeping boy's room, contemplating whether she should wake him up or not. "Yes. But you do it," she said, looking away in embarrassment. Kirishima shrugged and walked over to the bed. He gently shook Izuku's shoulder and said, "Hey man, get up." It didn't take long for Izuku's eyes to open slowly. Immediately, Kirishima felt a chill run down his spine. This looked exactly like Midoriya, same green eyes, same fluffy hair, same freckled face. But something felt off. Hey buddy," he tried to sound cheerful. "Hi. Kirishima, what are you doing in my room?" Izuku asked, still groggy from sleep. "Oh, just checking on you. Because You got kidnapped by villains? Uraraka exclaimed, her voice trembling. And you're acting so strange. Tears welled up in her eyes again. She couldn't believe how often she found herself crying for him. Izuku sat up. Strange? Why do you say that, Uraraka? I'm fine, he smiled. What about the pictures? She cried, rushing over to his desk, which was now perfectly clean. I'm not sure what you're talking about, he replied. The pictures. Uraraka began to panic again. What was going on? It's really sweet of you guys to check in on me. But I really have to rest. I have big plans tomorrow, he said with a bright smile. Uraraka had never felt more scared in her life. Izuku didn't get much sleep that night, considering the missing kid was no longer missing. After a few hours, one of the students finally realized that someone should probably inform the police. So, Izuku was taken to the police station to recount what happened. Surprisingly, he didn't mind it. In fact, he smiled the whole time and thanked them for caring so much. Midoriya, for the 100th time, would you please tell us exactly what happened? The investigator sounded annoyed. I already told you, he replied cheerfully. The villains didn't do anything. They took me and returned me. Midoriya, make this easy for us, the investigator said, sounding increasingly frustrated. I have a truth-detecting quirk. I can tell when you're lying. Midoriya looked confused. But that's what happened. The detective sighed heavily. Fine. Did you give away any important information about UA or yourself? Nope. That was true. Did you happen to catch a glimpse of their location? Nope. Also true. Do you have any significant information that would help advance this investigation? Izuku thought for a moment. They have plans. The detective perked up. And? I don't know, they didn't tell me, he said apologetically. You're not being very helpful, Midoriya. The investigator sighed in annoyance. May I leave? Izuku asked politely. The investigator narrowed his eyes at Izuku before waving his hand, indicating that he could go. Thank you very much, sir, he said, bowing slightly. Yeah. The investigator was clearly frustrated. No leads, nothing to go on. Izuku didn't come to school the next day. Aizawa let him rest for a while so he could be ready to start classes again. His plans had to wait a day. But today was the day. Izuku took the secret present from Shigaraki and tucked it into his pocket. He smiled and laughed a little. It was easy to smile when he knew he wasn't going to suffer anymore. He decided to get to class extra early to see what the plans for the day were. When he saw no one there, he walked to Aizawa's desk and flipped through some pages to look for lesson plans. It was a day for separate one-on-one battles for training. Izuku tingled with excitement. Who should be first? Midoriya? A tired voice asked. Izuku stiffened a little and turned toward the doorway to see his teacher. Oh, Mr. Aizawa. I'm sorry, I just wanted to check the lesson plans to see if I would be up for them. Why wouldn't you be? Oh, you know, I've been extra tired lately. But you rested all day yesterday. Don't touch my desk. Go back to your seat, he growled. Yes, sir, Izuku said as he marched to his seat and sat down. After a little waiting, students started coming in for class. Izuku couldn't wait for heroics class to start. Once it did, he could barely contain his excitement. All right, go change into your costumes and pick a partner to battle with, Aizawa instructed. Izuku rushed to the locker room and slipped on his costume. He took the item Shigaraki had given him and transferred it to a pocket on his red belt. So, Midoriya, who are you going to battle first? Kirishima asked cheerfully. I haven't decided yet, he responded, but there was another meaning in his words that Kirishima couldn't quite grasp. Yeah, I'm taking on Bakugo. Yes, Kaken is very, very strong. Again, Kirishima couldn't decipher the hidden meaning behind Izuku's words. Yeah, I'm going to go catch up with him if that's all right with you. That's fine. Thanks, dude. Good luck with your battle. See ya. Kirishima called as he ran up to Bakugo. Once Kirishima caught up to Bakugo, he threw his arm around him. Hey man. Get your arm off of me, Bakugo growled. Come on, we're friends, aren't we? Have you noticed anything strange about Midoriya? Kirishima asked unexpectedly. Stupid Deku is always strange. No, he's not, I mean for real this time. He hasn't cried, Bakugo said out of nowhere. What? Stupid nerd hasn't cried, are you deaf? No, I mean explain it. You'd think a huge crybaby like him would have cried already. He cried about getting first place in the sports festival, but not about being reunited with his friends? It doesn't make any sense. Now that you say that. The Deku I know would have cried like a baby already. But who cares? Let's just start this training, I'm ready to destroy things. We should probably try to keep an eye on Midoriya, don't you think? Do whatever you want. At the training grounds, Izuku tried to think of someone he wanted to train with first. Wanna battle me? Uraraka interrupted his thoughts. Izuku took a moment to think. Yes, she would be his first opponent. Of course, Uraraka. Great, why don't we? We should train over there, behind that building. Izuku cut her off, pointing. I mean I guess, but… Great, let's go. He grabbed Uraraka's hand and started to lead her. Under normal circumstances, Uraraka would have blushed at Izuku holding her hand. But these weren't normal circumstances. Uraraka noticed how he pulled her with more force than usual, not the gentle touch of her friend. Once they reached the spot, Uraraka pointed out the obvious. Deku, Mr. Aizawa won't be able to see us from here to give us feedback on our technique. That's okay. Oh, are you ready to start? He asked cheerfully. Yeah, okay. Relax, Uraraka. You seem really tense. I have a reason to feel tense. You're making me nervous. I'll just have to keep my guard up. Uraraka got into a battle stance and looked at her friend. Ready? Izuku nodded and activated full cowling. He began by sprinting around her, trying to leave her line of sight. But Uraraka maintained her stance and followed him with her eyes, her gaze focused and intense. Izuku huffed in annoyance and attempted a head-on attack with shoot style, but he quickly had to dodge as Uraraka reached for him. He landed somewhat close and tried to sweep her legs, but she jumped out of the way, keeping her eyes locked on him. This is harder than I thought, he muttered. What did you say? She questioned. Nothing, just thinking, he reassured her. Izuku hadn't touched the object in his belt yet. He needed to wait for the right moment. He had to be clever. I'll tire her out. Izuku lunged at her, starting a barrage of attacks that she had to avoid. She was getting tired quickly. After what he assumed was long enough, Izuku jumped back and bent down to catch his breath. We should take a break, don't you think, Uraraka? He huffed. Yeah, she replied, also out of breath. Uraraka sat on the ground and folded her legs together. I'll get some water, yeah? Water would be great, thanks, Deku, she smiled at him. Things were starting to feel normal. Once Izuku walked out of her line of sight, he slowly crept behind her, inching as closely as possible. He took off his gloves and felt around in his pocket. He held the object in his hands. Its cold surface sent shivers down his spine. He gripped the smooth handle firmly. Uraraka. They're back so faz. He pressed the object against her throat. Uraraka couldn't breathe. He held it close but didn't draw any blood yet. She couldn't scream for help because she didn't know what he would do. If she was lucky, he would start talking. She had to make him talk. Maybe she could stall long enough for someone to come for them. But she had no way to call for help. Uraraka itched in a lungful of air and tried to keep her voice steady. What are you doing? He giggled nervously, and Uraraka flinched at the sudden movement as he gripped her tighter. Ah, he said, don't move. Stop laughing. I'm scared. Stop scaring me, you're supposed to be my friend. Why didn't answer my question? She asked again, her nerves getting the best of her voice. Oh, you don't already know? No. She noticed Izuku was shaking too. Is he afraid? You hurt me. I did. Yes. WN. He paused. You made me suffer. When? She repeated. You pretended to be friends with me. You hit me. You don't care about me. But I do care, she said fiercely. Don't lie. He pulled the object tighter. I'm not. But even if I did, it wouldn't warrant what you're doing right now. She steadily gained confidence while speaking. Oh, it does. How? She pleaded. Just keep talking. I was tortured because of you all. This is your friend's fault, he said. Uraraka swallowed hard. Shigaraki. Tortured you? She whispered. He told me that none of you would come because you weren't my friends. You didn't care what happened to me. In fact, you would love the thought of me dead, Izuku snarled. He was lying to you, don't you see that? Tears pricked her eyes, but she forced them back. He wasn't lying because I saw it. You all abandoned me. He growled closely into her ear. Uraraka couldn't begin to imagine how broken his mind was. Don't you remember saving me, Deku? I admire you so much. Did you remember the entrance exam? He stayed silent. You stopped that giant robot from crushing me, and when Shigaraki came for you, you protected me. You sacrificed yourself for my sake. How could I not be grateful? How could I not want to be friends with someone so noble? I don't know. He's afraid. He's confused. He's still Izuku. Under all of this, he's still there. I'm sorry, but I'm going to exploit that. This isn't really how I imagine this going. I've actually always had a crush on you, Deku. What? His grip loosened, which was exactly what Uraraka wanted. He let his guard down. Remember what Gunhead taught you. Uraraka quickly grabbed his wrist that held the object, pivoted on her foot, and pressed his arm behind his back. She twisted the object out of his hand, and it clattered nearby. I'm sorry, she said firmly. He was silent, shocked. Help, she cried out, hoping someone would hear. She felt Izuku try to wiggle free. Uraraka pushed him to the ground and sat on top of his back while still holding his arm behind his back. Someone help, she screamed. They were too far away, and no one would hear over their training. She had to wait until someone came for them. You lied to me, he said from under her. You said that to surprise me. You tricked me. I should never have protected you those times. I should never have trusted you. His words stung more than she could imagine. Stop it, she spoke. I should never. I wasn't lying, she yelled at him. I'm not a liar. She growled through gritted teeth. I want to protect you with my life if I have to. I'm going to help you get through whatever this is. He stayed silent again. Midoriya. Uraraka. You guys over here? A voice called from afar. Izuku tried to break free of Uraraka's grip but failed. But to her surprise, Izuku called out. Kirishima, come here, he yelled. Uraraka looked down at him in surprise. Deku. Once Kirishima came into sight, with Bakugo alongside him, Uraraka let out a huge sigh of relief. Kiri, she started to say before being cut off. Help me please. She's trying to kill me. Izuku screamed. Uraraka froze, as did Kirishima and Bakugo. Please. Tears streamed down his face. She's going to kill me. She's a traitor. It sounded so real. Uraraka was speechless. Help, he screamed as he thrashed around under her. She looked down at him and tightened her grip as hard as she could. He wasn't easy to hold down. Kirishima and Bakugo took steady steps closer, clearly cautious. Uraraka looked up at them and gave a weak smile. I knocked the knife out of his hand, she nodded towards the blade on the ground, and pinned him down. Tried to hurt me. What are you saying? Izuku yelled from beneath her. Trying to blame this on me? I was lucky enough to knock the knife out of your hand before getting pinned down. Kirishima and Bakugo moved closer. Stop this. Uraraka pleaded with Izuku. Stop what? He sounded choked up. The day I got kidnapped when I went back to my dorm room, you followed me. You called the villains to come get me. I know you did. Tears streamed down his face. Uraraka couldn't tell if they were real or forced. The fact that she had followed him to his dorm that day wasn't helping her innocence. She hoped Kirishima and Bakugo could see through his lie. Why did the villains only take me? She was in the room too. Do we even know anything about Uraraka? She's a traitor, I know it, he screamed. Bakugo leaned over to Kirishima and whispered into his ear. Kirishima gave a small nod and turned his attention back to Uraraka and Izuku. We are really sorry about this, guys. We just have to be sure. Kirishima apologized. Bakugo stepped forward. We just don't know who the innocent one is here. Midoriya has been acting really strange lately, but he doesn't sound like he's lying right now. He continued, again apologies. As he finished, Bakugo lunged forward and tackled Uraraka off Izuku, with Kirishima following him and taking Uraraka's place on top of Izuku. Bakugo forced Uraraka up and held her hands tightly behind her back. Kirishima did the same to Izuku. Uraraka looked stunned at first, but then relieved when she saw Izuku being held by Kirishima. "It's just a precaution," Kirishima said brightly. "I'm sure we can figure out the truth eventually." From their standing position, Izuku looked down. The knife on the ground was at his feet. He subtly maneuvered it so it rested on top of his foot, quickly lifting his eyes to see if anyone noticed. But Kirishima and Bakugo were talking, and Uraraka was listening quietly. Uraraka glanced at Izuku, her eyes widening in terror when she saw what he was doing. Kirishima, wait. It was too late. Izuku kicked the knife up and wrestled his arm free from Kirishima's grip. In a swift motion, he grabbed the knife and turned around, aiming it at Kirishima. Kirishima screamed in pain, and Bakugo released Uraraka from his hold. Bakugo's face twisted in anger as Kirishima fell to the ground, clutching his shoulder. "Round face," he growled. "Help, Kirishima. I'll take Deku." He snarled the name like it was poison. Izuku's eyes met Bakugo's, broken jade meeting a crimson hue. "Kaken, you made me suffer the most. For that you shall pay. With your life. I'll make it hurt, 1,000 times more than you hurt me. I want you to feel the terror bloom in your chest, the same I felt. I want you to be humiliated for existing, ridiculed for having any hope left in your shattered heart. I want you to think that everything will be okay, that you'll be fine, that someone will save you. And come to the crushing realization that no one cares enough about you to help you. In the end, you'll be glad I ended it, because you will wish to be free." Kaken, Izuku looked down, a smile creeping onto his face. "Deku, what the heck is wrong with you, huh? Do you even know what you just did?" "You attacked and hurt a classmate," Bakugo growled. "No. No what?" He gulped, ending my pain. "By hurting us?" Bakugo snapped at him. That's not the term I would use." Izuku took a step forward, his eyes still trained on the ground. Bakugo took a step forward too. "I don't care what you call it. It's wrong. And a hero doesn't hurt others." Izuku flinched, and a smirk crossed Bakugo's features. I haven't done anything wrong yet. The least I know. A hero doesn't bully or tell a helpless person to give up." Bakugo was horrified. He looked to the ground in shame. Izuku was right. "But you have done something wrong, Deku." Izuku tilted his head. "You attacked Uraraka and hurt Kirishima. So Deku, either surrender now or fight me." "Kaken. That's all I've ever wanted to do." Izuku took another step forward. "Don't blame me if you get hurt." "Ha. I'm not going to get hurt." Izuku broke into a run towards Bakugo. "You sound confident for a useless Deku," Bakugo snarled as he charged in as well. "Useless. Useless." Izuku reached into his belt and grabbed something. Bakugo realized with a jolt. Izuku had more knives. A little bit of Kirishima's. Blood dusted Izuku's face. His emerald eyes bore into Bakugo, and his smile widened. Holding knives in each hand, his speed increased as he activated his power. "What are you afraid of, Kaken?" He laughed happily as he jumped up, ready to attack. "Something is really wrong with you," Bakugo whispered to himself. "Don't tell me after all these years, you're the one afraid of me." Bakugo brought his hands up to blast Izuku in the air, hoping to knock him away. But it did nothing. Izuku kept coming, and Bakugo had to JRK out of the way as the knives swiped at him. If Izuku felt any pain from the blast, he didn't show it. He charged at Bakugo again and threw one of his knives. The knife grazed Bakugo's shoulder, and he muttered under his breath, "B." He stole a quick glance at the scratch, breathing a sigh of relief. The wound wasn't deep at all. As Izuku approached closer, Bakugo used his explosions to propel himself into the air. Izuku crouched and jumped up to meet Bakugo. Bakugo landed a punch at Izuku's side, causing him to JRK a little. Bakugo put his palm in front of Izuku's face and let off a small explosion. Clearly shaken, Izuku started falling back to the ground while Bakugo followed him. Izuku landed harshly, while Bakugo landed softly using his explosions. Izuku didn't open his eyes or move. Bakugo towered over him. Is he unconscious? My explosion wasn't that harsh. Bakugo kicked Izuku's foot, which was limp. He looked over at Uraraka, who was panicking, trying to dress Kirishima's wound with any materials she could find. Uraraka, he yelled. She snapped her eyes to his and noticed the limp Izuku below him. Bakugo! Did you get him? She yelled back. Yeah, I got him. Go run and get some help, I'll watch over these two. She gave a quick nod and one last look at Kirishima before running off to get some backup. Bakugo suddenly froze. You didn't think I would go down that easily, Kaken? The pain wasn't immediate. It took Bakugo a moment to register what had happened. His whole body was locked up in fear and shock. There was a knife sticking out of his stomach. He choked on the bile rising in his throat. Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! I'm going to die. Bakugo fell onto his knees, clutching his stomach. Izuku stood up and towered over him. He grabbed Bakugo's shoulders and pushed him onto his back. Izuku looked down at him, pity on his face. You know, Kaken, it's almost funny, laughable even. Izuku knelt down to meet him face to face. I'm the one hurting you. It's supposed to be the other way around, isn't it? He smiled menacingly. Bakugo tried to speak but coughed instead. Izuku stood up straight and placed his foot on the knife in Bakugo's stomach. Suffer, Izuku growled. He pushed his foot down, digging the knife deeper. Bakugo screamed out in pain. Stop, he roared. And he speaks. Izuku hollered, then lowered his voice to a whisper. Did you ever listen to me when I told you to stop? Izuku glared at him and crouched down. Bakugo weakly tried to kick him away. Get. Bakugo's breathing came in short gasps. Away. Izuku tilted his head playfully, his hand hovering over the knife embedded in Bakugo. Let's see. If I take this out, Izuku closed his grip around the knife, you'll bleed out. He yanked it out. Bakugo screamed again. And I can put it right here. Izuku swung the knife up and aimed it at Bakugo's ribcage. And you'll. A hardened fist hit Izuku square in the head. Get away from him. Kirishima yelled. No, Kirishima, Bakugo coughed. Get out of here. I'd never leave you to die. Kirishima smiled at him. You're already hurt, Bakugo protested, glancing at Kirishima's limp arm, the one that was stabbed. My punch might have already knocked him out and oh no, you're bleeding badly, let me help you. Check Deku first, Bakugo growled through gritted teeth. Kirishima didn't listen, kneeling down. Oh no. I don't know how to. Why haven't we had first aid classes yet? Kirishima spoke in frustration. Check, Bakugo coughed up blood. You know, after this is all over, we should take some basic first aid classes. And therapy. Definitely therapy. For all of us. Mostly Midoriya. Check Deku. Bakugo managed to yell. Stop worrying, he's right over there, not even moving. Kirishima gestured towards Izuku lying on the ground. Just check. He snarled. Fine, Kirishima mumbled. Bakugo tried to sit up but immediately fell back down in pain and exhaustion. Kirishima looked back at him. Hey dude, don't try and move, it'll make it worse. Kirishima looked back towards Izuku, who wasn't there. Oh no. Kirishima whipped around and saw him crouching over Bakugo. Kaken, Izuku said sweetly, you're going to watch your friend die. Right now. Stop it, Bakugo coughed again. You sick bee. Kirishima sprinted full speed at Izuku, charging in for a tackle. Izuku jumped out of the way, resulting in Kirishima hitting the ground and rolling back up again. The whole process brought back the pain in his arm. Stall. Was the only thought on Kirishima's mind. Why are you doing this? He called out. Doing what? Izuku circled Kirishima. Trying to kill us? What else? He lashed back. Of course that's how you see it. You act like I'm the one doing wrong. You are. Kirishima was confused. You're all so blind, he laughed. It's everyone else's fault as to why I'm doing this. Izuku looked away. Realization dawned on his face. You're trying to stall? He smiled. Kirishima glared at him. I'm smarter than I look. Izuku rushed in on Kirishima. Obviously not smart enough if you think that knife is going to go through my hardening. Kirishima got into a battle stance. It won't last forever, Izuku hissed. Izuku clenched his fist into a punch. I just have to wear that troublesome Quirk down. He started a flurry of punching attacks. I thought you were all about kicking now? Kirishima taunted. Kirishima tried to counterattack, but Izuku was too fast, dodging every punch he threw. I just have to stall long enough for Uraraka to come back with reinforcements. But can I do that? I'm already worn down from the injury on my shoulder. You seriously need a therapist? He yelled. Probably. Izuku aimed his punch at Kirishima's tender shoulder, having avoided hardening that part. His stamina was already draining. He yelled in pain. Hurry up, Uraraka. Haven't hardened your wound? Good to know. Hurry. Izuku started aiming for his injured shoulder. Hurry. Kirishima's stamina was evaporating quickly. He couldn't hold up for much longer. You're weakening, Izuku whispered. Never, he growled back. I'll just put a little more into this. Izuku lifted his fist. Kirishima covered himself in defense. But the fist was a trick. Izuku turned and kicked Kirishima with a powerful kick to his side. Kirishima fell to the ground, and Izuku clutched his own leg, wondering what the damage to his leg was from the overpowered kick. Kirishima lay limp on the ground. Izuku reached down and grabbed Kirishima by his hair. He was breathing heavily, too exhausted and hurt to move. I probably broke a few of your ribs. Not that it matters. Izuku started dragging Kirishima over to where Bakugo still lay on the ground. Bakugo's eyes were closed. Izuku looked down at him and kicked his side lightly. Hey, are you still alive? Bakugo's eyes cracked open. Oh great, he smiled. Bakugo's eyes widened in fear. Deku's right here, that means... Kirishima. But... I see that look in your face. Kirishima isn't dead yet. Bakugo sighed in relief. But he's about to be, Izuku whispered, and you can't save him. Bakugo felt tears welling up in his eyes. Stop, he said softly. Izuku looked at him in surprise, then laughed a little. You don't sound like Kaken. It seems you do have a heart after all. Izuku crouched down and picked up Kirishima by his hair again. He pulled out another knife from his pocket. He pressed it against Kirishima's neck. Don't, Bakugo spoke again. It's too late for that. Kirishima opened his eyes softly and gave Bakugo a weak smile. I'm sorry, Bakugo. Don't be sad about me, okay? His silent message. Stop. Bakugo screamed. 3. Izuku looked at Bakugo excitedly. 7. No. 2. No. 1. Izuku's voice was cut off by something that prevented him from finishing his words. It was tape. Siro's tape. Izuku was pushed away from Kirishima and started floating. Uraraka. Reinforcements. Bakugo watched as Izuku was bound by Siro's tape while floating in the air. Bakugo huffed softly. Time. He passed out. Bakugo woke up suddenly and it hurt. The first thing he noticed was the intense stinging in his stomach and chest. But the pain was bearable. He noted the white of the walls surrounding him and the white of the bed he rested on. His brain hurt as he pieced together the missing fragments. Wow, did his head hurt? Bakugo looked down at his chest. His costume was ripped, revealing a nasty scar. He winced and craned his neck to look down at his stomach. Another gross-looking scar. And then it came back to him. Fucker, he screamed loudly. After he shouted, he noticed shuffling in the corner of his eye. He realized there was another bed in the room. The person shuffled and then lifted their head as they woke up. Bakugo, is that you? Kirishima asked, blinking his eyes. Bakugo froze as he looked at the doorway. A shadowed figure stood there watching. Bakugo? Hey, Bakugo! Kirishima called to him. He didn't hear him. Bakugo was too frozen to answer. He opened his lips to say something, but he couldn't form the words. Blood dripped onto the floor where the shadow stood. Move into the light. Move into the light so I can see you, Bakugo pleaded silently. The figure stood still. Maybe it's best that I don't know who's there. As long as they don't come near me. I'm too dim and weak right now. The person started laughing. Hello. Bakugo's voice was shaky and cracked. Fear wrapped around his heart like a viper. The person stepped forward. Bakugo felt the life drain out of him. It was Deku. And he was smiling. Kaken, his voice quivered. Bakugo wasn't in control of his body anymore. All he could do was stare and watch. His limbs were locked in place, his gaze unwavering. Deku walked closer until he was face to face with his childhood friend. Blood completely covered Deku's suit, the blood that dripped on the floor. Wasn't his own. Kaken, he smiled, his voice more stable. Bakugo still couldn't move. All he could think about was whose blood was on that suit and how long it would be until his own demise. I did it, Izuku whispered. Bakugo didn't have the strength to ask what. What's with that look? It's your own fault. Izuku leaned in closer, so close that Bakugo could feel his hot breath, as to why I killed them all. Bakugo never wanted anything so badly as to cease to exist at that moment. But I just saw. Kirishima. I killed him too. Izuku moved to the side to give Bakugo a better view. The white of the hospital bed was no longer white. Kirishima lay sprawled out, a knife sticking out of his chest where his heart should be. Bakugo felt his voice return. Yes. I killed them all. Kirishima, Todoroki, Uraraka, Vita. All Might, just to list a few. The ones who hurt me the most. And now you. Bakugo could only watch wide-eyed as Izuku pulled out an already bloodied knife. He rummaged around in his pocket until he pulled out a white handkerchief and wiped the dirty knife on it. Once he finished, he admired his work. He discarded the handkerchief on the floor and pointed the knife at Bakugo's face. Perfect, he said sweetly. He raised his arm high, preparing to swing it down. Die, Kaken, he screamed. Bakugo blinked. And Deku was gone. He felt hands on him and slowly turned his head to see Recovery Girl shaking him. Bakugo, she said once she saw him move. He felt his eyes well up with thick tears. Bakugo clutched his head in his hands and screamed. Bakugo! Stop it, calm down. Recovery Girl shouted over him. She started shaking him again. It's okay. You're okay. He stopped screaming and looked up at her. He trembled and looked to the bed next to him. Kirishima sat there, looking back at him with a worried expression. Breathing. Alive. Bakugo found his voice. What about? His voice cracked. The others, are they dead? He whispered. No one is dead, Recovery Girl stated firmly, smiling warmly at him. Now he was really confused. What happened? Just now? Bakugo asked quietly. Well, your friend over there can explain better than I can, she pointed at Kirishima. Bakugo looked at him with a slightly fearful expression. Well, man, you were going to say something to me, but you stopped mid-sentence. I got super worried. I tried getting your attention, but you just kept staring at the door. I called for Recovery Girl, and she tried helping you. You didn't move at all. Not responsive, just staring into space. And then you woke up, I guess, and here we are. You were also trembling a lot, and you said a few incoherent words. That would be about it, son. Recovery Girl chimed in. Thanks, he mumbled, and where is he? Recovery Girl cast a glance at Kirishima and looked back at Bakugo. He's restrained right now. Good, he growled. Oh, and about your injuries, I healed enough to stop you from dying, but you need more healing sessions. Don't even think about leaving that bed or moving around. Whatever. He looked away. Bakugo cut himself off as he looked at Kirishima and suddenly felt his stomach rise to his throat. All he could see was his bloodied corpse lying limply on the bed. He tried to cover his mouth as he felt his insides trying to come out. Recovery Girl quickly grabbed a bucket from one of the cupboards. Take this, she said softly as she moved to rub his back as he threw up into the bucket. Blood and whatever was left in his stomach came out of his mouth. And the scar that already hurt began to hurt a lot more. Damn it, he said softly when he finished. Tears mixed with the saliva that trailed from his mouth. I'm so useless. 27. Midoriya, my boy, the voice barely a whisper, what did you do? He hissed. Answer me. I did what I had to do, All Might. Do you begin to understand the severity of your actions? Again with this misunderstanding. You only see it from your perspective. Let me explain it in a way you can understand. All Might narrowed his eyes but allowed the boy to continue. You see a robbery happening. You apprehend the criminal. You put the criminal in jail. Job well done, right? Sure, in the eyes of the law. But that man, the one who robbed the bank, was trying to steal money to pay for his dying wife. You see, the family was poor, and the wife would surely die without proper treatment. Midoriya dash. Let me finish, he snapped. The man is in jail now. His wife will die, leaving their only son all alone. A family torn apart by a misunderstanding. Do you see how perspective matters? I see, my boy, so help me. Help me understand why you did what you did. I'm not really interested in sharing my sob story. All you need to know is that I won't stop until I'm done. He smiled. 7. Listen here, young Ma dash. All Might started to raise his voice, but was interrupted by a presence appearing at the door. Izawa. What brings you here? All Might greeted. I have a lead. 17. Chapter end. It was then that Toshinori noticed two other people behind Izawa. His eyes trailed down to see a little boy walk to stand in front of him. 11. All Might dash, the small child began to say, until Izuku cut him off. You, he screamed, you little brat, I'll get you. He thrashed around in his restraints. 41. The little boy jumped in surprise before running back to the other person who Toshinori assumed was his mother. I know you did something. You ruined me, I'm going to get you dash. Let's take this outside, shall we? Izawa said calmly. Toshinori could only nod wordlessly. Get back here. They heard Izuku yell before they shut the door to the room. I apologize for that, Izawa stated to the child and his mother. The group had made their way to a more private room and sat down for a chat. All right, the woman responded, clearly uncomfortable. You said you have some information for us? Toshinori asked. I don't have any, but my son does. She gestured towards the small boy sitting next to her. Izawa and Toshinori turned their attention towards him, but the kid only seemed to shrink under their gaze. Come on, you, please tell these kind men what you refuse to tell me? The boy, named you, only shuffled uncomfortably and averted his gaze. I'm sorry about this, she apologized. He told me yesterday that he wanted to check on the green boy at UA. Naturally, I was confused, so I asked him why, and he only said, I did something. I have a feeling he used his quirk on him. She finished. Toshinori kneeled down close to the boy and spoke softly to him. Please don't be afraid, we want to help you and young Midoriya. He smiled. You smiled softly back and started to speak. I was kidnapped by VV villains. He stuttered. What? His mother jumped from her seat. Why didn't you tell me? She sputtered out. You closed his eyes and clenched his fists. I didn't want you to do anything, because then they would hurt you. His eyes started to water. Please elaborate, Izawa cut in. You took a deep breath to regain his composure. They told me if I didn't use my quirk on that b-boy, they would hurt you. His mother gasped and reached down to give him a tight hug. It's okay, she whispered into his ear. Would you please continue? Toshinori asked awkwardly, and Izawa gave him an annoyed look. His mother released him, and he wiped his tears on his sleeves before looking back at the two heroes. They dropped me in an alley and told me what I had to do. When that nice boy came, I used my quirk on him. You looked away in shame. What is your quirk? Izawa asked patiently. You started shaking and couldn't meet the hero's eyes. He tugged on his mother's shirt, and she understood his message. My quirk gives me the ability to look at a person's memories, she spoke, and his father's quirk lets him walk in a person's dreams. We think you may have gotten an interesting combination of our quirks. You see, he can look into a person's memories and bring them back to the surface. However, the memories are only negative and dark. These memories kind of, how do I say this? Corrupt the victim? She explained. Toshinori and Aizawa were stunned into silence. You noticed this and spoke quietly, I'm sorry. Young man, Toshinori spoke up, there is no reason to be sorry. Anyone in your position would have done the same. I actually believe you have amazing courage for coming here today. Toshinori smiled very softly. You looked up at him with wide eyes as tears pricked the corners of his eyes. Did you really think so? He sniffled. Of course. Thank you. We must gather all the information we can to help young Midoriya. Now then, do you think there could be some kind of cure for your quirk? When I first found out my quirk, I used it on my older sister by accident. It was bad, but it wasn't as bad as the green boy. He shuddered. Is there a cure? Toshinori repeated. I don't know. His voice sounded small. Well, his mother cut in. His sister is mostly okay now. I took her to therapy, and we all gave her lots of love. Kind of reminded her that everything was fine. But, what did you say his name was? Midori? It doesn't happen like that. They don't become insane. Not that we know of. 19. Shigaraki. Aizawa started firmly. What could he have done? Toshinori asked seriously. Can I see the green boy? The question hung in the air for a long stretch of silence. I'm not sure that's a good idea. You? Of course not. I saw the way he reacted to you. Just listen to me. You said loudly, which silenced the adults, I hate my quirk dash. You dash. Just let me speak. He snapped, I hate myself. So much. That hero. He was so strong and he still is. I wish that I could be a hero like him. My quirk only hurts. Did you know that I can see the person's nightmares? What they're suffering? I need him to be okay. He doesn't deserve what's happening. I just want to talk to him. I want to help him. The adults were left speechless. I'm sorry. It was a foolish idea. We can go now. You are very strong. Did you know that? You can speak to young Midoriya if you would like, Toshinori said softly. Thank you, All Might. I don't know if I approve of this. His restraints are on tightly, correct? His mother asked wearily. Correct. But I'll check them for you, Aizawa replied. The four stood up to leave and made their way back to Izuku's room. One last thing before we get there, young man, Toshinori said in a serious tone. You could see Midoriya's nightmares, correct? You looked up at him with wide eyes. Yes. If you wouldn't mind telling me. What was the theme of the dreams? Toshinori asked awkwardly. You responded simply, bullying. You requested that no one else be in the room. Izuku and you just stared at each other, one gaze filled with a fierce intensity, the other with sadness. What's your name? You started off awkwardly. Izuku glared at him. You averted his eyes and tried again. Did you like heroes? Izuku's eyes widened for a moment. Yes, he replied after a long silence. They're cool, aren't they? They couldn't save me, Izuku growled. Another long silence followed. Finally, Izuku spoke first. Why are you here? I bet Kaken is sorry for everything he's done, you said, looking intently at him. What the how do you know Kaken? Izuku shot back. I bet he's sorry for everything he's said to you. I don't think he wanted you to jump off the roof. Listen here. What were you trying to do to your friends? You changed the subject. I wanted to hurt them. Izuku shouted, thrashing around. Why? They hurt me. The world hurt me. Did you ever think maybe it's all in your head? Izuku froze, staring you directly in the eyes. He seemed hesitant to speak, so you continued, I don't deny that your life has been unfair. People have hurt you, that is true. But that was the past, wasn't it? You're training to be a hero, right? So do it. Izuku hung his head. They don't know, he finally whispered. I'm so confused. Nothing makes sense to me anymore. What's your name? You tried again, now that Izuku seemed calmer. Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya, what's happening to you is because of other people. Because of the villains and... If you keep thinking this way without getting help, you'll be doing exactly what they want. Why me? Because you're strong. The strongest hero. None of this makes sense to me. I'm so confused. You can understand if you let everyone help you. Tell them what happened, what's wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Do you think we should let others visit young Midoriya? Toshinori asked Aizawa after you and his mother left. It's a sensitive subject, that's for sure, Aizawa grumbled as he considered the situation. What about his mother? Here's what I think. The class can see Midoriya, except for those who were involved in the incident. And his mother? Her too, I suppose. Aizawa rolled his eyes. Do you really think this treatment will work? Just him getting help from his friends? No. Then what? If it were up to me, I would expel him. He could go get help somewhere else, from some random, expensive psychological healing quirk. Aizawa, you can't be serious. I would expel him. He attacked his classmates. Tried to seriously hurt them. However, Aizawa huffed in annoyance. Obviously Nezu gets the final say, and he said to wait it out. Can't say I'm surprised by you, Aizawa. Toshinori sighed. I think I'm going to talk to Midoriya real quick, is that okay? Do what you want. I'm going to inform the class about their visiting privileges and check on the injured ones. I'll see you. Toshinori waved goodbye and made his way back to where Izuku was. The door creaked open, and Izuku didn't have enough energy to look at who it was. He had already guessed it would be one of two people. Toshinori stood in front of Midoriya, who was still in heavy restraints. Too heavy for any teenager training to be a hero. How are you doing? Toshinori asked cheerfully. Izuku didn't meet his eyes. Young Midoriya, as my successor, I need you to talk to me. Leave me alone, Izuku whispered, loud enough for Toshinori to hear. I'm not going to be here for long. I promise. Toshinori smiled at him. Izuku huffed in annoyance but didn't say anything else. Do you remember what I said to you all that time ago? Eat this, Izuku mumbled. No. But I'm glad to see you still have a sense of humor. I said that you could become a hero, didn't I? Izuku tried to sink lower into his chair. Do you maybe want to explain what's been going on with you, someone with so much potential? It's not my fault. What isn't? It's their fault. Whose? I didn't ask to become like this. Like what? Stop acting like my therapist. Izuku lashed out. I'm just trying to understand. I just came to let you know that some of your classmates may visit you. I don't want to see them. They're going to help you. I don't want their help, I'm fine. Toshinori chuckled lightly. You are not fine. They are going to talk to you whether you like it or not. It sounded like a father talking to his son. There was a knock at the door. That was fast. I bet some of them are here now. You have good friends, young man. Shut up. Izuku snapped, turning in his chair. Toshinori waved goodbye and slipped outside to see who was knocking. It was Todoroki and Ida. Hello, boys. Oh my, can we please see him? Ida asked quickly. Of course, but please be careful with certain subjects. Of course. Good luck, you two. Get out, was the first thing the duo heard. Ida and Todoroki exchanged worried looks. The room was deathly silent. As no one spoke, Izuku barely lifted his head and glared at the duo beneath the fringes of his hair. Todoroki opened his mouth to say something but found himself at a loss for words. Did you not hear me? Get out. Midori, Ida tried to speak. If you guys were there, I would have gone after you too. There, now leave. What? If someone asks me, why, one more time, I'm going to. What hurt us? Todoroki interrupted bluntly with an icy gaze. Todoroki! Ida exclaimed. What? Be careful with what you say. We can't. Ida stopped himself to whisper the last part in Todoroki's ear. We can't provoke him. The room fell silent again. Izuku didn't lift his glare. Todoroki spoke up first. As far as I can tell, you're still Midoriya. Something happened that night when you came back late. Care to explain? Some anger seeped into his calm voice. Izuku visibly tensed up. Ida immediately noticed and tried to talk Todoroki down. I think we should talk about something else. Ida gestured towards Midoriya stiffly. No, let's talk about this. Todoroki ignored his pleas completely. I went to my house. I came back. A kid messed with my mind. The subject made Izuku irritated. Todoroki's eyes widened, but he pushed forward. How? His voice lowered. The past, Izuku growled. He started twitching. Todoroki, now would be a good time to stop, Ida said sternly. Todoroki didn't pay any attention. Explain it, he demanded. No, Izuku snapped back. Explain it. Izuku clenched his teeth, feeling one for all course through his veins. You don't know anything, Izuku whispered. Explain it. Enough. Ida yelled. Todoroki, if I'd known you couldn't handle this, I wouldn't have come with you. Let's go. Ida grabbed Todoroki's sleeve and dragged him out of the room. Izuku lowered his head back down and tried to calm his breathing. Once they left the room, Todoroki broke out of his angry mindset. I'm sorry, Ida. Where are we going? We're going to get some answers. From who? Bakugo. The atmosphere was pretty awkward. How are your wounds? Ida asked politely. Fine. Bakugo grumbled. There was definitely something bothering him. Can we talk right now? Ida asked seriously. Talk? Bakugo growled. I don't know how much you're going to get out of him. He hasn't talked much since everything went down. And afterwards? Kirishima interrupted. Afterwards what? Todoroki asked curiously. He hallucinated. Shut up, Kirishima. Bakugo shot him a cold look as he clenched the blankets of the hospital bed. Sorry. Kirishima looked at Todoroki and Ida apologetically. You came here for info, right? Bakugo asked, surprisingly calm. If you're up for it. Ida said cheerfully. Deku had a pretty rough past. Anything else you want to know? He looked more annoyed than concerned. Can you explain? Todoroki moved closer to him. Bakugo heaved a big sigh and tried to explain what he knew. Deku was born quirkless. He didn't have a quirk until just before high school. Bakugo really didn't have to explain more than that. Considering where society held quirkless people, Ida and Todoroki could guess that Izuku went through some pretty ruthless bullying. Aizawa told me that a young child was forced by the League to make Deku remember everything, Bakugo continued. Todoroki recalled Izuku mentioning that a kid had messed with his mind. Something doesn't make sense though. How did he get a quirk then? Todoroki looked Bakugo directly in the eyes. There was no way Bakugo was going to reveal All Might's secret. Probably some kind of mutation. How am I supposed to know? He growled. Why would his past make him want to? The words felt heavy on Ida's tongue. Hurt us. That was a gentler way of putting it. Torture. The whole group turned to see Uraraka standing at the door. I don't care what Mr. Aizawa says. I'm going to see him tonight. Absolutely not, Ida said sternly. You can't keep me away from my best friend, Ida, Uraraka insisted, her feelings for him evident. Why wouldn't you listen to Aizawa? Todoroki asked, curiosity in his gaze. He is my best friend, she replied, her eyes wide with emotion. Look, I understand where. No, you don't understand. You can see him. I can't. Do you understand how that feels? I know. I don't, Ida admitted, looking away. You weren't there. Do you understand how that feels? No, he whispered. So I'm going to see him. Whoa. Hold on, Uraraka. Kirishima interrupted. I was there, and I know it would be better if we didn't see him. He shrugged. But seeing us might trigger something for him. Yeah, we definitely shouldn't go, he said, grimacing. Yeah, I'm not going to see him, Bakugo added, trying to laugh it off. Todoroki looked at him, wide-eyed. What happened to you? You don't laugh. A lot, Bakugo grumbled, returning to his usual demeanor. I just. Uraraka trailed off as tears welled in her eyes. What is it? Kirishima asked comfortingly. I said something to him, she whispered. I'm not sure what you mean, Todoroki replied calmly. When he attacked me, I said something. Tears began to trail down her cheeks. It wasn't good? Ida asked softly. What I did? was horrible. Her voice broke on the last word, and she broke down into tears. Ida immediately rushed over, and Kirishima got out of his bed to help her. Ida rubbed comforting circles on her back, while Kirishima helped her onto his hospital bed to calm her down. Oi, spit it out. What did you say? Bakugo growled. Give her a second, man. Kirishima glared at him. Hurry it up. Sorry about him. Take your time, Kirishima said with a warm smile. Uraraka took a deep breath as guilt tightened around her heart. She spoke so quietly at first that no one heard her, her face turning bright red. Sorry, didn't catch that, Kirishima said, looking at her. I said, her heart raced. I said, she clenched her fists and whispered, I said that I have a crush on him, to throw him off guard. Uraraka. Don't try to defend what I did, her voice shook. It was wrong and I need to apologize. It's been eating me alive this whole time, but I had to say something, or he would have. She choked on her words and started crying again. After a while, she calmed down, and Todoroki walked over to look her directly in the eyes. It's okay. You did what you had to do. It was wrong, but it's okay. He gave her a small smile to reassure her. She looked at him and laughed a little through her tears. What's going on with us today? The angry one is laughing, the stoic one is smiling, and me, the happy one, can't stop crying. She gave them all a weak smile as if to say, I can't stand myself. I'm not worth this. Please, don't blame yourself for what happened, Todoroki said softly. I should go see him now, she said as firmly as she could. I still think that's not a good idea. For either of you, Kirishima said, looking away guiltily. But, Todoroki continued for him, if you think talking to him will help, then go. Going too. Anyone want to come? She laughed slightly as she turned for the exit. Hey, Uraraka, Bakugo said softly, be careful. She smiled back at him. I will. The door closed behind her. Anxiety gnawed at her insides. Her skin felt cold, and fear washed over her. Her hand hovered over the doorknob to the room they kept him in, the one they restrained him in. A wave of nausea washed over her. Was this really a good idea? She closed her eyes and took a deep breath as she stepped inside. I'll open my eyes. I'll open my eyes and he'll be staring at me. I'll open my eyes and he'll be smiling like his old self. But when she opened her eyes, he was just sitting there with his head down, not moving at all. Is he alive? Should I say something? What if he's sleeping? Whoever walked in here, say something and get it over with, Izuku growled, interrupting her thoughts. Deku, she managed to say. He snapped his head up to look at her. Their eyes met for a brief moment before Izuku's face twisted in pain, and he lowered his head again. She reached her hand out as if wanting to help him, but she knew he was too far away. Are you okay with me being here? She asked. He didn't answer. Do you want me to leave? He remained silent. She looked at him worriedly before taking a few hesitant steps forward. She was so close to him now. She reached out her hand and gently placed it on his shoulder. He flinched and looked at her with wide eyes before trying to move his head away. Don't touch me, he screamed, causing her to jump back in panic. Get away from me. He thrashed around in his chair. Stop, Deku, her voice trembled. What do you want from me? He yelled. Please, stop yelling, she pleaded, failing to sound demanding. He bared his teeth like an animal and glared fiercely at her. I just want to say a couple of things, she managed to say, her fear palpable. Why am I so scared? He's restrained and I'm terrified. Get on with it then, he hissed. All right, she averted her eyes, looking at the ground guiltily. I'm sorry. He raised an eyebrow in surprise and confusion. For everything I did. I neglected you when you were hurting, and I used a cheap tactic when you attacked me. I'm sorry. He looked away. I shouldn't have said that I have a crush on you during that fight. She clenched her fists, even though it was true. Even though, she took a deep breath, it's true. She looked at him fiercely. I don't believe you. You don't have to, because I know that it's true. She smiled warmly, hoping he would look at her. He didn't respond. I have another thing to say. She felt uncomfortable broaching this topic. He remained still. I don't know what you went through. That would make you want to. His eyes locked onto hers, intense and piercing. Her breath caught in her throat, and she felt a wave of stillness wash over her. Okay, don't mention anything about past threats. Don't provoke him. Her heart raced. Is this because I'm one of the ones he tried to harm? They held each other's gaze for what felt like an eternity before Uraraka found her voice again. I'm sorry. He didn't look away. I just wanted to know if you would, ever consider doing that again? A heavy silence enveloped them. I'll just leave now. No. I don't want to ever do that again. Really? A wave of relief and happiness washed over her. Yes. So please, let me go from these restraints, he said, a genuine smile breaking through. Why was he so convincing? She looked at him with wide eyes, glancing from his restraints to his hopeful emerald gaze. He seemed so happy. Uraraka fiddled with her thumbs, uncertainty creeping in. I'm not sure about that, she said calmly. No harm in it, he replied cheerfully. Yes, there is harm in it, she countered, her gaze shifting to the wall. But I'm okay now. I promise it won't hurt you. You've lied to me before, she said, feeling awkward. Izuku looked away, his expression filled with regret. I know. Why did he have to sound so much like his old self? I just. Was he opening up to her? Uraraka smiled gently, signaling that she was listening. I don't like people worrying about me, he whispered. Her heart ached at his words. Don't feel bad or anything, it's my fault. Deku, have you ever had friends before? Before Yue? The question caught him off guard, and he recoiled slightly in his chair. How? I can tell, she said, a bit embarrassed. You don't let people care about you. I guess not. What is it? No one has ever cared about me, he admitted, looking away in shame. What about your mom? Uraraka tried to keep her tears at bay. I think she does. But would she really care if I didn't come home one day? Deku, don't think like that. Tears began to spill down her cheeks. People care about you now. They really do. Please stop. She fell to her knees. And here I am, chained up by the people that care about me, he said, his voice filled with pain. Stop, she whimpered. Did you care about us? She whispered. A long silence stretched between them. Yes, he said weakly. She rose from the ground, fiercely wiping away her tears. Deku, that makes me so happy. Their eyes met and they both smiled. Do you want to let me go? He asked, his happiness shining through the pain from moments ago forgotten. Uraraka's smile grew wider as she walked closer to him. She was so close now, just inches away. Izuku's smile matched hers, both of them feeling a surge of joy. She reached out, hovering her hands over the restraints on his wrists, examining them closely. Slowly, she let her hands fall, not on the restraints, but over his hands. She interlaced their fingers, and he flinched at the unexpected touch. What are you? He stammered, looking flustered. Without saying a word, she pulled her hands away and rested them on the restraints. He smiled at her and said, Thank you for doing this. She traced the buckle of the restraint with her finger, looking back at him. Deku. He suddenly froze as she lifted her hands and wrapped them around his shoulders, hugging him gently. He felt her tears soaking into his shirt. That I'm not naive, Deku, she whispered into his ear. You know I can't let you go. He was stunned into silence, genuinely believing she might actually do it. A shadow fell over his face as he tried to pull away, but her grip only tightened. Maybe you are naive, he said, his voice cold. Her crying paused for a moment. What? As she lifted her head to meet his gaze, he lunged forward, their foreheads colliding. She was knocked out cold. How's everyone? Azui asked as she entered the hospital room. A few others followed her in. Bakugo shot her a grumpy look while Kirishima waved cheerfully. Oh, Ida and Todoroki. Didn't know you would be here, Yaoyorozu said. Ida was in the corner, reading a book, while Todoroki stared thoughtfully out the window. It's very nice to see you, she smiled. Ida marked his page and waved back. while Todoroki met her gaze with a small smile. How are you guys doing? Kaminari attempted to sound upbeat, but the weight of recent events was evident. It weighed on them all. Doing better, Kami. My wounds are mostly healed, Kirishima said excitedly. What about you, Bakubro? Shiro chimed in. Shut up, tape dispenser, Bakugo growled. Not cool, man. Shiro grumbled. But seriously, how are you doing? Mina asked thoughtfully. Fine. Do you guys know where Uraraka is? Azui asked bluntly. Bakugo, Todoroki, Kirishima, and Ida froze. She should have returned by now. Ida gulped, not back in her hospital room? I think she got discharged because her injuries weren't that bad, so we thought she might have come here, Yaoyorozu said, looking at them questioningly. Not back at the dorms either, Ribbit. You don't know where she is, Ida said, his throat dry. That's not good. Mr. Aizawa was looking for her. Something about keeping an eye on those involved in the incident, Mina said as she walked over to Bakugo's bed. Ida and Todoroki exchanged worried glances. She's probably fine, right? Holy cow! Mina exclaimed, breaking them from their thoughts. Look at those scars. She pointed at Bakugo's exposed stomach. Kaminari and Shiro rushed over to get a better look, while Azui and Yaoyorozu stayed by the door, concern etched on their faces. That's messed up, Kaminari said, trailing off. Kaminari! Don't say those things. Yaoyorozu scolded. Sorry. Not a big deal. Bakugo grumbled. Doesn't even hurt. He hated admitting any weakness. What did Aizawa tell you about it? Kirishima asked, looking a bit worried. He said Midoriya attacked Uraraka while they were training, then you guys came along and he hurt you. He said you and Bakugo got the worst of it, but you would be fine. He didn't tell us more, he looked pretty stressed, which I can understand, Shiro explained. He also came by a while ago and told us we could visit him, but you guys couldn't, Mina added. We didn't think it was this bad. She grimaced. I can't believe Midoriya would do that. He always seems so cheerful. Something must be really wrong with him. Don't talk about him like that, Todoroki said calmly, standing up. Please stop. Midoriya just happened to be unlucky. This isn't his fault. He would never do this, Ida insisted on behalf of his friend. I just find it so hard to believe. Where is she? Aizawa stormed into the room, his presence silencing everyone instantly. Not in here, Yaoyorozu replied, her worry evident as she bravely spoke up. Aizawa's gaze locked onto Bakugo, who quickly looked away. He then turned to Kirishima, who mirrored Bakugo's reaction, followed by Ida and Todoroki. Aizawa growled, What are you hiding? The room fell into a tense silence. Where is she? He demanded. It didn't take long for one of them to break under the pressure. Concern was etched on their faces. She went to see Deku. Aizawa rushed out the door with urgency. He slammed the door open, only to find the chair empty. Uraraka was gone. No one was there. Not good, he yelled, frustration boiling over. He stormed back to the hospital room, glaring at his students. What is wrong with all of you? He snapped. Everyone was too stunned to respond. He's gone. They all erupted in chaos. What do you mean? How? Did he take Uraraka? Oh no. Would Uraraka let him go? Mr. Aizawa, how could he have gotten free? A voice rang out, silencing the room. Well, Todoroki, maybe if any of you had followed my orders, he wouldn't be free. What were we supposed to do? Bakugo shouted. Stop Uraraka. How could you let her go see him? He's clearly unstable. Aizawa's frustration was palpable. Were the restraints undone or broken? Kirishima suggested, trying to bring some rationality to the situation. Aizawa took a deep breath. Broken. So he broke himself out? Yaoyorozu pondered. It seems that way, Azui added. Was there a lock, or were they buckled? Buckled, Aizawa replied, his anger beginning to simmer down. If the League took him, they probably wouldn't have broken the restraints, Shiro noted. But we can't rule that out, right? Kaminari countered. Aizawa was impressed. They were thinking like heroes. Yet, his anger lingered. I can't waste my time here, I have to go to the police, he said, his tone shifting to annoyance. Do not go investigate. He turned to leave, adding, if you even attempt to look for them, I'll expel you. No leeway this time. I'm done being nice, this situation is serious. Yes, sir, they all replied in unison. Once he left, the students exchanged worried glances in silence. What the heck? Kaminari finally broke the silence. We should probably go, Yaoyorozu suggested awkwardly, fear evident in her voice. They were all scared. Azui shot them a stern look that seemed out of place on her gentle features. Don't look for them, she said firmly. They nodded in agreement. Yaoyorozu and Azui exited, followed closely by Kaminari and Shiro. Kaminari paused at the doorway, gesturing to Ida and Todoroki. You guys should probably come back to the dorms too. That would be wise, Ida said slowly as he stood to leave. Todoroki's brows were furrowed, his expression mirroring Aizawa's frustration. He walked stiffly toward the group leaving. What are you so upset about, half and half? Bakugo growled. What do you think? Todoroki shot back. There's no point in being angry about it. Get over it, that nerd wouldn't hurt her, Bakugo said, though he wasn't entirely convinced of his own words. If Uraraka gets hurt, I'll never forgive myself, Todoroki said, lowering his head as he walked away. Ida, Kaminari, and Shiro exchanged worried glances before following him. We'll come back soon, Ida waved at Bakugo and Kirishima, still in their hospital beds. Yeah, Recovery Girl said one more healing session, so we'll be back soon. Kirishima tried to sound upbeat, but concern was evident in his voice. Ida nodded and followed his friends back to the dorms. What are you doing here? Shigaraki questioned. Where else would I go? I don't know. Shigaraki growled. Let me go talk to Kurojairi. Wait here. He slammed the door and called out, Kurori, come here. The warp villain appeared, asking politely, what do you need, Tamura? He's here. Shigaraki stammered, anxiety creeping in. Why was he here? Kurojairi looked confused. Who? Midoriya. Shigaraki exclaimed. How did he find our location? Kurojairi asked. How am I supposed to know? Just calm down, I'll go deal with him. Shigaraki huffed in annoyance as Kurojairi left to answer the door. Come in, Midoriya, he said awkwardly. To what do we owe this pleasure? I have nowhere else to go, Izuku said, looking at the floor. Suddenly he dashed back outside, stopping just outside the door. He bent down and pulled a girl into view. What the Midoriya, what is that? Kurojairi's professionalism faltered for a moment. Uraraka, he replied simply. Why do you have her? Shigaraki stepped closer to Kurojairi. What are you being so loud for? What the hell? That's not your mission, Kurojairi stated firmly, regaining his composure. You were supposed to eliminate the students, not capture them. The girl was draped over Izuku's shoulder, and Shigaraki wondered if she was even conscious. Her eyes were closed, and she wasn't moving. Izuku looked down, guilt weighing heavily on him. I know. I got caught by the heroes and they tied me up. So when she came to visit me, I captured her, thinking we could use her as leverage. His voice was filled with sorrow. Shigaraki let out a long, heavy sigh. Kurojairi, just take them both to one of the cellars. Put them in the same one, I don't care, he said, exasperated. Of course. Kurojairi opened a warp gate beneath Izuku's feet, and he and Uraraka slipped through, landing on a hard surface. We'll be back, Kurojairi's voice echoed as the warp disappeared. Oh. Izuku rubbed his head, glancing at Uraraka sprawled on the ground beside him. Guilt washed over him. He bent down and carefully moved her to the only bed, laying her down gently. Her head would surely hurt when she woke up. He looked at the blanket, debating whether to cover her with it. It was stained and torn, likely uncomfortable. He decided against it and sat on the floor, leaning against the side of the bed. Izuku felt a deep ache in his chest. It was guilt and fear that wouldn't fade. Should he have brought her here? Did he sign both of their death sentences? What have I done? The thought wormed its way into his head, and the weight of what he had attempted to do to his friends hit him hard. His body trembled as he buried his head in his hands, silently screaming, "What have I done? Oh God, I'm a monster." But. Izuku felt a wave of fear wash over him because he barely felt any guilt. He thought of all the wrongs he had committed and could only scream and cry, overwhelmed by confusion. Just end it," he whispered. Deku." Izuku stood up straight and backed into the corner of the room. He wasn't in the mood for this. No, not right now. He felt so weak, so helpless. What did you say, Deku?" Uraraka's voice trembled. Don't say it, I said end it. I want to disappear." "Why would," her voice hitched, "you say that?" He looked at the floor, biting his lip. Uraraka gazed at him with sorrow. Then she realized she had no idea where they were. She quickly turned to him. Where are we?" Her lip trembled. "I brought you here." He was relieved to change the subject. He felt so exhausted. "Where?" "Please, just tell me," she pleaded. "With villains." He couldn't bear to meet her gaze, knowing he would break if he did. "How did we get here?" "I brought you here." "Why?" "Don't break, stop," his voice cracked. "I don't know." He heard the bed creak, and he knew she had gotten up. He heard her footsteps approaching and he panicked. "Don't touch me," he shouted, causing her to flinch back. "I just want to help you." Her voice wobbled. "You can't," he said, breaking down. "You can't help me." "Look at me, Deku," she said softly. No, I can't. I can't. He slowly lifted his eyes, afraid of what he would find in hers. Pity? Fear? It didn't matter. Price? Understanding? Forgiving? After everything he had done? Izuku fell to his knees, overwhelmed with emotion. "I don't deserve forgiveness. I don't deserve anything. The only thing I deserve is to suffer." "But you do deserve forgiveness." Of course, he said that out loud. "Stupid habits. And you don't deserve to disappear either," Uraraka said passionately. "Stop pitying me," he cried. "I'm not," she replied softly. He didn't respond after that, only continued to scream and cry. Uraraka desperately wanted to comfort him, but she knew he would react poorly. So she stayed back, watching her friend in pain. "Please stop," she whispered after a while. He lifted his head to look at her and gave her a heartbreaking smile. "I want to hurt you, and I don't know why." She didn't have a response to that. "I have to help him, I have to, but I don't know how." All they could do was marvel at their own helplessness. Uraraka decided that any attempt at talking or comforting wouldn't help. So she accepted that space was what he needed right now. She crawled back onto the creaky bed and cried because there was nothing else to do. She was taken by her best friend, brought to people who would harm her if she acted out, and stuck with someone she felt was beyond saving. She didn't think it could get any worse, but she had no idea what the villains were planning for her. 2 days passed. Ochako didn't know how much time had gone by. A villain with purple scars brought them food twice a day. Deku didn't eat. He barely moved from the corner. A couple of plates of food sat untouched beside him. One time, when the guy Uraraka assumed was Dabi brought them food, he noticed Izuku's full plates and became upset. "Why aren't you eating, huh?" Dabi growled. Izuku remained silent. He hadn't spoken since the other day. With Uraraka, Dabi tensed with anger. "You really want to starve that badly, huh?" He kicked the plates of food, sending them splattering to the ground. Izuku stayed curled in the corner, unfazed. He hadn't flinched or moved at all. Uraraka was worried. "Don't ignore me," Dabi shouted, rearing his foot back and striking Izuku in the stomach. Uraraka rushed over, wrapping her arms around the villain in a futile attempt to make him stop. He threw her to the ground and turned back to Izuku. "I don't even know why you both are still alive. Shigaraki should just take care of you," he said coldly before delivering another swift kick to Izuku and walking away. Uraraka stayed stunned on the floor for a moment before scrambling over to Izuku. She heard the door slam and lock as Dabi left. She knelt beside Izuku and slowly placed her hand on his back. He didn't react. "Does it hurt?" she asked quietly. She thought she saw him shake his head no. Doesn't hurt? She asked again. She saw him shake his head yes, which filled her with relief because he was actually responding. She looked at him. He was shaking. Of course he was hurting. He had just been kicked hard in the stomach by an adult. He slowly moved his hands to hold his stomach and curled up in a ball. I thought you said it didn't hurt. Let me help you please. She cut off as she saw him raise his hand shakily. She watched as it slowly moved toward her and weakly rested on her shoulder. Then he pushed. He was trying to push her away. He brought his hand back and curled back in on himself. She wanted to see his eyes, but they were hidden beneath the shadow of his hair. She hadn't seen his eyes in a while. She got up and slowly picked up the food covering the floor, piling it together. She looked down at her green-haired friend, an overwhelming sadness weighing her down. He didn't have much longer. Oi, Shigaraki, what are you going to do with those kids? Dabi huffed. Huh? Shigaraki asked, sounding uninterested. Those stupid hero students Kurojairi asked me to bring food for. Oh right. I dunno, still planning, he replied, clearly uninterested. Kurojairi suddenly appeared next to Shigaraki. Actually, Dabi, we believe we have a plan. Shigaraki rolled his eyes, and Dabi tapped his foot impatiently. Then what is it? A trade. The students for All Might, Kurojairi said proudly. I prefer that over the original plan, Shigaraki rasped. What was the original plan? Dabi asked curiously. To have Midoriya take out as many people as possible, then eliminate him, Shigaraki replied plainly. The death of All Might is our priority, Kurojairi added. I thought the original plan would work too. We were so close but that fool had to get caught. How disappointing. But if we return Midoriya to the heroes, he might still succeed in his mission, Kurojairi suggested helpfully. I don't care, I just want to take down All Might. Dabi remained silent. He followed Stain's ideals, and the death of All Might wasn't something he desired. However, he felt he had little say in the matter. Whatever, just get it done soon, Dabi growled. Shigaraki, would you like to record the ransom video soon? Why not? Alright, you little troublemakers, let's get this over with. Shigaraki opened the door to their prison and glared at them. He walked over and grabbed Izuku by the back of his shirt, pulling him up roughly. Izuku, still in his hero costume, swayed slightly but remained standing, waiting for Shigaraki to lead him out. Shigaraki approached Uraraka and pulled a small rope from his pocket, tying her hands together tightly. It hurt slightly, but she remained silent, knowing that angering him could lead to dire consequences. Follow, he commanded as he exited the room. Uraraka glanced back to see if Izuku was complying, and thankfully he was, causing her to sigh in relief. However, that relief was short-lived as fear gripped her. What was about to happen? Were they going to be killed? Were they being moved to a different location? Would they face torture? They arrived at another room where a chair and a camera were set up. There was only one chair and a couple of ropes beside it. Uraraka gulped, realizing those were meant for her. What were they planning to do? What's with that look? Shigaraki smiled menacingly. Go ahead, sit down. Uraraka reluctantly obeyed and sat on the rickety wooden chair. Shigaraki turned to Izuku and commanded, stand next to her, I'll be right back. Izuku walked stiffly to Uraraka's side, and she watched with wide eyes as Shigaraki left the room. This was her chance to escape. She quickly stood up and looked back at Izuku. His eyes were fixed on the floor as he spoke softly, stop. Deku, this is our chance. We have to go, she whispered urgently. Uraraka quickly realized why Shigaraki felt comfortable leaving them alone. Izuku wasn't going anywhere, and she wouldn't leave without him. If she did, Shigaraki would surely harm him. With a sigh, she sat back down in the chair. He really was the worst. I'm going to save both of us, she declared quietly. Whether he heard her or not, she meant every word. All right, Dabi, please tie her up, she heard Shigaraki return with Dabi behind him. Kurojairi appeared behind the camera to ensure it was working properly. Dabi walked over to Uraraka, grabbed the ropes, and secured her tightly. All right, let's do this. Oh, can I watch please? A high-pitched voice piped up from the room. Dabi face-bombed, and Shigaraki rolled his eyes. A girl with messy blonde hair tied up in 2 buns entered. Uraraka inhaled sharply. Himiko Toga. Whatever, let's just get this over with, Shigaraki grumbled. Do you know what you want to say, Tamura? Kurogiri asked. Yeah, Shigaraki waved him off. And you too, stay out of the shot. He pointed at Toga and Dabi. Dabi nodded, while Toga squealed in excitement. Shigaraki shot her a look. She was certainly odd. Can I make Izuku look all pretty? Oh, please let me, she begged. Shigaraki rolled his eyes, realizing she wouldn't stop asking unless he gave in. 1 cut, he allowed. She jumped up and down, pulling out her knife and rushing toward Izuku, who stood completely still despite the circumstances. Toga examined him, deciding where to make her mark. She grabbed his chin, forcing him to look at her, and gazed into his eyes before giggling. Your freckles are so cute, I think I'll cut right here. She brought the knife up to his face and slid it down his cheek slowly. Izuku flinched at the touch of the knife, feeling the sting on his skin. He wanted it to stop, but he remained silent and still. This was his punishment for being a failure. That's so adorable, she exclaimed as she pulled the knife away, leaving a mark on his cheek. Tamura, please let me do more. No, that's enough. I bet seeing him hurt a little will make the heroes squirm. I love the thought. He laughed as he approached the 2 hostages. Get out of the shot, he glared at Toga. She quickly stepped aside, turning to watch. Shigaraki leaned toward Izuku and whispered something in his ear. Uraraka strained to listen but caught nothing. All right, girl, Shigaraki leaned in closer. I want you to say something like, help me, or, please come save me. Something like that so they'll agree to my demands. I can't do that, she began. Do it or else. Uraraka gulped audibly and quickly nodded. But, Kurogiri, start the recording. Of course. Kurogiri pressed the button and gestured for Shigaraki to begin. Well, hello there, heroes, he said with a wide smile. What do we have here? 2 UA students, isn't that nice? Shigaraki turned to Uraraka and narrowed his eyes. She guessed that was her cue. Please save us, was all she managed to say. Izuku stood silently in the background, and Uraraka wondered what his role in this was. That's right, I have them, and here's what I want. I want All Might to come alone to the address I attached to this recording. That's right, an exchange, All Might for these students. I won't hesitate to harm them if he doesn't come alone or at all. And maybe, I won't harm them at all. Perhaps your dear Midoriya will turn against the girl instead. A UA student is in serious trouble. He started laughing. Midoriya, show them I'm serious, he commanded. Izuku pulled a knife out of his pocket and brought it close to his own throat. Shigaraki's face twisted in anger as he yelled at Izuku, I told you to do it to the girl, not yourself. Shigaraki looked extremely frustrated, and Uraraka could only watch in fear as he held up his hand near Izuku's face. Uraraka gasped in horror as Shigaraki pressed all 5 of his fingers down on Izuku's face for just a second before pulling away. Parts of Izuku's skin began to crumble slightly. He clutched his face in his hands as he fell to his knees. Tisk, these brats are so annoying. Shigaraki turned towards the camera. Don't worry, your precious student isn't dead, he taunted. But I'll make sure both of them suffer if you don't comply with my demands. Got it? Kurogiri ended the video. Deku! Uraraka screamed as soon as the video was over. Deku, are you okay? He's fine, would you be quiet? Shigaraki snarled at her. I barely used my disintegration on him. But he's hurt, she cried. Shigaraki walked over to where Izuku lay kneeling on the ground. Shigaraki glared at him in anger. His video was ruined because of him, and he didn't have enough patience to try again. Shigaraki lifted his foot back and kicked Izuku in the side of the head, leaving him sprawled out on the floor. Kurogiri, get these 2 back in their room, they annoy me. As you wish. Toshinori hadn't gotten a good night's sleep in ages. The constant worry and guilt of what was happening never failed to keep him awake. He hadn't heard anything from Izuku or Uraraka. For all he knew, they could both be in grave danger. For the first time in what felt like forever, Toshinori felt his eyelids grow heavy, and he decided to rest for just a little while. He felt he didn't deserve any sleep, but he needed to recharge to keep searching for his students. He drifted off slowly, and in his dreams, a woman appeared before him. Toshinori stared wide-eyed at her. He recognized her instantly. It was his master, Nana Shimura. Well, Toshinori, it seems you've gotten into a lot of trouble. Master? He felt tears well in his eyes. Everything is messed up. My successor I know, Toshi. I've come here to talk to you. I've seen the future, and I need you to know that whatever happens next, you can't lose hope. What's going to happen? He cried. I can't tell you, Toshi. It's not good. A few tears sprang to her eyes. Everything is a mess. I'm going to find someone with a quirk that might be able to help and send them here. Please, you must tell me more, he screamed. I can't. I don't have much time. Don't give up. She started to fade. Please don't give up. And then she was gone. Deku, oh my God, are you okay? Uraraka knelt over him. He stayed completely still and silent. How long was he going to do this? Deku, please talk to me, she cried, her concern growing. Was he planning something? What did he hope to do? His head probably hurt a lot. She hesitantly rested her hand in his fluffy curls and massaged his head. She looked at his face and noticed his lips moving. I can't hear what you're saying, she said softly. She leaned closer as he spoke a little louder. I don't like being touched, he whispered. He was talking. I'm going to help you sit up, okay? Uraraka said, trying to lift his shoulders so he was slumped against the wall. He let his hair fall in front of his eyes as his head hung forward. She looked at him with pity. For some reason, he seemed to be in a talking mood, and she was going to take full advantage of that. Are you okay? He nodded slightly. She didn't believe him for a second, but she kept going. Why don't you like being touched? She asked cautiously. It didn't seem like a hard question. His voice was scratchy and cracked after not being used for so long at a decent volume. People only touch me to hurt. She swallowed the lump in her throat. Why are you talking to me now, Deku? You've been so silent the past few days, why? He stayed silent for a long time, and Uraraka assumed he wasn't going to answer, but then his shaky voice spoke. I've been thinking, his voice sounded terrible, but Uraraka ignored it, about what I should do. Did you decide? Fear clogged her throat. Yeah. What is it then? Kirishima and Bakugo had been released from the hospital and allowed to return to class. Not that there was any class to go back to, school had been cancelled for the time being. All the students were confined to the dormitories, no one in, no one out, except for staff members. This particular day wasn't very different from the others. Most of the students just lazed around, unwilling to really interact with each other as they were all upset. Aizawa came to check in on them once a day, ensuring everyone was present, and then he would leave. Today, however, hadn't shown up yet. Most of the class was gathered in the common area as they waited for him, and with each passing second, their worry grew. After 2 hours of him not showing up, the class began to panic. What do we do? Is he okay? Did something happen? Would you all be quiet? One voice yelled as loudly as possible, silencing the entire room. You're all so annoying, quite worrying. Bakugo couldn't deny that he was indeed worried, but he hated how annoying his classmates were being. Thank you, Bakugo, Ida said hesitantly. Worrying won't help anything. Ida seemed the most affected by the recent events. Both of his closest friends were missing, and who knew if they were alive or not. Yeah, I see him. Ashido yelled, pointing out the window. The class erupted in noise as Aizawa slammed open the door. Shut up, all of you, he yelled, glaring at them. Aizawa, what happened? Ida asked as soon as the class quieted. Aizawa took a long, deep breath. The League of Villains has them. The room fell silent. This was one of their worst fears. And they sent a ransom video. Aizawa, Bakugo, and Ida were growing weary of the class bursting out with questions and comments. Aizawa glared at his students, waiting for them to settle down. They want to trade, all might for the students. Bakugo was the first to speak, his voice small and shaky. You can't. We have to, Aizawa sighed. It's our only choice. Can we see the video? A hesitant voice asked. Kirishima? We can't just ask that, Yaoyorozu scolded. I have to know if they're okay. Tears streamed down Kirishima's face as he interrupted her. I would also like to see, Ida added quietly. Aizawa looked thoughtfully at his students. Those who wish to see the video can stay down here. Those who don't think they can handle it can leave. I'll go get a copy. He turned to leave. I don't think my heart could take it. Koda said shyly. Me either. Hagakure responded. A few others nodded in agreement. Bakugo felt his anger boiling over. If you can't handle it, then don't be a hero, he yelled. A few students flinched but nodded in understanding. The class silently agreed to watch it together for their friend's sake. When their teacher returned, he set it on the TV, and the entire class watched. Some students already started to tear up as the video flickered to life, revealing Uraraka and Izuku. There's a cut on Midoriya's cheek, Tokoyami commented sadly. Please save us, the recording pleaded. All the girls in the class were now crying. They listened intently as Shigaraki spoke about a trade, causing Bakugo and many others to tense up. Then Shigaraki mentioned something about a UA student committing a grave act. And Izuku raised a knife to his throat. What are you doing? Bakugo yelled in shock. Midoriya! Todoroki cried. Oh no, does he die? Mr. Aizawa, please. Stop Midoriya. Ida whimpered. Aizawa's expression darkened as he turned away. He doesn't die, he confirmed. A few others looked away. I told you to do it to the girl, not yourself. The video hummed angrily. Nobody had dry eyes or remained quiet as they watched Shigaraki press his fingers against their friend's face, causing him to crumble for just a moment. He fell to his knees silently, and the class erupted in cries. Shigaraki snarled a threat and concluded, Got it? They all felt helpless. They knew the sad truth. Midoriya hadn't struggled or resisted as he was hurt. He stood united and unmoving in the back of the video, ready to hold a knife to his own throat. Even if they somehow got him back, things would never be the same. Dabi entered the room with another meal. He was growing tired of this, especially since Izuku refused to eat. He dropped the plates of food on the ground. Great. Hello. A middle-aged man stood nervously at a door. The woman from my dream said this was the place. I hope I'm not going crazy. He knocked again. Does anyone live here? He waited for a moment and perked up when he heard a few locks being undone. He peered around the corner to see a skeletal man. That's All Might. All Might? He blurted. Toshinori looked at him wide-eyed. How did you find where I live? He asked seriously, ignoring the man's shock. I've been sent here, he said sheepishly. Bye. Toshinori was close to shutting the door in his face. He wasn't in the mood for a fan who had found where he lived. He had somewhere to be soon. This woman appeared in my dream and insisted I come here. Toshinori stopped breathing for a moment. Master said she would. What was her name again? The man paused for a moment. Oh, I got it, Nana Shimura, was it? Why did she send you here? Toshinori grabbed the man's wrist and looked intently at him. Tell me, he demanded. Oh, of course. She sent me to help you. She said you were in a bad situation. All Might, are you in a bad situation? The man asked nervously. All Might glanced at his watch and froze. He had to leave. I'm very sorry, sir, but I have somewhere to be. He was out of time. The trade was going to happen soon. He was in danger. That's okay, the man looked happy. The woman said you would leave for a bit, then return, so I'm fine with waiting. That I would return? What on earth is going to happen? I'm sorry that I have to leave you all. Tears welled in Toshinori's eyes as he bid farewell to his friends. Confusion lingered in his mind about what the man at his house had said, but he knew he had to say goodbye. You might be able to fight back, Midnight cried. I don't have any power left, he replied firmly. There's a chance you could come back alive, Aizawa said seriously. We don't know what they plan to do with you. Toshinori looked at Aizawa sadly. I think we both know what they want to do with me. Aizawa clenched his teeth. They had no options. All the teachers, Tsukachi, and Gran Torino were present, each one tearful as they said their goodbyes. Please don't be too upset, Toshinori pleaded. I've made peace with it. I'll do whatever I can for the safety of my students. You can't make peace with dying, with ceasing to exist, Aizawa growled. I truly am sorry. Just please take care of young Midoriya's mental health, as well as whatever young Uraraka needs. All Might, you are a true hero. Thank you for your sacrifice. If we had any other choice, things would be different, Nedza said, looking downcast. Thank you, came the chorus of voices. Toshinori smiled weakly as everyone thanked him and hugged him. Please, please, thank me when our students return safely. This is the specified spot and time. They should be here soon. Toshinori stepped into the alleyway and looked around. I'm here, he called out. Nothing stirred, and silence enveloped him. He fiddled with the tracker in his pocket. If there was a chance his attackers didn't eliminate him right away, he could be rescued by the heroes. He knew the odds were slim. They would only come if the students were safe. No actions were to be made unless the students were safe. He leaned against a building and waited. The villains are kind of late, huh? Did I get the day wrong? Toshinori checked his watch and sighed with anxiety. The villains were supposed to meet him 30 minutes ago. He began pacing, anxiety gnawing at him. His eyes darted around the alleyway. Where are they? He noticed something on the ground, a small piece of paper. He walked over and picked it up, noticing it was taped down. The slip had another address. Was this from the villains? They want me to go somewhere else? He quickly got in the car and drove. When he arrived at the address, recognition washed over him. It resembled the bar the villains had used before the heroes raided it. It wasn't the same place, but it was oddly similar. Why would the villains lead me straight to their hideout? He parked the car and knocked on the door. Hello, he called anxiously. He knocked harder, and the door creaked open. What is going on? The second the door opened, Toshinori was hit with a terrible smell. I'm here to collect my students, he said cautiously. Silence enveloped him, and a terrible feeling settled in his stomach. He entered the place and looked around, covering his mouth as the smell intensified. Worry surged with each passing second. He started walking, which turned into running, and then full-blown sprinting. Where are they? Where are they? He kicked open doors and fiddled with locks. Young Midoriya. Miss Uraraka, he yelled loudly. Please answer. He stopped abruptly in front of a door, his hand trembling. This room filled him with unease. Is anyone in there? He asked, terrified. He slowly opened the door and looked inside. Oh no! Toshinori gasped, feeling nausea wash over him. He fell to his knees, overwhelmed by despair. No, please. There before him were the lifeless forms of Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka. Toshinori fumbled for his phone and called the first contact. Come here now, he screamed before ending the call. He rushed towards his students, desperation clawing at him. Dear God, is there any chance either of them is alive? As Toshinori searched for a pulse on his successor, his heart sank at the sight of the injury on Izuku's throat. He screamed in agony when he found no pulse. He rushed over to Uraraka, who was covered in wounds. Who did this? There was no pulse. He screamed into his hands, feeling as if time stood still until a cold hand was placed on his back as reinforcements arrived. He heard a voice telling him to calm down, but it meant nothing to him. He felt like nothing. Toshinori stared blankly at the walls of the police station, certain he had been there for hours. A television hummed in the background, and he listened to every word. After the beloved hero, All Might, went to the scene to recover the kidnapped students, he discovered what appeared to be a tragic incident. Toshinori squeezed his eyes shut as each word felt like poison. One student, Izuku Midoriya, appears to have attacked and harmed his classmate, Ochako Uraraka. Another type of blood has also been identified at the scene. Authorities have concluded that Midoriya harmed his classmate before tragically taking his own life. The news story looped endlessly in his mind. More on the story after this short break. Story? There was no story, it was an endless nightmare. Toshinori, you have to fix this. A voice echoed in his head. How could I possibly fix this? Toshinori, I told you not to lose hope. Don't you remember? There's nothing to hope for anymore. Toshi, the man. I sent a man to your house. Toshinori shot his head up. Of course. The man his master had sent to help him. Maybe there was hope. Dead. Bakugo choked, the first to speak among his classmates, all frozen in shock. Yes, Aizawa began firmly. But the bodies could have been fake, right? Kirishima's body shook uncontrollably. Staged. Aizawa's teeth clenched, and his eyes watered against his will. They sampled the blood. It was them. They're gone. No, Ida whispered, falling to his knees and repeating the phrase, no, 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 no. You can't be serious, Mr. Aizawa. Aizawa, Midoriya is strong, he wouldn't die, Todoroki said, clenching his fists. He wouldn't leave us, neither would Uraraka. His voice was filled with emotion. No, 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 Ida murmured in the background. Deku can't die. Bakugo shouted, his hair shadowing his eyes. He said he would be number one, he can't just vanish. His voice echoed with desperation. Oachiko, Azui said, covering her face with her hands. No, 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 no. See, calm down, Aizawa commanded, though his voice trembled with emotion. 2 of his students had perished, and he felt he had failed to save them. What is there to be calm about? Kaminari yelled, electricity crackling around him, a sign of his rising emotions. Our classmates, our friends, Ashido sobbed, unable to finish her thought. We have to stay strong, Yaoyorozu's voice cracked on the last word. How could she encourage her classmates to be strong when she felt so weak herself? Ida, snap out of it. Shiro cried, kneeling in front of him and gripping his shoulders. They're gone, my friends are gone, Ida's voice broke. Ida! Shiro shook him, and Todoroki knelt down to help, even as his own body trembled. Stop, Ida, please stop, we can't take it, Todoroki said, tears streaming down his face as he embraced Ida in a hug. It wasn't long before Shiro joined the hug, followed by Kirishima, Ashido, Azui, and even Bakugo. Soon, all of Class 1A was huddled together, weeping for the loss of their dear friends. Toshinori burst through the door of his home. The man from earlier sat on his couch, looking at him. Took you long enough. I've been waiting forever. What's got you looking so distressed? The man seemed oblivious to the news unfolding outside. My students, Toshinori choked out. The man looked at him questioningly. I need to save them, please help me. He broke down on the floor, clinging to the hope that he could make things right. What happened while you were gone? The man sputtered. In news, Toshinori managed to say, overwhelmed with grief. His successor was gone. The man looked confused for a moment before understanding dawned on him. He reached for the remote and changed the station. After the tragic event that transpired, we can only hope UA can recover from the loss of their students. A funeral will be held at a later date for the 2 students, Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka. The flickering glare of the TV reflected in the man's eyes. Those were your students? Toshinori nodded weakly. Oh God, I never thought, oh my God. See, can you help me? It makes sense why that woman appeared in my dreams and sent me here. The man offered Toshinori a small smile. What can you? Well, All Might, my friend, are we friends? I would like to be friends with someone so great. Please tell me. All Might, I can send people back in time. Toshinori stopped breathing. You? Yup. The man smiled brightly. It has a few drawbacks, and it's not always accurate, but I can help. I can't believe it. Toshinori exclaimed, jumping to his feet. This is amazing, this is fantastic. I can save young Midoriya, young Uraraka, I can make everything okay. Yeah, the man said, looking down, his expression darkening. The drawback for me is that I remember every timeline, and it starts to mess with my mind. Like brain damage? Toshinori whispered. Yeah, like brain damage, it's really not If, Toshinori gulped, you don't want to do it. I don't want to cause you harm. No, it's okay. I can see how much you care about these people. Plus, I've only used my quirk a few times in my life. One more time shouldn't damage my mind extensively. Thank you, I cannot express how much this means to me. Toshinori smiled at him. Now, tell me about your quirk. Of course. My quirk allows me to send myself or others back in time by a few weeks or days. It is possible to alter the timeline. Now, the drawbacks, you already know what happens to me, but the people I send go through a lot of physical strain. I mean, they're being forced through time, he explained. I can't go, Toshinori said suddenly. My body is too weak. That's not a problem, we can send someone else. Who should I send? You can send multiple people if you like. Would it hurt you more? Nope. Toshinori thought carefully. He knew who to send. I'll be back, let me go get them. Toshinori rushed out the door, leaving the man staring after him. Where is everyone? Toshinori asked as he stood in the living room of the UA dorms. Only Tokoyami sat in the gathering room. Rooms, he muttered. I don't have time to waste, I need to do this now. Thank you. Toshinori rushed off. He seems too happy, Tokoyami grumbled darkly. After a few minutes, Toshinori had gathered the people he wanted to send back. What do you look so happy for, huh? Bakugo snarled at him. You seem too chipper, isn't your successor gone? Successor? Todoroki side-eyed Bakugo. Bakugo! Toshinori exclaimed. Who cares? Deku is gone. Bakugo shouted. Bakugo, please, don't talk like that, Kirishima said weakly. Oh my, what is this? Ida asked, sadness in his eyes. There's hope, Toshinori said, silencing them all. He would send Bakugo, Todoroki, Ida, and Kirishima back in time to save Izuku from the villains and himself. I've been thinking about what I should do, Izuku said hesitantly. Did you decide? Uraraka asked, her voice trembling with concern. Yeah. What is it then? Izuku hesitated, his silence heavy with unspoken thoughts. Uraraka gently shook his shoulders, urging him to share. Deku, please tell me. What's going on? Is he going to hurt himself? He has to tell me. Maybe he'll find a way to get us out of here. Die. Her heart sank. Did I? She echoed, confusion and fear mingling in her voice. You mean our kidnappers die? He remained silent, his gaze distant. Deku, tell me who's going to die. She was interrupted by a sudden, sharp pain coursing through her. He still had the knife that Shigaraki had given him earlier. We're going to die, Izuku said, his tone chilling. Deku. Stop. The pain made her head spin. It's the only way the pain can end, he said, a sad smile on his face as tears streamed down his cheeks. She gasped as he withdrew the knife and pressed it against her heart. Her body went limp, and she collapsed to the ground. Izuku stared down at her, choking back sobs. What have I done? He froze as the door creaked open. A voice cut through the air. Midoriya, I'm going to make you pay for not listening to me during that video. The voice trailed off as he took in the scene before him. It was Shigaraki. Izuku turned his head slowly, his pupils narrowing in shock. What the hell are you doing? Shigaraki stammered, disbelief etched on his face. He had come to teach Izuku a lesson, not to find this. It's your fault, Izuku muttered, his eyes cast down, hiding behind his messy hair. What the Shigaraki barely managed to speak before Izuku lunged at him, fueled by rage and desperation. It's all your fault. Izuku shouted as he drove the knife into his captor. The surge of energy from Izuku's quirk was the last thing Shigaraki ever experienced. He fell to the ground lifeless. Izuku trembled, overwhelmed by the chaos around him. He had taken 2 lives. He took the knife from Shigaraki's body, examining it. Once shiny and cold, it was now stained with warmth. His gaze swept the room, landing on Uraraka's still form before returning to Shigaraki. He felt nausea rise within him. After wiping his mouth, he sat cross-legged on the floor, the knife resting in his hands. Though no one was there to hear him, he began to speak. Todoroki, I'm sorry. I saved you, but I couldn't save myself. Ida, I'm sorry. I told you that you could talk to me about your problems, and I never did. All Might, I'm sorry. I was too weak to handle your power. Uraraka, I killed you. I killed you. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Aizawa, and to the rest of the class. I was trying to be a hero and I failed. I'm sorry, Kaken. Izuku gripped the knife tightly, raising it to his throat. You were right all these years. I'm sorry I didn't listen. I'm worthless after all. In a moment of despair, he slid the knife across his throat. He collapsed to the ground, darkness closing in around him. Shigaraki went to see those brats a while ago, didn't he? Why isn't he back yet? Dabi asked Kurogiri. I suppose you're right. I'll go check on him, Kurogiri replied. Do you think he killed the Midoriya brat? Dabi asked, curiosity piqued. I'm not sure, Kurogiri answered before warping away. The moment he arrived, he fell to his knees. Holy Shigaraki, did you are you? Kurogiri approached cautiously, searching for any sign of life. He found none. Did Midoriya do this? Kurogiri wondered aloud, shock washing over him. Dabi entered, his eyes widening. What the hell is taking so long, oh my god, he exclaimed. What are we going to do? Dabi turned away, unable to face the scene. We have to leave, Kurogiri managed to say. We'll leave a note for the heroes. They'll be devastated after this. Our plan is ruined. Shigaraki. Kurogiri warped Shigaraki's body away, leaving the two students behind. Gather everyone. We have an emergency hideout. We're going there. Anger laced Kurogiri's voice. I'll leave a note for the heroes. This plan was a failure, he said, glancing at the blood-stained ground. A total failure. Chapter end. Side story over. This continues from There Is Hope. What hope? Deku's gone, and there's nothing to change that, Bakugo growled. There is something that can change that, Toshinori said firmly. All eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Todoroki asked, astonished. Just come with me and I can explain, okay? Toshinori smiled reassuringly. Ida's hands trembled as he looked down. Is this some kind of joke? He asked coldly. Young Ida. No, All Might. You can't bring the dead back to life. You can't. Ida, please listen to me. Everything is going to be okay. Toshinori placed a comforting hand on Ida's shoulder. We can fix this. I'll go, Kirishima said. I will too, Todoroki added hesitantly. I'm not sure what your plan is, but I trust you. Are you all insane? The dead can't come back. Are you all delusional? Bakugo snapped. I'll do it, Ida said resolutely. If there is some way. I have to. You guys. Fine, Bakugo relented. Thank you all of you. Please come to my house. Your house? I never thought I'd be at the #1 hero's house in my lifetime, Bakugo said as he stepped inside. It's kind of small. Don't you have a lot of money? Todoroki asked, a hint of rudeness in his tone. I don't want anything big, Toshinori replied simply. Guys, there's someone here. Kirishima exclaimed, getting into a defensive stance. Don't worry, Toshinori chuckled. I have a few people here. Huh. Bakugo looked at him, confused. They walked into the front room. All Might, you're back, a stranger exclaimed. Who are you? Bakugo yelled. Young Bakugo. This man is going to help us. Toshinori scolded. Yup, with my quirk, the man chimed in. That which you still haven't told us about yet, Todoroki pointed out, eyeing Toshinori. I'm here too, a small voice called out. And my mom. Yes, thank you for coming you, Toshinori smiled. What is a kid doing here? Why is this so confusing? Bakugo muttered, deciding to sit on the couch. They all needed an explanation. Please calm down. Everyone sit down, and I will explain. Questions are for after, okay? The students nodded and sat down. All right, firstly, this man is going to explain how his quirk works. The stranger got up and smiled at the teenagers. Hi there. My name is okay, that doesn't matter, let's just get straight to the point, he laughed awkwardly. I can send people back in time. Bakugo and Todoroki jumped up from their seats. You can. Up. No tricks, I can do it, he said cheerfully. And we're going to send you 4, All Might added. This is insane, Todoroki said, wide-eyed as he slowly sat back down. No kidding, Kirishima looked just as surprised. Anyways, there are a few drawbacks. You might get a headache from jumping back, and you'll probably ache a little. Nothing horrible though, the man continued. That's amazing. Ida jumped up and bowed. Thank you, I can't thank you enough. Please don't thank me, it's no big deal, the man cried. Ida lifted his head, and a few tears dotted his face. Thank you. The man rubbed his head and looked at Toshinori. Is it my turn to explain yet? You whined. Of course, go ahead. I can tell you how to save him. My quirk is the one that affected him, he said awkwardly. Bakugo narrowed his eyes. The League made Midoriya go somewhere not sure where, then on his way back to you. That's when my son was forced by the League to get him, the woman in the room explained. You nodded. You just have to stop him from going anywhere when you get sent back. You also have to come save me. You said nervously. The League threatened to harm me, the woman continued, but I was never taken hostage, so just come find me and you and take us to a safe house or something. She smiled and handed Todoroki a slip of paper. This has our address on it. I'm rooting for you guys. Thank you, Todoroki stuttered. For telling us, I mean. Can you tell us about your quirk? Bakugo demanded of the small kid. You seem to shrink under his gaze. I give people nightmares for 3 days. And they're not just normal nightmares. You looked at the ground. I think it makes the person weaker too. I don't know much about it. His shoulders slumped. Don't worry about it. Thank you for telling us. Todoroki tried smiling, but he wasn't used to it. I'm sorry for what I did. You started, but Ida cut in. Don't apologize. Anyone would have done the same in your position. You looked at the ground and then at Bakugo. Are you sure you want to send him, All Might? You asked quietly. Huh? Bakugo snarled. Yes, I'm sure. Toshinori looked worried. The heck, why wouldn't he send me? Midori was afraid of you when he was younger. You weren't very nice to him. Are you actually going to save him? Bakugo looked hurt for a second before his face morphed into anger. Of course I'm going to save that little brat. All right. You didn't look convinced. Don't worry you, I choose him because I trust him, Toshinori tried to help. But none of you saw what I saw. Shut up. Bakugo turned away. Enough of that. Yu's mom exclaimed. When are we doing this? Todoroki asked seriously, changing the topic. Right now, Bakugo answered for them. Toshinori looked at the man. Are you ready to do it? The man nodded enthusiastically. Let's do this. Huddle together, you four. He pointed at the students. Everyone else, stand back. Bakugo, Todoroki, Kirishima, and Ida huddled together awkwardly. Ready? The man asked nervously. I'm going to try and send you back 2 weeks. That should be enough time. We're ready, Kirishima said with determination. Good luck. You cheered. We're counting on you, his mother smiled. You can do it, Toshinori waved at them. Here we go. The man's hands glowed a blue color as he raised them towards the students. His hands started shaking as he concentrated. Todoroki clenched his teeth to stifle a yelp as his body tensed up. Beside him, Bakugo growled through the discomfort. I believe in you, the man said as his quirk sent the 4 of them back in time. Bakugo's eyes flew open. He looked around wildly, his head pounding. He was in his dorm at UA. He snatched the phone from his bedside table and looked at the date. It was real. They went back in time. He smiled and felt tears? Tears of joy? He quickly wiped them away and jumped out of bed. It was early in the morning, but despite that, he slammed open his door and sprinted out of the room. He pounded on Kirishima's door with his fist. The door flew open, and Kirishima smiled. The 2 of them ran over to Uraraka's room, which was on the same floor. They stopped once they realized they couldn't just enter a girl's room, so they decided against it and ran to find the others. They sprinted down the stairs to Ida's room and flew open the door. Ida was sitting on the ground and he smiled at them. It's real, was all Ida said. Then let's go get him. Kirishima yelled. Todoroki suddenly appeared. I thought I'd find you guys somewhere around here. We have to see him. We have to make sure he's okay. Ida suddenly jumped up from the floor and ran towards the stairs, with Kirishima, Bakugo, and Todoroki trailing behind him. Finally, they were all on the second floor where Izuku's room was. They all hesitated at the door before Bakugo promptly punched his fist through it and kicked it so it fell down. Excessive, don't you think? Kirishima chuckled. They all entered and there he was. Izuku was alive. Izuku blinked rapidly as he woke up. He brought his hands up to rub his eyes because he felt like he was seeing things. Why were Kirishima, Todoroki, Ida, and Bakugo in his room? And why was his door broken? Why were they running at him? Gee guys, what are you doing? Izuku sat up and yelped as the four intruders jumped on his bed and engulfed him in a group hug. Midoriya. Ida, why are you crying? Izuku cried once they pulled away. Ida shared a glance with Todoroki, and he shook his head. I'm just happy to see you. But I saw you yesterday, Todoroki. You're crying too? He reached his hand out helplessly. Kirishima, please don't cry. Guys, why are you crying? I'm not crying, you piece of work, Bakugo glared. Izuku jumped. Kaken? You hugged me. So what? You're alive, Bakugo growled. Bakugo! Todoroki snapped, glaring at him. Don't say things like that. Izuku's eyes widened as he looked at his hands. Alive? What do you mean? The whole group fell silent. Izuku went rigid. Gee guys, what? I didn't mean anything by it, Deku. Bakugo snapped. Are you sure? Deku looked worriedly at them all. He's sure. Kirishima pumped his fist in the air. No worries. Oh, I'm glad, but why are you all in my room? You know. We had a question. Kirishima finally came up with a lie. A question? The four of you came to get me this early because of that? Izuku stared at them with suspicion. Yes. Kirishima smiled. What is it then? Izuku looked at them questioningly. Do we have class today? Kirishima asked, sounding a bit foolish. Bakugo face-bombed, and Todoroki sighed. Kirishima, that's a terrible lie. Class? Izuku stared at him. Seriously? Yes. You guys woke me up to ask if we had class on a Saturday. Izuku exclaimed. Of course we don't have class. Oh great, thanks. The 5 students sat in awkward silence. Bakugo was always the one to break it. Alright, I'm out of here. Good idea, Todoroki replied as he strolled out of the room. Oh right. Kirishima walked to the door and gave one last glance back before walking out. It was just Ida and Izuku now. Do you mind if I stay here, Midoriya? Ida asked politely. Sure, if you want to. I don't know why you wouldn't. Thank you. Ida chuckled at his friend's tendency to ramble. He missed that. So, Ida, now that we're alone, could you tell me what that was really all about? You don't believe Kirishima? Ida laughed. Of course not. Izuku huffed. Ida's smile fell slightly as he looked at Izuku. You're just such a good friend. I think we all realize that. It wasn't the whole truth, but it was a part of it. Izuku's face turned red, and he smiled. And no one's ever said that to me. Thank you. Ida felt his heart clench. He felt foolish for not realizing that he and Uraraka were Izuku's first friends. No, Midoriya, thank you. The 4 students who knew of both timelines agreed that Izuku would never leave their sights. He would be under constant watch. Todoroki mentioned that Izuku had been affected on a school night. He believed it was either a Monday or Tuesday. Bakugo challenged him on how he knew that, and Todoroki explained how he helped Izuku sneak in one night. They wouldn't let anything happen to him or Uraraka. When the 4 of them saw Uraraka alive, she had been just as confused as Izuku had been. They couldn't explain the feeling of having someone previously lost standing before them. The only problem was, Izuku was starting to catch on. He sensed something was off, but he didn't know what. Uraraka, Izuku whispered to her as he sat on the couch late Sunday night. She looked at him and smiled. Why are we whispering? She said playfully. Izuku side-eyed Bakugo sitting on the other couch, content playing games on his phone, oblivious to their conversation. Have you noticed that they're always watching me? he whispered nervously. No. She looked confused. It's like I'm never alone. Earlier today, I was sitting in here, and when I left to get a snack, I turned around, and Todoroki had followed me. Seems like you're being paranoid, she chuckled quietly. Normally I would think that, he exclaimed a little too loudly, earning a look from Bakugo, who went back to his games. Izuku winced and continued, I went to do my laundry, and Kirishima just tagged along for no reason. That is a little strange, she commented. Even now, Bakugo is right there. He would normally be in his room, not somewhere near me. Now that you say it, that does seem weird. She made a face and looked back at the movie they were watching. I wouldn't worry too much about it, your friends care about you. That's how I see it. By never giving me any space? I don't know, why don't you ask them? What are you two muttering about over there? Bakugo growled seriously. Oh, it's nothing, Kaken. Izuku sputtered. You're not hiding something from me, Deku, are you? No. If anything, you're the one hiding something from me. Izuku hadn't meant to say that, but he had a tendency to speak his thoughts aloud. Huh? Bakugo yelled. No, Kaken, I didn't mean it like that. I mean, I kind of did, but I just don't know what's going on and… Just shut up, he snarled. All right. Izuku settled down and took a deep breath. He didn't deny that he was hiding something. Noted. Izuku was starting to get really annoyed when Monday morning, the second he came out of his room, someone was waiting for him. Todoroki, what are you doing? Izuku rubbed his temples. Waiting for you, he said bluntly. Why? Izuku blurted. Just felt like it. Todoroki, I'm going to train. It's literally 4 a.m. He was cranky in the morning. Yeah, I'm going to come with you. Ever thought about telling me? Izuku spoke with a little sass. Sorry. Todoroki didn't look very sorry. The whole training session consisted of Todoroki being astounded by the intensity of Izuku's regimen. You do this every day? He asked, slightly wide-eyed after they finished. Yeah. He had calmed down a little after the workout, but he was still suspicious. It's a lot, the half-and-half boy remarked. Todoroki, Izuku interrupted and looked at him seriously. Why are you guys watching me? Of course, he would notice. It's Midoriya after all. I'm not sure what you mean, Todoroki tried to play dumb. It's like I'm being watched by you guys all day Saturday and Sunday and today. I think you're just being paranoid. Todoroki looked away. Izuku clenched his teeth and stomped in front of him. I'm going to go change into my uniform, or do I need a babysitter for that too? Midoriya. Whatever you're hiding from me, I want to know. He looked back. Todoroki stared at the ground. Izuku was just too smart not to notice anything. If there was something I would tell you, he lied. Izuku looked at him for a second before sighing and making his way back to his dorm to change into his uniform. Izuku was happy to have a little bit of normalcy during school. During class, he didn't need to be followed everywhere like at the dorms. During lunch, though, Bakugo sat with him. It was awkward, and Izuku couldn't think of a single reason why he would sit with Bakugo. He wasn't brave enough to ask him why. Sometimes, when he looked at Bakugo, all he saw was the person who had tormented him in middle school. He knew things were different now. Obviously, Bakugo had grown as a person. But he couldn't forget the burns he had received or the belongings he had to replace because of him. Lately, Bakugo had been acting differently. He didn't yell or swear, he just remained silent. Izuku even tried to provoke him intentionally to get a reaction. I'm definitely going to be the greatest hero, Izuku declared suddenly at the lunch table, looking up from his food to gauge Bakugo's reaction. Whatever, Bakugo grumbled, and that was all he said on the topic. I think you will, Deku. Uraraka chirped. Yeah, you can do it, Midoriya. Kirishima cheered. If anyone can do it, it's you, Ida smiled. It felt like they were all babying him. He remembered that morning when he went to cut a loose string from his jacket. As soon as he touched the scissors, Ida rushed over and took them from him. It was frustrating. And Bakugo was what frustrated him the most. He had known Bakugo his whole life, and he had never changed like this without a reason. There was definitely a reason, and Izuku suspected that Todoroki, Bakugo, Ida, and Kirishima were all in on it. That night, Izuku came up with a plan to test them. But tonight, they wouldn't leave him alone. No matter where he went, one of them followed, and it was more persistent than over the weekend. He needed a distraction, just a split second to hide from them. Once he hid, he could see how they reacted and hopefully uncover their little secret. So, Izuku went to Uraraka and asked her to do him a favor, create a distraction so he could slip away for a bit. He wanted to go somewhere he could see and hear them. He thought about hiding under his bed or maybe even using Mineta's quirk to stick himself to the ceiling. He decided on two things. He would leave his phone recording on the kitchen counter to listen to them. He would hide under his bed and see if they came into his room to discuss anything. His plan was all set. He just had to wait for Uraraka's signal. "Kirishima, come play with me," Kaminari called. A bunch of students sat in the living room, including the time-traveling four, Izuku, Uraraka, and a few others. Kaminari was busy playing a video game with Mina. Why not? Kirishima hopped up from the couch to grab a controller and join in. "Ida, could you grab me some water?" Izuku suddenly asked, staring blankly ahead. "Sure thing," Ida replied as he walked into the other room. Uraraka took a deep breath and then fell onto the ground. "Whoa, holy crap." Kirishima and Kaminari stopped their game to check on her. Bakugo glared at her before getting up to check on her, and Todoroki followed suit. Ida rushed in, a cup of water in his hand. "What's going on?" he cried. "Uraraka, she fainted." "Yeah, it was crazy. She just fell down." Kaminari's speech faltered as he saw Uraraka's eyes open. "I got you," she laughed. Bakugo felt panic rip through him. No one was watching Izuku. He whipped his head up and he wasn't there. "And oh," he shouted. "Bakugo, what is it?" Todoroki asked. "Deku, find Deku," he roared. Kirishima, Ida, and Todoroki immediately began to panic. "Sheet," Todoroki muttered as he ran out of the room. "He might have left. It could be tonight." "I'm going out," Kirishima insisted as he ran toward the door. "Midoriya," Ida yelled as he used his quirk to speed around the dorms. "I'm going to his room," Bakugo yelled. Bakugo kicked down Izuku's recently repaired door and stomped in. "Deku, where are you?" he shouted, his voice growing smaller. Izuku quietly watched from under his bed. "We're so stupid," Bakugo growled. "Deku, please." Izuku felt his eyes well up with tears. "Kaken." Bakugo clenched his fists before exiting the room. Izuku slowly crawled out from his hiding place, wiping his eyes and taking a deep breath. I'm okay," he called out from his dorm, the door open. Izuku could practically feel the anger radiating from Bakugo as he returned to Izuku's room. A phone was in his hand, and he wore a scowl on his face. "Where did you go?" Bakugo demanded. I just needed some space," Izuku replied, looking at the ground. "I asked where," Bakugo repeated. It's not a big deal." "You idiot, I'll make you regret this," Bakugo said, stepping closer and grabbing Izuku's wrist. Izuku flinched, memories flooding back. Bakugo used to grab him by the wrist in middle school, just to stop him from running away. "Kaken, stop please." Izuku's voice trembled with emotion. "Come with me," Bakugo said, dragging him toward the common room. "Kaken, stop," Izuku pleaded, tears beginning to fall. Bakugo looked back at him, his eyes wide. Was he already affected by the corruption quirk? Or was this just how he had always been? Was this his fault? Bakugo released his grip, and Izuku took a few deep breaths. "Just come downstairs," Bakugo said, looking away and waiting for Izuku to walk beside him. Today was the day it was supposed to happen. School felt long and drawn out. Waiting was agony. The group of four couldn't think about anything other than protecting Izuku. "My mom texted me," Izuku said suddenly in the dorms after being quiet for a while. Bakugo looked over at him, staring. No one mentioned this? Was this the League? Bakugo whipped out his phone and texted Kirishima to come downstairs. "What does she want?" Ida asked, looking at Izuku's phone. "She wants me to come over real quick. She says she needs help with something." "You can't go," Bakugo said sternly. Izuku looked up at him, dumbfounded. "What?" I said you can't go. Why can't stop me from going, Kaken? You're not in charge of me. I also don't think you should go, Ida added, starting to sweat. You too, Izuku exclaimed. What's the big deal? Uraraka asked, looking at them questioningly. Kirishima walked into the room. What's going on? Deku's trying to leave, Bakugo grumbled. Kirishima flinched slightly but quickly recovered. We shouldn't leave on a school night. Why are you trying to stop me? It's my mother, Izuku said, his frustration growing. Mama Deku can wait. Kirishima exclaimed. I think you should wait. Ida added quickly. Izuku turned to him. Ida, you're one of my closest friends. Why don't you understand? Ida looked away, guilt washing over him. Midoriya. We're not letting you go, Bakugo stated firmly. Izuku glanced around at his classmates, realizing he was outnumbered. He couldn't convince them. Fine then. He clenched his teeth. I'm going to go change clothes, he mumbled angrily. Deku, don't leave. Bakugo warned. Izuku shot him a glare before sprinting up the stairs using his full power. Get back here. Bakugo yelled, chasing after him. They couldn't let him out of their sight, not for a second. Bakugo pounded on the door to Izuku's dorm. Get out here. There was no answer, and Bakugo's worry mixed with anger. Deku, I'm going to kick down this door if you don't open up in 3 seconds. Still no response, so Bakugo began counting down. 1. He kicked down Izuku's door for the 3rd time. Bakugo scanned the room, a cold draft from the open window chilling him. That guy. Kirishima rushed in. Bakugo, where? He ran. The window is open. He got out. We're leaving right now. It's tonight, isn't it? Kirishima asked, fear creeping into his voice. Bakugo felt his mouth go dry. Yeah, he managed. Shouldn't we have gotten Todoroki? Ida panted. Why did you stop running? Let's move. Bakugo growled. Kirishima ignored him. I tried texting him, but he didn't answer. Let's move. Bakugo shouted. I can't run forever. Kirishima cried. We have to. Bakugo sprinted ahead. Kirishima and Ida exchanged a look before following him. Once they reached Izuku's apartment, they burst through the door. Auntie Inko, where's Deku? Bakugo yelled. She rushed into the room. What's going on? Katsuki, what are you doing? No time to explain. Where is Midoriya? Ida asked urgently. Izuku just left. She looked at them with concern. Sheet. Bakugo sprinted out the door. We can explain later. Kirishima called as he followed. Is something going on with Izuku? She whispered, her voice barely audible. Where is he? Ida started to panic, pushing his abilities further and draining his stamina. Do you? Bakugo shouted. Midoriya. Kirishima yelled. Split up. We're finding him right now. Ida ordered. They ran quickly, their panic escalating with every passing second. At one point, Ida fell to his knees, struggling to breathe. We can't let this happen, we can't. He heard a noise and slowly looked toward the alleyway in front of him. It was Izuku, talking to a young child named Yu. Ida's mouth went dry as he tried to call out. Don't, he screamed just as a bright light shone. Finding his footing, he rushed over to stand in front of Izuku. Hey Midoriya, he called. Izuku's eyes stared blankly ahead, surprise etched on his face. Ida turned to the little boy. I'm so sorry we forgot to come save you. We should have come to get you before you were taken, he rambled, seeing the terror on Yu's face. Ida looked back at Izuku in horror and fumbled for his phone, managing to call Kirishima. Get Bakugo, come now. Izuku remained frozen, and as soon as Kirishima and Bakugo arrived, his body began to tremble. What happened? Bakugo yelled as he crouched down. He got hit by the Quirk. Ida started to cry. We failed. It's not over, Ida. We can still help him. Kirishima shouted. You squeaked as Izuku fell to the ground, clutching his throat, struggling to breathe. I see, can't, I'm sorry. You turned to run, but Ida grabbed his arm, trying to reassure him. Please don't run. We are heroes, We can save your mom, I promise. How do you know? Yu's eyes filled with tears. Ida ignored the question. How can we help him? He asked urgently. Why you can't? You have to let the quirk run its course. You shrank back. Ida huffed in frustration and turned back to Izuku. Izuku blinked once, then regained his breath. His eyes watered as he looked around. "Wiru?" he managed to say before coughing. "Midoriya." Kirishima looked away. "I'm so sorry." "Why?" Izuku rasped. "Can you move?" Bakugo asked suddenly, leaning closer. "No," he whispered. Bakugo crouched down, trying to lift him. Izuku began to cry. "Kaken?" Bakugo froze. "Do you want someone else to do it?" Izuku looked away, guilt washing over him, and nodded. Bakugo glanced at Ida, who nodded back. He carefully picked up Izuku and looked at Kirishima. "Can you bring you with us?" "Of course." "We messed up," Bakugo growled. "Where have you been?" "I've been looking for you everywhere. Is that you?" Todoroki looked at them, confused. No one dared to break the news to him. "Where were you, half and half?" Bakugo looked away. "I was sleeping. I had the night watch, and you guys said you could handle things." Todoroki tilted his head. "What happened?" They all remained silent. Todoroki quickly pieced it together. "Know what the hell happened?" "And they messed up, of course." He knew Izuku would normally try to keep something like this to himself, but there were people who would know if he lied or said he was fine. So would he lie in front of them? Nothing happened. Just tired. Izuku looked away and started walking to his room. He really didn't like making people worry. "I'm sorry, Midoriya, I want to help you so badly." "What were you yelling about then with Todoroki?" Kaminari walked over and questioned Ida. "Oh, it was nothing, just a misunderstanding." Kirishima answered for him. "Gotcha. Anyways, we got something to do." Kirishima chuckled and slipped away. Ida sighed and followed with Bakugo behind him. "What happened?" Izuku sat confused on his bed. They were telling the story for him? He was right here, why were they talking like he wasn't there? Midoriya got a text from his mom, and we tried to stop him. He ran out, and when we found him, he was in an alleyway. "You had gotten to him before we could," Kirishima explained. Todoroki froze. "We forgot about him. His mother even gave me her address." "How could we forget?" He buried his face in his hands. "If we had gone to save you before he was taken, none of this would have happened." "It's okay, Todoroki," Ida said quietly. "We all forgot. We have him now, he's okay." "My mom," you yelped. "How do you know if she's fine?" "We can get her to a safe house." "I'll leave right now," Ida volunteered. "I'll go too," Todoroki responded. "I feel horrible." Would you like to come with us?" "Please. I want to see my mom." The three left. Bakugo took a deep breath. He was slightly panicky. Of course, he would never let anyone else see him like this. Bakugo leaned over to Kirishima and whispered, "Don't you dare let him fall asleep. You hear me?" Kirishima locked eyes with Izuku. "Got it," he assured. Bakugo walked out to try and calm down. Izuku eyed Kirishima suspiciously. Kirishima smiled weakly back and spoke, "Are you doing okay?" "I feel fine now," Izuku responded. "Good." Izuku clenched his fists and dropped his head. "Did you know that was going to happen?" "What?" Kirishima jumped and stared, confused. "It seems like you all knew exactly what was going on." Izuku lifted his head and glared at him. "Let me explain." "Oh, please do. All you guys have done is keep secrets from me," he snapped. "We're just worried about you." "What made you worried?" "I mean." Kirishima rubbed his head awkwardly. "I know your past is a little complicated." "My past?" Izuku widened his eyes. "How do you know Kaken?" Izuku suddenly stood up from the bed and took some steps forward. "Kaken told you about my past?" "He has no right." "Calm down, please." "You're telling me to calm down?" "You're all pitying me for get out of my room," he shouted suddenly, his eyes watering. It was the quirk. The corruption quirk was messing with his emotions and making him feel vulnerable. It was amplifying his negative feelings: anger, sadness, fear. He was at the mercy of the Quirk. I can't leave. Kirishima took a few steps back. Calm down. Get out. Izuku pointed at the door. I can't. Why? I'm sorry, Kirishima said firmly. I'm not leaving. A look of betrayal crossed Izuku's face. He stomped over to his desk and grabbed his notebook and a pencil, giving Kirishima a glare along the way. He walked back to his bed and buried himself under his blankets. Kirishima faintly heard the sound of pencils scratching on paper. He sighed guiltily before sitting down on the floor. He looked around Izuku's room. Lots of All Might figures. He smiled slightly. After a little while, Izuku peeked out from under his blankets, his eyes red and puffy. I'm sorry, Kirishima, I don't know why I got so angry. Don't apologize, it's okay, Kirishima laughed. It's no big deal. But it is a big deal. I'm just so sensitive about everything that's happened. And for Kaken to tell you? Why would he? He didn't tell me anything. Kirishima walked over to the bed and sat down. I just know you had it rough. How do you? You know, when I was in middle school, I saw this story about a middle schooler who jumped into a fight to save his friend from a sludge villain? And he didn't even use his quirk. That was you, wasn't it? Izuku stared at him wide-eyed. You inspired me. To this very day, I know, not just me, the whole class looks up to you, Midoriya. Why are you telling me this? Izuku's eyes started spilling more tears. Because you are strong. We don't want you to forget that. But why? Just thought you should know. Izuku sat up and hugged him tightly. Thank you. After I got hit with that quirk, I've been feeling. The hell is going on? Bakugo slammed open the door. In Kirishima's arms, Izuku immediately tensed up before he was pushed away. Izuku wouldn't make eye contact with Bakugo. Kirishima looked at Izuku helplessly and gave Bakugo a look. Now's not the greatest time, man. He was so close to telling him what was wrong. To finally share what he was feeling. Huh. And no, it's fine, Izuku said quickly. Good, I wasn't gonna leave. Bakugo sat down in Izuku's desk chair. You guys want to do something? Kirishima asked. Izuku looked away nervously, and Bakugo spoke. I brought some cards. Sounds good, and when everyone goes to bed, we can go play some video games downstairs. Izuku looked at him completely confused. Why, it's a school night? And? Bakugo growled. I need to sleep, I can't be tired or I'll fall behind in class. We're having a friends' night. Kirishima smiled brightly. Can't we do that on a weekend? Nah. Okay. Izuku was lost. What game are we playing? Bakugo asked. Izuku was scared. He was asking like they were old friends. But Kaken hates me. So why? Let's play Go Fish. Kirishima. Kirishima, how old are you, 5? Set it up, let's go. Izuku was basically forced to play a game with Bakugo, and he didn't like it one bit. It was pretty obvious during the game too, he only ever asked Kirishima for cards. Never Bakugo. And whenever Bakugo asked Izuku for cards, he looked terrified. This was no good, the quirk was definitely affecting him. It seemed he was fated to suffer. Guys, please, it's 2 a.m. Izuku stuttered, I need to sleep. Nope, Bakugo said plainly, focused on the racing video game. Why do Kirishima and Ida get to rest? Izuku complained. But not us. Because they want to, Bakugo replied without looking away from the screen. I want to too. Izuku cried, glancing at Todoroki, who was also playing the game. Midoriya, you're in last place, was all Todoroki said. Arg. Izuku huffed in frustration, feeling ignored. Yes. Bakugo cheered as he crossed the finish line in first place. Take that, icy hot. However will I live? Todoroki replied dryly. I'm going to make some coffee. Izuku didn't even finish the race before time ran out. Todoroki headed to the kitchen, and Izuku heard some shuffling. He gulped and looked at Bakugo. They were alone. Izuku started, but Bakugo cut him off. Let's play again, Bakugo mumbled. Was that why he stuttered so much? Bakugo always interrupted him when they were younger. Alright. Izuku clutched the controller tightly. He hated this. He hated it. He had no idea what was going on. When it hit 3 a.m., Ida and Kirishima came strolling down the stairs. Great, I'm so tired, Bakugo grumbled, tossing the controller onto the couch. Todoroki stood up and made his way for the elevator. Wait a minute. Izuku jumped up from the couch. You guys are going to sleep? Bakugo shared a glance with Todoroki. No, he lied. Of course, they were going to sleep. They needed energy to watch Izuku. Then where are you going? None of your business, Bakugo said, turning around and stalking up the stairs. Todoroki? Izuku looked at him with wide eyes. Like Bakugo said, it's not your concern, Todoroki said coldly before leaving. Izuku stared blankly for a few moments, hurt evident on his face. But, he swallowed hard, we're supposed to be friends. Isn't it my concern? His voice was small, and Todoroki was already long gone from the room. Ida looked shocked. Bakugo and Todoroki shouldn't say things like that. It would hurt him. He would have to bring it up with them later. So, Midoriya, what would you like to do? Ida turned around, forcing a cheerful smile. Izuku quickly wiped his eyes. Sleep, he mumbled. I'll make you some coffee, Kirishima said, heading to the kitchen, but Izuku stopped him. No, Todoroki already made me some. You want more? No, I don't even like coffee. Izuku looked at his hands. But I needed the caffeine, I guess. Can I go grab my notebook? Izuku asked. Sure, I'll come with you. Kirishima offered, more like a statement than a question. Izuku didn't really have a choice. Izuku groaned internally as he got off the couch and made his way to his room. Once inside, he went straight to his desk and reached for his notebook, the one Bakugo had burned. He suddenly glanced at his bed. He wanted to sleep so badly. He needed some rest before his workout, right? If he could somehow get Kirishima to leave the room for a moment, he could lock the door and sleep. Would they break down his door to stop him? Why couldn't he sleep anyway? Izuku grabbed the notebook and looked at Kirishima, who was smiling as usual. Kirishima, can you? What is it? He asked. That make some more coffee? Izuku sighed, leaving his dorm room. He would go along with their silly plan for now. Izuku felt completely drained. After staying up all night, having an intense workout, and then attending a full day of school, he was exhausted. And of course, Todoroki, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Ida looked perfectly fine. They didn't seem tired at all. Maybe it was because they actually got some sleep. Izuku planned to nap after he got back from school, and he was determined not to let anyone stop him. Deku, are you okay? Uraraka asked, peering at his face. I am so tired, he huffed, not even caring that she was so close. You have bags under your eyes, she chuckled. I do. He smiled playfully. I'm not surprised. Go to sleep then, she demanded, pouting. Izuku leaned in to whisper, I really want to, he side-eyed Ida, who was nearby, but they won't let me. Ida won't? She questioned quietly. None of them will. Who's them? Kirishima, Todoroki, Ida, and Bakugo. That's strange, she pondered. Watch. Izuku whispered, then called Ida over. Hey Ida, I think I'm going to go take a nap. Izuku watched him carefully. But I wanted to hang out with you, he said loudly. Izuku glanced at Uraraka, signaling her to see what he meant. Taking a deep breath, he put on the saddest face he could muster. But Ida, I'm so tired, he pouted. Ida's face twisted with guilt. He had no idea what to say. Hey Ida, Uraraka suddenly piped up, what if I hang out with Deku? Of course I'll join you. No, I heard all about your guys' night, and I want to hang out with Deku. Uraraka, please, let me join you. Nope. She grabbed Izuku's arm. Bye, Ida. Ida suddenly snatched Uraraka's arm, and she flinched. Wait, he said quietly. Uraraka felt the change in tone and knew it was serious. Ida glanced at Izuku, and Uraraka realized he had something to say that Izuku shouldn't hear. Deku, I need to talk to Ida real quick, okay? Wait for me. Izuku shrugged and went to sit on the couch. What is it, Ida? Uraraka hissed. I'm sorry, he hissed back. But I can explain later. Just promise me this. What is it? You can't let him sleep. Why? I'll explain later, just please promise me. He pleaded. Uraraka looked at the ground. Fine. She crossed her fingers. I promise. Uraraka, are you actually going to hang out with me? Izuku asked as he sat in her room. Of course not, I'm letting you sleep, she huffed. Really? His face lit up. Yes. You can sleep on my bed if you want, I'm going to do my homework. He didn't even care that he was about to sleep in someone else's bed. The second his head touched the pillow, he was out cold. Deku. Uraraka chuckled when she got no response. So fast. She grabbed her homework and sat on the floor, working peacefully. Izuku was dreaming. He started twitching. He started sweating. He started whispering. Uraraka didn't notice anything until his voice became gradually louder. It started out as small mumbles that didn't sound like anything. Sto. Less. Then it became broken words. Hero. Stuff. Hurts. His voice became louder, clearer, like normal volume. Stop. Stop. Stop, he kept repeating. Uraraka watched him wearily. Should she wake him up? What was he dreaming about? He looked terrified. Quirkless, he murmured. Deku, she said softly. It hurts. Kaken, stop. Tears began to fall from his eyes. Uraraka's body went rigid. She knew she had to wake him up. She started pushing his shoulder. Deku, wake up. He continued to talk in his sleep. Stay away, his voice grew louder. She froze. Was he still asleep? Please. His body began to thrash around, and Uraraka jumped back. Deku, wake up, she said loudly. Stop, he screamed as his eyes flew open, gasping for air. Uraraka rushed over to comfort him. Deku, you're okay. Just breathe. He took long, deep breaths and placed a hand on his chest. I'm sorry, was the first thing he said. Why was he always apologizing for things that weren't his fault? He couldn't control this. Don't apologize. Are you okay? She asked carefully. Weiss, I'm okay now. What happened? He wiped the tears from his eyes. You were acting strangely in your sleep. Did you have a nightmare? Izuku's eyes widened. What did I do? You started talking and moving around a lot. She didn't go into details. Oh. He buried his face in his hands, embarrassed. Let's just forget that happened. Was it a nightmare? She asked again. Izuku twitched but nodded. But you're okay now? I'm okay. All right, Ida, spill. You said you would explain what's been going on. Uraraka eyed him, a little nervous since she had lied to him after all. Ida had brought Uraraka into his room, checking quickly to see if anyone was listening. Once he confirmed they were alone, he closed the door quietly. Ida took a deep breath. Uraraka, you can't tell anyone this. She nodded immediately. Of course. I'm from the future. Uraraka's mouth dropped. W? I don't know how to prove it to you, but I wouldn't lie to you. He stared straight at her. W? How? She sat down on Ida's bed. We had to come back. Because, Ida looked away, something bad happened. He closed his eyes, not wanting to explain further. To Deku. Her voice became more stable. And you, he said quietly. She flinched, her eyes widening. Ida, tell me what happened. Ida shook his head, tears filling his eyes. He couldn't say it. He couldn't say that she had been killed, and that Deku had been involved. Ida, she repeated. Ida, tell me, she pleaded. I can't, he choked. I can't, Uraraka. She looked at her hands resting in her lap. That bad, She clenched her fists. I'm sorry, I just can't relive. Can you tell me what happened to Deku? Ida froze. You guys are following him all the time. He must have it worse than me, so what is it? Ida, I'm his friend. I can help you. Ida spoke so quietly, it was almost inaudible. Ida. He died, okay, he growled angrily. Uraraka went rigid, jumping off the bed to comfort Ida. Calm down, she whispered into his ear. And I couldn't save him. I didn't even notice anything was wrong with him, none of us did. We all turned a blind eye to his suffering because he never told anyone. He keeps all of his problems to himself, but we're his friends. He could have saved himself, but he'd been told his entire life that he didn't matter, Uraraka. This entire world is messed up. He cried loudly. Uraraka sat silently, listening to his rant. She had a terrible feeling about what he was getting at. About what happened to Izuku. Did he? She took a deep breath and spoke so quietly it might not have existed. Take his own life? Yes. Ida's voice was compromised by his sobs. Uraraka couldn't contain her own tears and hugged him tightly. She had to know. Ida. Did I die too? All he could do was squeeze his eyes shut and nod. It's okay, Ida. We're okay now. She tried to keep her voice steady. I'm alive, Deku is alive. You can stop us from dying. Ida took a long time to recover his composure. No, we messed up. The quirk. That started Midoriya's downfall. It still got him. It took all his will not to break down again. If he sleeps, Ida continued, that's when he's affected through nightmares about his past. Uraraka's blood ran cold. She let him sleep. She let him suffer. She buried her face in her hands and began to wail. Oh God, Ida. I'm so sorry, oh God. This caught his attention. What is it? I let him sleep. I'm so sorry. He was suffering, and now I made him suffer more. Ida's eyes went wide. Why you? I trusted you. Uraraka, you promised me and you let him sleep anyway? He sounded hurt. He had every right to be. I'm sorry that I lied to you, but you can't keep him from sleeping. Ida looked at the ground, realizing she might be right. Was it really possible to keep someone from sleeping for days without that person going insane? We've been selfish, he said finally. We didn't think about how Midoriya would feel in all of this. Do you mean you, Todoroki, Kirishima, and Bakugo? He nodded. I think you should tell him. Ida flinched. No, we can't do that. Ida, he's probably figuring this out on his own already. Ida was silent for a moment, then realized something. His notebook, he yelled. What? Uraraka jumped. He's probably writing down everything he knows about us. If I destroy... Ida, stop. Uraraka demanded, grabbing his shoulders. You can't do that. You have to tell him. He lowered his voice. Uraraka, if we tell him, it will break him, especially if he finds out he killed you. She went deathly still. She felt her knees buckle, and Ida slipped from her grip. Ida stood up and looked at her. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. I have to destroy it. He sprinted out of the room. She couldn't respond. Her thoughts were clouded with images of being harmed by her best friend. Images of being hurt by him rushed through her mind. She suddenly knew it really happened. Ida was grateful that Izuku's door was unlocked and he didn't have to resort to breaking it down. His eyes were immediately drawn to Izuku's desk, where the charred notebook sat. He picked it up from the desk and flipped through the pages. And there it was. A messy page caught his attention, and Ida stood frozen as he stared at the hastily scribbled handwriting. A sense of dread washed over him as he read the words. It all began one morning when he was still asleep. Suddenly, they burst in and embraced him. Kaken hugged him? Kirishima was asking if they had class on a Saturday, possibly covering up for something? The words echoed in his mind. Constant vigilance, never alone. You're alive, Kaken said, his voice a mix of relief and disbelief. Everyone was treating me like a child. Ida had mentioned, I realized you're such a good friend. But why now? What had triggered this sudden awareness? When I had hidden away, they had all panicked. We can't let this happen, Kaken had insisted. If it could be tonight, I'll go find him. But what couldn't they let happen? Kirishima had echoed my confusion. What could? They wouldn't allow me to see my mom after I had done something wrong. It felt as if they had known something terrible would occur, which was why they tried to stop me. They even knew the name of the kid who had used his quirk against me. How could they possibly know? Why did I feel so scared? Why wouldn't they let me sleep? I was exhausted and felt so vulnerable. Why was I so upset? Uraraka had let me sleep once, but I had a nightmare filled with memories of things that had actually happened to me. Did they somehow know that would happen if I slept? How could they know? Why did it feel like I was back in middle school? How did they have this knowledge? Time travel? A quirk that allowed them to see the future? Had something terrible happened to me? Kaken had said, "You're alive." Did I die? Ida closed the notebook and quickly tucked it into his shirt. He would have to tell the others about this later, but the most important thing was to keep it away from Izuku. He carefully walked out of the room, making sure not to disrupt the atmosphere. He didn't want Izuku to realize he had been in there, otherwise, he would know someone had taken his notebook. It was better for Izuku to think he had simply misplaced it. Ida closed the door cautiously and sprinted back to his own room. He had forgotten that Uraraka was still inside. She lay on the floor, her head in her hands, crying. "Uraraka!" He knelt beside her. I, she started, choking on her sobs. "What is it, Uraraka?" he pleaded. "I remember everything," she whispered. Ida froze in shock. How?" he stuttered. She shook her head and squeezed her eyes shut. "I'm so sorry." Ida cried, shuffling over to his bed and hiding the notebook beneath it. They both jumped at the sound of knocking at the door. Who is it?" Ida called. "It's Izuku." Uraraka yelped and curled into a ball. "Is someone else in there?" Izuku asked worriedly from the other side of the door. No, Uraraka cried. "Ida, I can't face him," she whimpered. "Is that Uraraka? Is she okay?" Izuku's voice rose, sounding increasingly panicked. "Everything's fine." Ida's voice was loud but forced. "Maybe we should do something else," another voice outside the door said hurriedly. "Not now, Todoroki," Izuku huffed. "Something's wrong in there, I have to help." "We're fine." Ida called quickly. "Don't come in." "What's going on? What are you hiding?" "Nothing," Ida cried. "Ida, make him stop, please." Uraraka whimpered helplessly. "Whenever I hear his voice, She couldn't finish as another wave of tears hit her. "Is she crying?" Izuku yelped, and Ida heard some commotion outside the door. "Midoriya, stop." Todoroki growled. "Let go of me." Izuku hissed. "Get him away." Uraraka screamed. "What's going on?" Izuku shouted back. "Todoroki, get him out of here." Ida ordered. "Let go." Ida heard Izuku's protests fade as he was pulled away. "I'm sorry, Ida," Uraraka whispered. "Please don't apologize," he said quietly. "I wouldn't have told you about both timelines if I had known you would remember everything." "Deku killed me," she breathed. I remember dying." "I'm so sorry. We're going to help him," Ida said helplessly. "Do you think you can get up?" "Just give me a few." "Would you like to be alone?" "Please." "Todoroki, let me go." Izuku snarled. Todoroki remained silent as he dragged Izuku into the commons. "Talk to me, damn it." Izuku yelled, thrashing in Todoroki's grip. They passed Bakugo and Kaminari. "What the?" Kaminari stared wide-eyed at the scene. What the heck?" Bakugo stalked over. "Oh good, you're here," Todoroki said coldly, practically dropping Izuku on the floor. Izuku immediately tried to get up and run back to Ida's room, but Bakugo blocked his path. "Where do you think you're going?" Bakugo barked. "Get out of my way." Izuku yelled, but Bakugo grabbed his arm and twisted it behind his back. "What are you doing?" Izuku hissed. A crowd of students had gathered around them. Ida and Kirishima pushed through to help. Izuku tried to wrestle his arm free, but Bakugo held on tighter. Eventually, Izuku stopped resisting and went limp, hanging his head in defeat. Bakugo eyed him curiously as Ida and Kirishima rushed over, with Todoroki standing close by. "I'm on to you guys," Izuku whispered. I said I'm on to you." Izuku screamed, causing many students to flinch. "You need to calm down, Midoriya," Ida ordered. "I'm going to figure out exactly what you all are doing," he snapped. Bakugo released Izuku and turned to face them. "Midoriya, is Uraraka okay?" Izuku's voice sounded cold. "Yes, she's okay," Ida responded. She yelled, "Get him away." Was that about me? Izuku glared, his eyes burning with intensity. You're lying, Izuku growled. You're all liars. He fell to his knees, wiping away tears. What the heck is going on? Mina shouted suddenly from the crowd. Yeah, what is this? Zero chimed in. Will all of you shut up and give us some space? Bakugo snapped, starting to shoo students away. Once the crowd hesitantly dispersed, the group headed to Izuku's room. Izuku sat on his bed, staring at his lap, unwilling to make eye contact with anyone. Ida didn't want Izuku to hear him, but he had to tell Kirishima, Todoroki, and Bakugo. I need to show you guys something, he whispered to the trio. Izuku flinched slightly but remained silent. My room, under my bed. Ida's voice was incredibly quiet. Kirishima, Todoroki, and Bakugo nodded and made for the door. Right, secrets? Izuku said quietly before lying down on his bed. Bakugo slammed Ida's door open and nearly jumped out of his skin upon seeing Uraraka sleeping on the floor. What the? Uraraka opened her eyes slightly. Oh. Maybe she wasn't sleeping, but what was she doing here? What's wrong? Todoroki knelt beside her. I remember, she mumbled. Bakugo rolled his eyes, confused about what she was talking about. He walked over to Ida's bed and felt underneath it. He did not expect to pull out Izuku's notebook. You remember what? Both timelines. Bakugo froze. How did she? Ida told me about you guys going back in time, and then I remembered both timelines. She sat up. Deku. You don't have to talk about it, Todoroki comforted her. Whatever, Bakugo grumbled. He was a little worried but would never admit it. He flipped through the notebook, searching for anything important. And, holy cow. What is it? Kirishima rushed over and grabbed the notebook from his hands. Todoroki whispered to Uraraka, will you be okay? Yes, I think so. Todoroki nodded and walked over to look at the notebook. This is bad, Kirishima's voice cracked. He's too smart. I think we should go to Mr. Aizawa, Todoroki suggested. We should have done that in the first place. He should have come back in time with us. I think that's a good idea. Stupid Deku, Bakugo growled. After another sleepless night, Izuku felt utterly drained. He hadn't spoken to anyone, his frustration boiling over at being kept awake once more. Midoriya, are you okay? Ida asked, a hint of guilt in his voice the next morning. They couldn't let him sleep, could they? Izuku shot him a glare. Hello. Todoroki noticed Izuku's silence and turned to Ida. What's wrong with him? He's upset that we didn't let him sleep again, Ida sighed. Oh. Todoroki looked at Izuku with concern. It's for the best. Izuku turned to face him, lowering his head and clenching his fists. It would be nice if I knew the reason, he muttered darkly. Ida glanced at him helplessly before addressing Todoroki. We need to leave soon to talk to Aizawa. Are Bakugo and Kirishima coming with us? Kirishima is coming, but Bakugo is staying with. Well, you know, Ida shrugged. Then let's get going. Just waiting on Kirishima. Ah, there he is. Kirishima walked in, beaming. I'm ready, guys. Hey, Midoriya, we'll see you at school, Todoroki said as he turned away. Izuku merely stared at his hands, feeling a sense of dread. Zero entered the room, and Izuku looked up hopefully. Zero, have you seen my notebook? Todoroki froze. Nope, haven't seen it, Zero replied. In the time traveler's opinion, it would be better if Izuku never looked at that notebook again. Mr. Aizawa? Kirishima called as he entered the classroom, followed by Todoroki and Ida. They received no response and soon discovered Aizawa was asleep. He's like a yellow caterpillar, Todoroki remarked, earning a laugh from Kirishima. Mr. Aizawa? Ida tapped the sleeping bag. Aizawa's eyes cracked open. It's early, he grumbled. Class starts in 30 minutes, Kirishima chuckled. Aizawa sighed, unzipping his sleeping bag and stepping out. What? Kirishima exchanged a glance with Ida. What if we just told him everything really fast, and Mr. Aizawa remembered both timelines without needing a full explanation? Like ripping off a bandage? Todoroki suggested. What are you talking about? Aizawa's expression shifted to serious. Seems like a strange way to do it, but go ahead, Ida said, looking at Aizawa. Kirishima took a deep breath and began. Okay, so Ida, Todoroki, Bakugo, and I are from the future. Midoriya was hit by a quirk that made him very sad, then he got kidnapped. Hold on a minute? Aizawa interrupted, his eyes widening. Kirishima continued, the villains brought him back, and during a training exercise, he tried to hurt us, but we restrained him. Then Uraraka went to see him, and he escaped somehow, probably the League, he added quietly. Then Midoriya hurt Uraraka and himself. Aizawa froze, looking at them in disbelief. Is this some kind of joke? And no, of course not. Are you making up some kind of story? Aizawa stopped mid-sentence, clutching his head in his hands and grunting. Kirishima exchanged worried glances with Todoroki and Ida. Aizawa dropped to one knee, gripping his head tighter, pulling at his hair. Is he going to be okay? Kirishima asked anxiously. They watched him in silence. Finally, Aizawa lowered his hands, took a deep breath, and stood tall. I remember, he said, his tone heavy. Did it hurt to get your memories back? Kirishima asked. Yes. Aizawa motioned to leave the room. Wait, Ida called. I'm going to go restrain him, Aizawa growled. We're going to lock him up. He hasn't done anything wrong in this timeline yet. Kirishima pleaded. Todoroki rushed over, grabbing Aizawa's arm. Please, he's innocent. Aizawa glared at them, then relaxed slightly. Tell me more. Did you just come from the future? Ida looked away, guilt washing over him. You've been here for a couple of days, he admitted quietly. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. And? He might have already been affected by the quirk that made him sad. Kirishima squeaked. What? Aizawa exclaimed, his voice rising. How could you let that happen? We're sorry we tried. Why didn't you tell me sooner? That we didn't think about it, we're so sorry, Ida said, rubbing his eyes. We thought we could handle everything ourselves. We were wrong, Todoroki added, his voice strained. We still think we can help him, maybe we can go back in time again. I don't like the idea of messing with the timeline, Aizawa said quietly, looking sadly at his students. You shouldn't have to deal with all of this at such a young age. You're just kids. We're sorry, Ida sobbed. Don't be. Aizawa walked over and wrapped him in a comforting hug. We can fix this. What's with all the sad looks? Tokoyami suddenly appeared at the door. Ida pulled away from Aizawa, wiping his eyes. It's fine. We're fine. Tokoyami shrugged and walked over to his desk as a few other students entered. Thank you, Mr. Aizawa, Ida said, bowing. Todoroki nodded, and Kirishima gave a thumbs up. I'll talk to him today, Aizawa confirmed. We'll sort this out. Also, Ida leaned in to whisper, you can't let Midoriya do the training today. It will make him sleep, and that's when the quirk affects him. It gets to him through nightmares. The training with Midnight? Ida nodded. All right, Aizawa sighed. The trio moved to Todoroki's desk and tried to chat about normal things. Just then, Bakugo entered, dragging Izuku behind him. Izuku looked terrified. Todoroki immediately stood up and rushed over. Bakugo, what are you doing? The little brat didn't want to walk with me, so I dragged him, Bakugo barked. Izuku struggled to free his wrist from Bakugo's grip. Keikaken, please let go please, he pleaded quietly, trying to avoid drawing attention. Speak louder, Bakugo yelled. Please just let go, Izuku urged, pulling harder. Bakugo shot him one last look before releasing him. Todoroki was fuming. Bakugo, what is wrong with you? What? Todoroki leaned in, whispering fiercely, he is obviously scared of you. So, we can't have you pushing him deeper into despair. Are you an idiot? Todoroki hissed. Chill, he wouldn't walk with me, so I forced him to. I couldn't leave him alone anyway. Bakugo snapped. Todoroki huffed in frustration and turned back to his desk. Bakugo glanced over at Izuku's desk and saw him with his head resting on his arms, eyes closed. He was probably tired. Bakugo walked over and plopped down in his chair. You better not be sleeping, Deku. Izuku flinched, his eyes flying open. Sorry. Hey, where's Uraraka? Mina questioned loudly. Izuku flinched again, glancing over at her empty desk. She said she wasn't feeling well, Azui answered. Izuku stared at her desk, lost in thought, until he felt a pair of eyes on him. He turned to see Aizawa staring intensely at him. Izuku gulped and looked at his hands nervously. Midoriya. Izuku squeaked, his head shooting up. What is it? Aizawa stood at the front of the room. I need to speak with you. Can you step outside? Izuku nodded, his hands shaking with anxiety. Oh, of course, sir. He shakily stood up and followed Aizawa out the door. Are you doing okay? Aizawa asked bluntly. Izuku stared at him with wide eyes before stuttering, why wouldn't I be? He laughed awkwardly. I've been told you were hit with a quirk and that you were out after curfew. Oh, my mom needed help at home, and this little kid was crying in an alleyway, so I went to help him. He accidentally used his quirk on me. But it's fine, I haven't felt anything from it, he said quickly. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. I've noticed how you've been acting lately. Izuku stiffened. I'm not sure what you mean. You're not acting like yourself. You seem afraid and I don't think. Why, you don't think I can be a hero? Are you going to expel me? Izuku cried, tears welling in his eyes. No, please, I'll do better, he pleaded, his voice breaking. Aizawa grabbed Izuku's shoulders firmly. Calm down, he ordered. I never said anything like that. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I said calm down. Sorry. Stop. Izuku clamped his mouth shut. I need you to talk to me. Aizawa held on tightly to his shoulders. You are not okay. I can't not be okay. Izuku's voice was weak. But I guess I'm a Deku, so it fits. Who told you these things? Why are you saying this about yourself? Aizawa asked, concern etched on his face. Izuku averted his eyes. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. We need to get you help. And no, I can't fall behind in Class A. Hero isn't this week. Izuku was crumbling before Aizawa's eyes. Midoriya, breathe. It's all going to work out. I'll let you join class today, okay? Izuku took a deep breath. Okay. Aizawa turned to leave, but Izuku grabbed his arm. Wait. What is it? Uraraka. I don't know if she's okay. I'm worried about her, and I want you to help her too if she needs it. Aizawa thought for a moment before answering, I can do that. Thank you. And, some of the other students have been acting strange. How so? Izuku looked at the ground. And never mind. Aizawa narrowed his eyes but decided to let it slide. He had a guess about who he was talking about. He would let Izuku get through the day normally, but he was going to get him help whether he wanted it or not. Izuku was somewhat excited for the training today. He wanted everything to feel normal. He didn't like the way things were right now. He felt incredibly sad. He didn't know how to explain it, and he doubted he ever would. Whenever he thought about Uraraka, his heart twisted, filled with pain and guilt. He didn't know why. Whenever he looked at Bakugo, all he felt was fear. He was so angry with himself. He thought he had overcome this fear that held him captive since his childhood bullying. So, a training exercise in class made him happy. It showed him how far he'd come from that kid in middle school. But something was off. Everything he did felt wrong. Even now, when Aizawa announced that he would be on a team with Ida, Todoroki, and Kirishima for training, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was wrong. His mind ached. Fighting would help him relax. Okay, guys, I've thought of a plan, Izuku started. I've got one too, Todoroki interrupted. Okay. Midoriya, you can stay here. Don't engage. Izuku looked at him blankly before his face twisted in frustration. I'll do it all myself. He lashed out before jumping away. Midoriya. They all called in unison, trying to chase him. All of you, just stay away from me, he screamed as he ran faster. Midnight came into view, and Izuku charged at her. She flinched for a moment before turning off her quirk. Izuku halted in front of her, confused. Why wasn't she using her quirk? Did someone tell her not to use it on him? Izuku powered up his fist and charged again, tears streaming down his face. Why? Midnight jumped away, worry etched on her face. She spotted his teammates and called for them. Use your quirk on me, Izuku demanded. Midnight used her whip to grab Izuku's arm, remaining silent. Use it, he cried, wrenching his arm free and rearing his fist back, ready to charge at her. He struck her squarely and she fell to the ground, looking dazed from the hit. He raised his other fist and struck her again. Why won't you? She tried to throw him off, but he hit her once more. He raised his fist for another blow and screamed, "What is wrong with you people?" Before he could hit her again, someone tackled him to the ground. Calm down, man, Kirishima yelled as he pinned Izuku down. What is wrong with all of you? He cried. Ida bent down to check on Midnight. She looked all right, though her face was starting to swell. Izuku kept crying and shouting. What are you keeping from me? Why are you doing this to me? I don't understand. His voice faltered. Help me, he sobbed. Izuku stayed isolated in his room. Aizawa decided Izuku needed some space for a little while, not for long, maybe a few hours before he would intervene. You can't leave Midoriya alone, Mr. Aizawa. Todoroki hissed. He needs space. I can't handle it. Kirishima cried. I think you severely underestimate your classmate, Aizawa said seriously. And maybe, Aizawa would have been right. Izuku stared blankly at the walls, at the posters of All Might. All Might. Izuku felt like he was failing him. An utter letdown. One for All should have gone to someone else, someone with potential. Not to someone who felt useless and worthless. He wished he had his notebook so he could look at his thoughts on paper. He had to settle for something else, so he scrambled off the bed and grabbed a few pieces of loose paper. His eye caught some photographs he had put up. The pictures of him being happy, being with his friends. His hand slowly reached out and grabbed a class photo. They all looked so joyful. Izuku set it down gently and reached for a different picture. It was just a picture of him. He chuckled softly as he remembered how he'd gotten it. It was a picture of him in his hero costume. He'd been wearing it during training when Ashido ran over and snapped a picture before he could say anything. She had made it her personal mission to take a photograph of every student in their class and print it out for them. He set the papers he held in his hand down and held the photograph in both hands. He positioned his fingers at the top and slowly pulled the photo apart. He tore it straight in half as his tears stained it. He went to tear it again but hesitated, softly speaking to himself, happy thoughts. He set the photo down and returned to his bed with the paper and a pencil. He wanted to write down what he knew and what made sense. But none of it made sense. He wrote on the paper in messy handwriting, "It doesn't make sense." He spoke out loud, "It doesn't make sense." He wrote it again. "It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense." He kept writing it over and over, hoping that if he just kept repeating it, it would magically make sense to him. He stopped writing and looked forward. He reached his hand out and grabbed onto the single flicker of determination he had left. He stared at the All Might poster and tried to mirror the smile. He couldn't give up yet. He froze as he heard a knock at the door. Aizawa said he could be alone. So why? He got up slowly and hovered by the door. Who's there? The other person didn't respond, so Izuku spoke again. Hello. He jumped as he heard his phone ding. He reached into his pocket and looked at the message. Please let me in. Uraraka. Izuku immediately unlocked the door and swung it open. He hadn't seen her all day, and he was worried. Worrying about someone else and pushing aside his own issues, classic Izuku. She wouldn't meet his eyes, only staring at her feet. Uraraka, he said softly, is everything okay? She shook her head no and stepped into his room. What's wrong? He moved to put his hand on her back, but she flinched and he halted. He retreated his hand and looked at her worriedly. Uraraka? He heard her take a deep breath. Deku, her voice was surprisingly calm and controlled. Yes, what is it? He asked hopefully. She was finally talking. You killed me and yourself in another timeline. The truth. That's not funny, Uraraka. His face grew serious. I'm not joking. She slowly backed out of the room. You'll remember, it'll all come back. I don't understand. You deserve to know, Deku. She turned and tried to leave, but Izuku grabbed her wrist. She stiffened, and Izuku knew that feeling of being grabbed, so he let her go. Please, She looked at his hand. She started to hyperventilate. Uraraka? Please calm down, please. She turned and sprinted out the door. Uraraka. What was that about? He thought fearfully. What was that supposed to mean? That wasn't a good joke. He whispered to himself as he closed and locked the door. Is she okay? He stayed at the door for a second, contemplating whether he should try to chase her. He decided against it and went back to his bed. He sat down and pulled out his phone, tapping on Yaoyorozu's contact. Check on Uraraka, he texted. She replied almost immediately, of course. Is something wrong? I think Izuku was stopped mid-text when he felt an intense pain rip through his skull. He dropped his phone and clutched his head in his hands, tearing at his hair as he screamed. What is this? What is this? He wasn't conscious of his own actions as memories he refused to believe were real flashed in front of his mind like a horror movie. Helping that little boy, getting punished for no reason because of it. Nightmares. So many nightmares. Fear, overwhelming fear. His friends getting mad at him. Getting kidnapped. The pain of betrayal. Regret so much. The guilt of hurting Uraraka, the weight of his actions pressing down on him. Guilt. Feeling the life leave his body as he faced the consequences of his choices. Izuku opened his eyes as the pain stopped, his scream dulled, and he cried. His body felt swollen and warm. He looked at his arms, scratched and raw. His face felt puffy too. He'd probably been unconsciously scratching his face as well as his arms while all the memories came back to him. He didn't even feel comfortable in his own skin. He dug his nails into his arm. He deserved to feel pain after everything he had done. Stupid, worthless piece of trash. You idiot. Izuku screamed as he tried to regain control. He shouted loudly, going from scratching his arms to pulling at his hair, the guilt eating him alive. Clumps of hair littered his bed as an idea formed in his head. He stopped his self-destructive actions and jumped out of bed, sprinting to the door. He swung it open, and Aoyama stood outside, looking a little frightened, his smile fading. Are you feeling okay? I heard you screaming. Stay away from me, I'm fine. Izuku turned away coldly and made his way to the kitchen. Aoyama stood helplessly. Izuku turned the corner and desperately hoped that no one was around. He was right. The common room was basically empty. Izuku slipped into the kitchen and made his way toward the one cabinet that would have what he needed. Bakugo slumped on his bed with his arms crossed, feeling frustrated. This whole let Deku be by himself was ridiculous. Kirishima had tried to hang out with him, but he yelled at him to leave. He wasn't in the mood. He grabbed his phone and scrolled through the notifications. One from Kirishima, one from Kaminari, and one from Yaoyorozu. She didn't usually text him. He opened Kirishima's message first, which read, "Doing okay, man?" To which Bakugo promptly responded, "Leave me alone." He ignored Kaminari's message and went for Yaoyorozu's. "Bakugo, I think something is going on with Uraraka. I texted Ida as well, but he's not responding." Bakugo raised an eyebrow. It was unusual for Ida not to respond. Did his phone die? Did he lose it? Whatever. Bakugo stood up and stomped over to Uraraka's room. He knocked angrily. "Open up!" Yaoyorozu swung the door open, worry etched on her face. "Something's not right. Midoriya texted me to check on her, and I found her like this." His expression grew serious as he peered inside the room. Uraraka was sitting on the floor, bundled in her blanket. Bakugo walked in and knelt beside her. "What's she been doing?" "Right before you came, she started saying strange things. That there was another timeline and that she died." Yaoyorozu exclaimed. Bakugo didn't meet her eyes. "It's crazy what she's been saying." Yaoyorozu suddenly fell to her knees, overwhelmed. Bakugo jolted but couldn't focus on her right now. Why did Deku text her? Round face, he growled. Oh my god, he heard Yaoyorozu say in the background, but he had to tune it out. Uraraka peeked from the blanket and gasped when she saw Bakugo's intense gaze. What did you do? He demanded. I did, she whispered. What does that mean? I did. I had to. Bakugo's panic increased. What does that mean? I told him. Uraraka blinked, and suddenly Bakugo was gone. He slammed his fists against Izuku's door. Open up. A chilling feeling washed over him when there was no answer. Deku, he screamed. A few other students began to emerge from their dorms, confusion on their faces. Bakugo burst through the door with a powerful strike. There was Izuku, frantically trying to open a bottle of pills. He was in a desperate state, trying to harm himself. Their eyes met, and Izuku ripped the cap off with all his strength, sending the pills flying across the floor. Izuku sobbed as he tried to gather them up, but Bakugo seized his arms, holding him back. Bakugo growled as he forced his fingers into Izuku's mouth, making him GG and expel the pills he might have already taken. He released Izuku as he doubled over, struggling to catch his breath. Bakugo was breathing heavily, anger coursing through him as he grabbed the scruff of Izuku's shirt and lifted him up. Before he could say anything to Izuku, he shouted at the students watching to go get Aizawa. He turned back to Izuku. You idiot! Izuku looked horrified, trembling like a frightened animal caught in a trap. Bakugo pulled back his fist and struck Izuku, his voice low and furious. You think I'm going to let you do this again? You remember both timelines, don't you? All Izuku could do was whimper as Bakugo held him tightly by the shirt. Say something, he demanded. Izuku opened his mouth, struggling to speak. I'm sorry. Do you understand what you just tried to do? Izuku paled, his lower lip trembling as his eyes darted to the scattered pills on the floor. Before Bakugo could react, Izuku's eyes rolled back, and he slumped. Izuku's eyes opened tiredly. His head felt fuzzy as he scanned the room. He was in a hospital bed, one of his hands handcuffed to the stand of the bed. He pushed himself up and bit his lip, relieved that he was still alive. Grabbing a fistful of the bedsheet, he squeezed it tightly in frustration. Taking a shaky breath, he released the sheet, thankful to be alone. He needed time to breathe, time to think. Why did it have to happen like this? Izuku murmured to himself. I just wanted to be a hero and save people, so why? His head snapped to the side as he heard the door open, and tears immediately filled his eyes. Mom, his voice cracked. Izuku, she said softly, rushing in and enveloping him in a tight hug. I'm so sorry, he sobbed, tears streaming down his face. Why did you do it? She pulled away, her face eerily calm. I'm a bad person. He looked away and clutched the bedsheets again. No, you're not, Izuku. You don't understand, Mom. I hurt people, at least I tried to. Izuku. No. I don't deserve to be alive. Izuku, Inko exclaimed, don't you ever say that. Izuku immediately broke down and started crying, and Inko reached over to comfort him. Aizawa and Tashinori stood outside the door quietly, listening to the heartbreaking scene. Izuku, Inko looked at her son with comforting eyes. Please, talk to me. Izuku took a shaky breath and spoke. See, can you turn around? Inko tilted her head in question. I just can't. Look you in the eyes. She nodded and turned around. It began with the nightmares, he started. I never really told you, Mom, but I was bullied a lot in middle school. Izuku, she tried to intervene. Please, don't speak. He took another breath. It got worse each night, bringing back so many things I hate about myself. His voice started to break again, but he kept going. It felt hopeless, everything I did. And then I got kidnapped. You what? Inko jumped from her seat. I'm sorry, but when did that happen and why wasn't I informed? Izuku blinked. Yes. Somehow the timeline got a restart? I'm talking about the timeline before this? I don't know if I'm making sense. Inko slowly sat back down. Continue. On the other side of the door, Aizawa and Toshinori flinched at the pain Inko would feel as she remembered. Shigaraki. Hurt me. The words he said were burned into my brain. Inko flinched but remained silent. I suddenly wanted all the pain to stop. I thought that if I ended them, it would somehow make me feel better. Inko suddenly clutched her head, a gasp escaping her lips. Izuku's eyes widened as he tried to get up from the bed, but the HNDCFFS held him down. After a few seconds, Inko brought her hands down and exhaled. Izuku. I remember now. She got up and hugged him again but quickly returned to her chair. Please, don't let me stop you, she said quietly. Izuku looked at her worriedly but continued. So when the League brought me back, all I could think about was ending the pain and hatred I was feeling. His voice thick with emotion, he choked on his sobs. So when I actually hurt Uraraka, Izuku started crying again, his body trembling. I didn't feel better, he yelled. I realized the only way to end my pain was to end my life. He covered his face with his hands. Even now, I don't want to be here anymore. His voice weakened. Everyone else would be better off without me. All I do is screw things up, so let me go. Minutes passed as Izuku cried loudly into the sheets. Aizawa and Toshinori finally walked into the room, each with tears staining their faces. Young Midoriya. You're going to be okay, Toshinori spoke softly. Izuku sat up slowly and stared out the window. Why, you can take one for all back if that's what you want. His voice broke. Give it to someone who deserves it. Young man, I would never dream of it. We're going to help you, and you'll become the greatest hero, Toshinori smiled. How do you know I can get better? Midoriya, I've never met someone with a will as strong as yours, Aizawa cut in. We can and will get through this. That you don't know that. Izuku closed his eyes. I do. Toshinori stepped forward and pulled out his phone. I'll tell them to come in now. He sent a quick text. Aizawa's eyes widened. We never talked about this? Who's coming? That's because he just came to me before I came here. Inko looked at them worriedly. What does that mean? Who's coming? Please, don't worry, Toshinori assured. I am here, a voice called from the door and a man walked in. Get it? That's All Might's catchphrase. Aizawa spoke. Who the hell is this? This is the man who can send people back in time, Toshinori smiled. What? Inko cried. Izuku whipped around and stared at the man with wide eyes. He helped me before and he came to me again. You guys keep screwing up, the man laughed, clearly unaware of the dark mood in the room. Two more people entered the room. What are they doing here? Aizawa snapped. What are you thinking? Hello, young Todoroki, Bakugo. I thought I also asked that Ida and Kirishima come? Todoroki looked at him seriously. We want to spare them the pain. So we told them you'd change the time. Toshinori, you're not seriously sending them back in time again? Inko started sniffling and ran over to the two boys, wrapping her arms around them. Thank you for helping him, she cried. Once she broke away from the hug, Todoroki and Bakugo came closer to Izuku. Stay away, Izuku said weakly. Why do you care so much? He looked like he was on the verge of tears. I don't mean anything. Bakugo kept coming closer, and Izuku's eyes grew wider in fear. He covered his face with his hands, not expecting Bakugo's arms to wrap around him in a hug. I'm sorry. I'll take responsibility for everything I did. Izuku froze, Keikaken. Me and Todoroki are going to go back in time and fix our mistakes. Again, Bakugo grumbled as he pulled away. Midoriya, the whole class cares about you. Any of us would help you, Todoroki said with a gentle smile. So let's get this over with. Bakugo turned towards Toshinori and Aizawa. I'm going too. Aizawa interrupted. When we go back, I'm going to make sure he stays safe. Inko looked at the two students. Are you sure you want to go back? You wouldn't have to remember any of this, she questioned. It's my punishment, Bakugo said, looking at the ground. It's my fault he has all of these bad memories in the first place. I can't leave Midoriya alone after he helped me with my problems, Todoroki replied. Izuku looked at both of them, tears welling in his eyes. I don't understand. Inko blinked. What don't you understand? You all care so much? Izuku. It's because we love you, she said with a bright smile. I love you, your friends love you, your teachers love you, because you are amazing. Izuku stared at them, as if it was the most foreign concept he'd ever heard. But he quickly understood. There really were people out there who cared about him. He hadn't realized how many people cared about him beyond just his mother. All Might, Uraraka, Ida, Todoroki, Kirishima, almost everyone in Class 1A, his teachers, Shinso, Hatsum, and maybe even Kaken cared. Izuku covered his face with his hands and sobbed. Thank you. Thank you, he repeated. Bakugo and Todoroki nodded, and they turned towards the man with the time-traveling quirk. Let's do this, Aizawa said with determination. The man held out his hands. Don't mess this up. He chuckled. Good luck. He smiled. Aizawa, Bakugo, and Todoroki were enveloped in a blue light, and then they vanished. Izuku gazed at the spot where they had stood. Do you think they can save me this time? He asked weakly. I believe in them, Toshinori replied, looking at Izuku. That's all we can do. This time, Bakugo did not wake up in his bed. As his vision cleared, he blinked a few times, realizing he had landed on the floor. He slowly picked himself up to see the entire class looking around in confusion, each of them a little panicked. He stood up to see the worried faces of Kirishima, Shiro, and Izuku. Bakugo smiled slightly. Holy cow, he just smiled. Are you okay? Shiro exclaimed. Bakugo glanced to the back of the room and noticed Todoroki still unconscious, his face likely having met the desk. What? Bakugo looked at Kirishima. We were in class, then you, Todoroki, and Mr. Aizawa suddenly passed out all at once. Kirishima exclaimed. What happened? Bakugo turned to the front of the room, where Ida and some others were gathered around a groggy Aizawa, who was slowly getting to his feet. Everyone, calm down, Aizawa said as he regained his composure. Mr. Aizawa, what was that? Uraraka cried. He rubbed his eyes. I don't know. Wait. Bakugo, you're hurt. Hagakure pointed at him. Bakugo felt his forehead and realized he must have hit his head pretty hard when he fell. I'm fine, he barked. Kaken, are you sure? Izuku asked, concern etched on his face. Bakugo hesitated for a moment. I'm fine, Deku, don't worry about me, he grumbled. Izuku smiled before turning his attention back to Todoroki, who was still not moving. Todoroki? Izuku moved closer, placing a hand on Todoroki's back. Suddenly, Todoroki shot up and exclaimed, Ooh! Izuku and Yaoyorozu jumped back. Todoroki? Todoroki had a dazed look on his face for a moment before he spotted Bakugo, and the confusion faded. He looked at Izuku and smiled slightly. Midoriya. Why yes. Izuku replied. I'm glad. About? Izuku tilted his head. I'm glad too, Bakugo interrupted. Izuku whipped his head around to look at him. You too. About, Izuku began to question but was cut off. I'm dismissing class for now, but I'd like to speak with Midoriya, Aizawa said. Everyone in the class looked confused. What's this all about? Ajura asked, voicing what everyone was thinking. Don't worry about it, Aizawa pointed toward the door. Now go. Once the entire class filed out, Izuku approached. Aizawa, what do you need? He asked nervously. Aizawa took a deep breath, causing Izuku to feel a twinge of worry. Mr. Aizawa, did I do something wrong? No, he finally spoke. You are a victim. Izuku stiffened. What? In middle school, you were bullied a lot. Am I right? Aizawa narrowed his eyes. Weiss B, but I'm okay now. Things are fine. Izuku stuttered, confused. You don't need to be embarrassed, Aizawa assured him. I just want to help you. Help? Help with what? Your obvious struggles with anxiety. I have a therapist I'd like you to see. Izuku felt overwhelmed. I don't know why. What brought this on? He cried. Aizawa sighed. Something made me realize that you needed help. Did someone tell you? Izuku's hands began to tremble. He hated the thought of his friends worrying about him or noticing the signs of his past struggles. No one told me. Aizawa glanced at Izuku's shaking hands and reached over to hold them. Calm down, kid. But, Mr. Aizawa, I've been doing so well. I'm not as bad as I was in middle school. I don't need help right now. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. He knew Izuku hadn't been affected by the corruption quirk yet, but the mental scars were evident. The stuttering, the flinching clear signs of the abuse he had endured. I know you're doing fine now. But we can never be too careful, Aizawa said softly. Ooh. Accept it. Accept help, Midoriya. Izuku looked at him with wide eyes but slowly nodded, dropping his shoulders in resignation. You can follow your class back to the dorms now. Aizawa gestured toward the door. Izuku nodded and slipped out quickly. He found Uraraka and Ida waiting for him at the entrance. Izuku smiled. He had such great friends who cared about him. Hi Deku. What was Mr. Aizawa talking to you about? Uraraka asked, standing beside him. Uraraka. That's private. Ida scolded, waving his hand. Izuku laughed nervously. It's okay, Ida, but his smile faded slightly. He said I needed a therapist. Uraraka and Ida looked shocked for a moment. Did he say why? One of them asked. Izuku's face flushed with embarrassment. Well, is it because you hurt yourself all the time? And you don't take care of yourself when it comes to saving others? Uraraka interrupted. Izuku jumped in surprise, while Ida waved his hand again. Uraraka. It's true, she whined. I know a hero is all about saving people. But do you have to put yourself in danger to do it? The trio paused, and Izuku stared at her, mouth agape. Ida spoke first. Now that I think about it, Uraraka does have a point. You have disregarded your own well-being many times, which is concerning. Maybe our teacher noticed. Izuku hung his head in shame. I know. But how can my life be more important than someone in danger? Deku. Midoriya. Uraraka and Ida gasped. Uraraka placed her hands on her hips and pointed a finger at him. Izuku Midoriya, I don't know who told you growing up that your life isn't important, but you are important. You matter to so many people, she insisted. Exactly. Ida nodded in agreement. Izuku looked at them with wide eyes before they filled with tears. Thank you. We'll always be here for you, Deku. Guess I really do need a therapist, Izuku said with a sad laugh. Izuku returned to the dorms and sighed. That wasn't how he had expected his day to go. How did Aizawa figure him out? Sure, his struggles had affected him in middle school, but now it was just a lingering thought in his mind. It was always there, of course, but he had never been happier in his life. He had so many good friends, and he was finally following his dream. When he walked through the doors to the dorm, a couple of students surrounded him, eager to know why Aizawa had called him out. Izuku felt a little overwhelmed, but thankfully Ida stepped in and scolded them, reminding them it was none of their business. Izuku smiled at him. He really did have great friends. Izuku felt a pair of eyes on him and looked to see Bakugo glancing his way. He waved his hand weakly, which caused Bakugo to turn away. Izuku frowned. He looked sad. Should I ask him about it? Izuku motioned to go talk to him but stopped when he received a text. Young Midoriya. For some unknown reason, I heard that Aizawa canceled class. This would be a perfect time to get a little extra training in. All Might. Izuku smiled. Well, his talk with Bakugo could wait. Izuku was completely red-faced. I just called All Might Dad. I just called my mentor, and the greatest hero, Dad. He hadn't expected All Might to walk in as he finished up training. All Might complimented him and told him how far he'd come. Thanks, Dad. Izuku's mind raced. Why did I say that? Wait. No, I didn't mean that, he cried immediately after. All Might assured him it was fine, but Izuku felt utterly embarrassed. Once Izuku got back to his room, he changed out of his sweaty clothes and took a quick shower. He put on fresh clothes and headed downstairs to see what everyone was doing. He looked for Bakugo first because he wanted to talk to him, but he was nowhere to be seen. Izuku shrugged. It was probably no big deal. He saw some of the girls playing cards, which looked like fun. Mina was lounging lazily on the couch. Let's do something, she whined in boredom. Yeah, but what? Kaminari complained. Mina spotted Izuku and rushed over to him. Midoriya, tell us what Aizawa said to you. Izuku tensed up a little. I wasn't anything important. She crossed her arms, forming an X. Wrong answer. You stutter when you lie, you know. She teased. Izuku laughed nervously. Well, he trailed off. Mina, chill, Kirishima spoke up. He doesn't have to talk. You guys ruin the fun, she whined. I'm just bored, and I want to know why class got cancelled. I know, let's go talk to Todoroki. Kirishima sighed loudly. Alright, whatever. Todoroki, she called. Izuku was a little curious too. Why did class get cancelled? It couldn't have been just for Aizawa to talk to him. Todoroki came in from the kitchen. What? Come talk to us. Mina exclaimed. Todoroki made eye contact with Izuku and hesitated. I don't know if it's a good idea. You have no choice? Mina insisted, running over and grabbing Todoroki's shoulders, hauling him over to the couches. Kaminari sat up and listened intently. Why did you pass out? She interrogated. I felt lightheaded, he answered immediately. Then why did our teacher and Bakugo pass out at the same time? Coincidence, he said flatly. Ak, she yelled. What the heck? That's so strange, Kaminari scratched his chin. There had to have been a reason. Izuku chimed in. Maybe we all had something bad in our breakfast, Todoroki answered quickly. Izuku blinked. Didn't eat breakfast? Todoroki's eyes widened. You, me, and Kirishima walked to school this morning. I asked if you were going to eat breakfast, and you said no. Oh. Todoroki began to sweat. Must have. Forgotten. I gotta finish making my tea, he said quickly. Izuku narrowed his eyes a little. That was weird. Izuku looked around for Bakugo but couldn't seem to find him. He even asked his friend group, which called themselves the Baku Squad. Izuku laughed and said he liked it. He wondered if he had a Deku squad. He laughed the thought away. He definitely wouldn't be the leader of the squad. It would probably be something like the To-Do squad or the Ida squad. Maybe the Uraraka squad. He really did love his friends. They meant so much to him. He'd had so many bad experiences with friends in middle school that when he made actual genuine friends, he latched onto them. Izuku had chosen to forget about middle school, a minor memory that he willed away. But Aizawa? Izuku couldn't figure it out. And now that he was apparently going to see a therapist, he'd have to talk about all the bad stuff. Thinking about it made him sad. He didn't want to be sad anymore. He also didn't want his friends to be sad, which reminded him that he wanted to talk to Bakugo. Did Bakugo count as a friend? Izuku finally found him in the oddest spot possible. He was just relaxing on the roof. Kaken? Izuku asked hesitantly. Bakugo flinched at the sound of his voice and quickly brought his arm up to shield his eyes before turning toward Izuku. Stupid Deku, how did you find me? Oh. Well, I went outside to look for you, and then I saw someone on the roof. Izuku said awkwardly. What do you want? He growled, harsher than usual. Izuku jumped at the tone of his voice. You just seem sad today. Izuku fumbled with his hands. Bakugo glared at him. Stop worrying about other people. Worrying about me after everything I did? That's just stupid. His voice was becoming more intense. Izuku's eyes softened. Kaken, what's wrong? Did I not say to stop? You have so many problems with yourself, but you worry about others. Just stop. Why you too? Izuku felt small. Why was everything suddenly about him today? What do you mean, you too? Bakugo snarled. Izuku looked at the ground. Mr. Aizawa told me I needed to see a therapist. Bakugo snorted. Good. Did you tell him there was something wrong with me? Izuku's voice was shaky. Because I don't understand. I didn't say anything. Oh. All right. Izuku looked back up at Bakugo. I'm still worried about you though. Bakugo sighed. Fine, Deku. You want to know what's been bothering me? Izuku nodded. I'm sorry. The anger on Bakugo's face faded, replaced by a calm expression. I shouldn't have been so harsh before, so I'm sorry. Bakugo had already apologized in another timeline, but he would say it 1,000,000 times if it meant he could fix his mistakes. Izuku stood frozen. That's what's been bothering me, so just leave. He grumbled. I've forgiven you. Izuku smiled. I don't care about the past. Stupid Deku, the past can come back to haunt you. You should know that more than anyone. Hello, Izuku. Hi, Izuku said nervously. The woman chuckled. Izuku, you don't need to be nervous. Well, okay. Izuku, tell me what's on your mind. She smiled. I'm just not sure why I'm here. Izuku looked at his hands. A therapist is never a bad option, Izuku. I know. Izuku closed his eyes. Can you tell me what's bothering you? A couple of things, I guess. Mr. Aizawa's been acting weird. Kaken. He was acting strange last night. Izuku, I mean about you. His therapist smiled softly. Oh, he didn't continue. Just start anywhere, she encouraged. I don't know where to start. Izuku sighed. The therapist pondered for a moment. How about where it all began when you first felt? She struggled to find the right word. Hopeless. Izuku filled in for her. She looked at him sadly. Yes, hopeless. I guess it started when I was diagnosed as quirkless. The next couple of days, Izuku began to feel better and better. Like a weight had been lifted off his chest. Ever since Bakugo apologized and he confessed to his therapist, he felt lighter. The worries he held deep within himself were brought out into the open. And he felt heavy. He hadn't realized the chains around his heart were so tight until they began to loosen. But they tightened again on Sunday night. He woke up suddenly, his heart racing. His breathing was heavy and he was sweating. He couldn't breathe. Izuku clutched his chest and tried to calm himself. All he felt was panic. It's okay to let other people worry about you, Izuku. I know. Izuku, look at me. The therapist said firmly. It's okay to ask for help when you need it. Izuku reached for his phone and shakily texted, help. He clicked send and waited. They probably aren't awake, it's late. No, they probably won't come. It's okay, just breathe. Tears cascaded down his cheeks, and he jumped when he heard a knock at the door. Midoriya, are you in there? Izuku stared at the door with wide eyes. He opened his mouth to speak, but he could barely breathe. We're coming in. The doorknob turned, and the door swung open. Ida, Uraraka, and Todoroki rushed to him. Once they saw the state he was in, they comforted him. The second Izuku saw his friends and the worried looks on their faces, he found he was able to breathe again. Sorry? He rasped when he finally could talk. Shoo, Deku, don't apologize. Uraraka said softly. Izuku nodded and finally gained full control over his breathing. What happened? Ida asked worriedly. Just had a terrible dream, Izuku said sadly. Do you want to talk about it? Todoroki asked cautiously. It's okay to let other people worry about you, Izuku. Izuku gulped and nodded. Ida, Uraraka, and Todoroki sat around him, comforting looks on their faces, patiently waiting for him to start. Izuku couldn't look them in the eyes, so he settled for staring at the ground. There was this pain in my chest. He started. But not a type of physical pain. I probably won't be able to explain it, but the type of pain you get when you're sad. His friends nodded in understanding, and Izuku continued. I felt that. But was so much more intense. Izuku shuddered at the memory of it. And I had a knife in my hand. He gulped. I looked up and his voice hitched. I saw bodies, and he couldn't finish. His shoulders hunched and he started crying again. Uraraka rubbed his back. No one rushed him and waited for him to keep going. They were you guys, he whispered. And I suddenly looked at my hands again, and the knife was still there, with a bottle of pills in the other hand. Todoroki was terrified. All I could think about was the sadness and hopelessness, so You don't need to continue, Todoroki said softly. He had a pretty good idea of what was going to happen next. Izuku nodded. He was suddenly engulfed in a hug, and his eyes widened. Uraraka. She was crying too. He felt another pair of arms around him. Ida was crying too? For him? Izuku hugged them back and cried loudly. Everything is okay. Those simple words. Izuku smiled, a genuine smile, because everything was okay. He was with his friends. And that made everything okay. Tuesday rolled around, and Aizawa canceled class. All he said was that they needed a free day. It confused Izuku to no end, but he was done trying to figure him out. His friends suggested they go to the mall. And for once, Izuku didn't feel nervous about going out. He had so much fun at the mall, and no villain interrupted them this time. The memories of Sunday night faded away and were replaced by happy ones. His phone was missing. He swore he could have put it on his desk, but he wasn't too worried about it. He also saw a text on Todoroki's phone that confused him. He didn't want to invade his privacy, but the text read, "You is safe." Izuku wondered, who was you? That name sounded familiar. It didn't matter, and the thought eventually left Izuku's mind. When Izuku returned to the dorms, he didn't expect this. His classmates had thrown him a party. Surprise! What the? Izuku exclaimed as everyone cheered joyfully. Midoriya, they said happily, wrapping him in a warm hug. It's not even my birthday, he protested. It's not for your birthday, silly. Hagakure laughed. Why then? Well, someone told us that you were feeling a little sad lately, Mina explained, so we threw you a party. Because we all care about you, Deku, Uraraka said with a bright smile. We wouldn't let any of our classmates be sad for even a second. Kirishima cheered. Guys, Izuku's eyes filled with tears. Thank you. Thank you, he repeated. The chains around Izuku's heart disappeared, freeing him from the burdens that had been weighing him down. Nothing would ever be like it was before. Izuku wasn't just being himself, he was becoming better. He was better. He had people who cared about him, people who would help him. Izuku smiled brightly. Everything was okay. He was going to be okay. The end.